United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Tupola, would you kindly introduce our guests giving the message of aloha?
Aloha Council members and community members, good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm very honored to introduce our guest who will be giving the message of aloha today. Ms. Susie Berardi is the president of the Filipino Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii and has been in business for over 28 years. She has received numerous awards for her entrepreneurial background, strong work ethic that was realized at a very young age by having the opportunity of working at Polynesian Culture Center while attending BYU Hawaii. In 2001, DBI Hawaii was awarded by the Small Business Administration-sponsored Filipino Chamber of Commerce Entrepreneur of the Year, and 2 years later, she was awarded by the Governor of the State of Hawaii the Filipino Businesswoman of the Year, sponsored by the Filipino Businesswomen Association of Hawaii. With many accomplishments and past accolades, Auntie Susie continues to strive on giving back by serving others and helping them to realize their dreams and expand their horizons. Most recently, she contributed on the Women's Prison Project, of which former Governor Lingo has led. We appreciate all of her contributions, both to her community as well as to Hawaii as a whole. I am very honored to have known her almost my whole life. I am grateful that her husband and her 3 children have been a big part of who I am and how I have become a council member and a public servant. So thank you, Auntie Susie, for being here. And please, let's give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Andrea, for that introduction. Aloha and mabuhay, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, and to our friends, our community people. I am grateful for this opportunity to stand before you today. My name is Susie Berardi. I am the president of the Filipino Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii. I have lived in Hawaii since 1980 and have been part of many Filipino community organizations. This month, we celebrate our Filipino heritage and stand upon the shoulders of those giants who have come before us. We stand in their shadows and benefit from the sacrifices they have fought for. We are the beneficiaries of their hard work and hardships. I am an immigrant to Hawaii, having come when I was a young girl in early 20s. I am grateful for the many blessings I have received by living here in Hawaii and the United States. But I am also very proud of my heritage and birthplace. I feel strongly the love and compassion of the Filipinos is also woven to the rich culture of Hawaii. I truly believe that is why the Filipinos prosper here in Hawaii. I imagine all of you have Filipino friends or family, so you are familiar with our culture. As a proud Filipina American, I stand before you to express my gratitude for the many opportunities I have had living here in Hawaii for 40+ years. I went to the university here, met my husband here, raised my 3 children here. Together with my husband, we built and prospered from our business here. As a community leader, it is my responsibility to give back to the very community that has given so much to me. I believe in this inspired saying, where much is given, much is expected. As president of the chamber, we recently went to Maui to deliver goods and funds to our fellow Filipino families on Maui who were impacted by the recent tragedy. A group of us representing the chamber flew to Maui and spent the day with our counterparts, the Maui Filipino Chamber of Commerce. Our airfare, rental car, and other expenses were paid for by each of us individually, not expense to the chamber. Why? because our desire was to give every penny of the donated funds to the families in need. I want people to know that we are wise stewards of the funds entrusted to us, to the Chamber. I view those donated funds as sacrosanct, to be used solely for the benefit of the community and not to benefit those of us serving. As a Chamber, we are also providing entrepreneur seminars to our community here on Oahu, to help Filipino entrepreneurs and business owners improve their financial and economical situation. We are providing these courses for free to help our community thrive and improve themselves. I firmly believe and have personally experienced entrepreneurship as being the catalyst to change. The Chamber is sponsoring a 4-week free entrepreneurship seminar called Ideas to Action. Space is limited to only 15 participants. It's in November 7 to the 28th, every Tuesday of November. This course has a value of over $5,000, but in conjunction with the Chamber, we are offering it free to the public. If you have constituents who benefit from this type of training, please have them contact the Chamber. We are also open to working with you, to each of you, to develop similar programs to support your respective communities. See me afterwards, or Mika, for the flyers. She has them. I stand before you today and ask that to join us in our projects and endeavors to empower our people to continue to thrive and move forward in our society. As the President of the Chamber, I would invite you to help us find and gain access to the resources of the city and county that may be available to us to offer programs to our community that may be underserved or marginalized. We invite you to join us to strengthen our community. We are not shy when it comes to work. Our compassion is felt in our community, and our love for community service is an important part of our culture. Our goal is to continue or to create a legacy of service to those in our community. As the President, it is my desire to leave behind tangible results in the lives of our Filipino community. I encourage all of you to look within yourself as public servants and ask yourself, what will people say when I am gone? What impact did I have on the lives of those I served? As public servants, I encourage you to reach out to us and allow us to help you show the public your desire to help your constituents improve their lives. Partner with us, and together, let us show that we are all truly servants of the people. Maraming salamat po, mahalo, and mabuhay.
Thank you so much. I have a few announcements, members. Although remote oral testimony is being permitted, this is a regular meeting and not a remote meeting of interactive conference technology under HRS section 92-3.7. Therefore, the meeting will continue notwithstanding the loss of audiovisual communication with remote testifiers or loss of the public broadcast of the meeting. For those of you visiting our website and did not see a video streaming link, please go to olelo.org and click on channel 54 for the live stream of today's meeting. Our meeting is also being broadcast live on Olelo channel 54, but again, visit olelo.org for the live stream. We will resume our visual video streaming next month when we return to the council chambers in Honolulu, Hawaii. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda, either in person, in the council chamber, or remotely. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 3-minute presentation on public hearing and new business items, and a 1-minute presentation on all other items. Registered in-person testifiers will be called first. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium and begin by stating your name and the item you will be speaking on. When I call for anyone who has not registered to speak in person, please line up to the front of the podium, and when it is your turn, proceed to the podium. Begin by stating your name and the item you will be speaking on. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will then be called. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. When I call for anyone else standing by remotely, please utilize the Zoom raise hand button to indicate your desire to speak. For those joining us by telephone only, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. The following are some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you are also watching the proceeding on Olelo, please mute your device at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting. For your information, Bill 55, relating to the community benefits, was canceled and will not be considered today. The following items not posted on the agenda for consideration on page 11. We have a proposed FD1, amendments to Bill 46, CD2, relating to flavored tobacco products. Copies are available at the registration desk. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero? Here. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Here. Councilmember Kia Aina? Here. Councilmember Okimoto? Councilmember Say? Present. Councilmember Talba? Here. Councilmember Tupola? Councilmember Wire? Here. Chair Waters?
Here.
Mr. Chair, 9 members are present.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero, introduction of guests.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Kapolei Hale. And of course, our guests are everyone that's joined us today. I want to welcome members of the city administration as well as our neighbors here across the island. And also, if I may, we've heard earlier that it's not only Honolulu Pride Month, Dyslexic Awareness Month, and also Filipino American History Month, but it is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome, everyone. Vice Chair Kia Aina, motion to approve the minutes.
I move that the minutes of the 13th session be approved.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Are there any in-person testifiers on approval of the minutes?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations for the approval of the minutes? Noting no objections or reservations, the minutes have been approved. Moving to the top of page 4, order of the day. Appointments and resolutions. From the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that committee report 264 and resolution 23-143 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this confirms the appointment of Mutadia Rice to serve on the Ethics Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. I see Ms. Rice here. Would you like to say a few words before we take testimony? Aloha and welcome.
Aloha mai kako. It is a pleasure indeed to be amongst you today. This process has been illuminating and wonderful, learning how the council works and what my responsibility will be as your newest commissioner on the Ethics Commission. I thank you very much for all of your support, and I pledge, as I have in the past, to honorably serve the city and county of Honolulu. I mahalo you all.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers. One person by video conference standing by.
Okay. Is there anybody in-house who'd like to testify before we call on the remote testifiers? Please, sir, come forward to the podium.
Aloha, Chair.
Come forward. We're going to do in-person first and then remote testifiers. Welcome.
Aloha, and thank you for allowing me to say just a few words about Ms. Tadia Rice. I heard the word, my name is Edward Young. I've been here in Hawaii since 1988, a retired NOAA meteorologist, and now just devoted to community service. I've known Tadia for about 25 years in many different areas of service, but servant, a person who serves, she has a unique and powerful ability to be compassionate, to be caring, to be compassionate, and to with humility. And so the council is blessed to have this extraordinary woman be part of the City Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifiers, members? Seeing none. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to testify? Seeing none. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's move to remote testimony.
Aloha. May I speak?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the City Council. Angela Melody Young testifying in support of the nominee. And the nominee, Ms. Rice, shared with us some of her philosophical outlooks on life and the professional work fields in the last hearing, and it exemplifies what a good ethics commission leader should embody. You know, ethics, the philosophical discipline concerned with what is morally good and bad and what is morally right and wrong. I think she really displays that well. And also from the Australian nonprofit, the Ethics Center, it's an organization which develops services experience designed to bring ethics to the center of personal professional life. It says something about ethics, and ethics is not only relevant to one people group or nation, because we are in a multicultural community, and ethics goes beyond the barriers of culture, especially in Hawaii. So, you know, at the heart of ethics is values, principles, and purpose. And I think the nominee really just displays that really well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any other remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola, followed by Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's been a pleasure to meet and get to know Ms. Tadia Rice through her appointment process. Her 20 years of expertise in global senior management with creative problem solving, organizational dynamics, and media make her an exceptional candidate for the Ethics Commission. With a strong focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, Ms. Rice has a proven track record of ethical leadership, as evident in her role as the founder and president of the Taharea Association. In addition, Ms. Rice's commitment to social justice, as reflected in her documentary short film, Beyond Bars, Prison Women Speak, showcase her dedication to ethical practices and community impact. I am also impressed with her servant leadership philosophy, which highlights her commitment to community service. I believe her unique perspective and skills will be invaluable to the Ethics Commission, and I will be supporting her nomination and encouraging everyone to watch her documentary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, Tadia, for your willingness to serve on the Ethics Commission. It's so nice to see your ohana and friends here today. I just wanted to congratulate you on your appointment. Your worldview and broad experiences in advocacy education, and community building will undoubtedly provide a unique perspective to issues important to the Commission and to the people of Honolulu. We're excited to have you on board.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 264 and Resolution 23-143 has been adopted. Congratulations, Ms. Rice. Thank you for your service. Before we move on, members, I do see Mayor Rick Blangiardi in the audience. Thank you so much for being here today, along with Managing Director Mike Formby, as well as Chief of Staff Sam Woku. Thank you, folks, for joining us. And I apologize. Can we get more chairs in the gallery, if possible? Thank you. Thank you. Actually, would you like to take the microphone, Mr. Mayor? All right. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, good morning, welcome, thank you. And I really didn't expect to do this, so just off the top, very, very pleased and very proud, and thank you for the kind words that were just shared on Tadia, and I hope the same will be true for Joy and Lonnie. I said repeatedly that we look at these appointments and these commissions as extensions of our cabinet, and for that matter, an extension of all of us in our leadership responsibility. And these are really high-quality people. I'm very excited that they've chosen to come and volunteer their time, their manao, and everything else that they bring to these roles. And so I'm just really excited and really pleased. By coincidence, we're all out here today, and we just finished our cabinet meeting, and I wanted to be here just in support of this moment for them. I've known Lonnie, out of the three, I've known Lonnie for the last 20 years, and she's an exceptional person, and I'm glad that she's decided to do this. So with that, thank you for the opportunity, and thank all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to have our meeting here in Kapolei Hale. We try to do it once a year at the very least. Thank you. Members, moving to the bottom of page 4 from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 284 and Resolution 23-192, CD1 as amended, be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution confirms the appointment of Joy Kimura to serve on the Planning Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. I see Ms. Kimura here. Would you like to say a few words? Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, members of the City Council. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your support. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Blangiardi for giving me this wonderful opportunity to serve on the Planning Commission. I consider it quite an honor, and I hope to use my experience working in the construction industry, my experience working in government, as well as my experience working on various boards and commissions to serve the Planning Commission and the community to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any in-person registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no in-person registered testifiers.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to testify? Mr. Metoga, aloha, welcome. Please proceed. Aloha.
Aloha, Chair, members of the Council. Pana Metoga III, Community Liaison for Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. You guys have our organization's written testimony in support of Resolution 23192 CD1. I just wanted to personally come here and testify in support of Ms. Joy Kimura. She's a wonderful person. I've known her for the last 7 years, and we've had very robust discussions in regards to planning, and I think she will be a great addition to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Mr. Kinney, welcome. Please proceed.
Chair and members, Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Mr. Miyatoga that Joy would be a welcome addition to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier members? Seeing none, is there anybody else who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one remote testifier standing by.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the City Council, Angela Melody Young, testifying in support. Although I never met Joy, I did read a bio in the paper about Joy and the previous professional field that she's worked in, and how she won I think an award as Mother of the Year. So I think she'd be really amazing as a nominee to serve on the Planning Commission, especially because she also did work in as a volunteer for the Hawaii Institute for Human Services and the Habitat for Humanity. And she's also done work in Congress, so that's amazing, and I'm in support of the nominee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have one other person indicating their desire to testify.
Okay, please proceed. Good morning, Ms. James. Did we lose her? There she is. Good morning, Ms. James. Please proceed.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Aloha.
Hi, thank you. I hope everybody's doing well. I just thought it was funny to hear the mayor says that the commission appointees, committee appointees are an extension of the administration. It's not supposed to be that way. Boards and commissions are not supposed to be an extension of the administration or the city or the leadership. Boards and commissions are supposed to be independent, and those who will actually question and provide different ideas and diversification from the grassroots, so that those who are inside the silo or inside the cocoon could hear independent and different ideas from the grassroots. But anyway, congratulations all who have been appointed. I just wanted to make that clear because I think it's very important that we have different and diversification, because that's the idea of boards and committees, is to add another layer of information, another layer of thoughts to the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. June James? Seeing none, thank you. Any other remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I am happy to support Joy's appointment to the Planning Commission. She has extensive expertise in government relations, legislative initiatives, and compliance efforts at the state and federal level. Aside from her professional expertise, she is involved in numerous organizations, such as the Seroptimus International of Honolulu as her role as a board member, Hawaii State Board of Naturopathic Medicine, Organization of Women Leaders, showcasing a commitment to community engagement. In 2023, she was awarded Hawaii State Mother of the Year, and in 2021, she was awarded Woman Leader of the Year by the Organization of Women Leaders. I think both of these awards exemplify her contributions to society and her blended experience that's going to bring community voices to the Planning Commission. I'm confident that her extensive experience and passion will help us to move forward initiatives that are very important for the planning and the building of local homes and keeping families here for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Just looking forward to having Joy coming on board. The role of the Planning Commission is critically important for the city and county of Honolulu. And although the land use ordinance bill that we are considering has already been considered by the Planning Commission, I'm hoping that they still kokua the council in moving the bill 10 forward. And I'm hoping that people have been following this bill. It's a major overhaul of the land use ordinance. The last time it was revised was 30 years ago. And I just believe that we need to get it to the finish line. And I'm hoping that in the beginning of next year, we can work in tandem to get that done. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 284 and Resolution 23-192, CD1 has been adopted. Congratulations, Ms. Kimura. Council members, with your indulgence, and if there are no objections, at this time I'd like to consider Resolution 23-191 from page 25. Rather than having Ms. Hubbard wait all the way till page 25, if we can take this out of order. Page 25, under New Business, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Hold on, page 25. I move that Resolution 23-191 be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution confirms the appointment of Ms. Leslie Hubbard to serve on the Citizens Advisory Commission on Emergency Management of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. Is Ms. Hubbard here? There she is. Aloha. Welcome. Thank you so much. Rather than waiting till page 25, we thought we'd call you up earlier. Sure.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Lonnie Hubbard. Thank you, Council, for this amazing opportunity to serve on the Department of Emergency Management. I hope to bring my experience, 23 years in healthcare, along with being the only female on the commission, to make it more well-rounded. And I just really appreciate this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Hubbard? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered in-person testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, is there anybody else from the audience who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none, thank you. Do we have any remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
We have none. Members, we are in discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-191 has been adopted. Congratulations, Ms. Hubbard, and thank you for serving. Okay, members, coming back to page 5. Page 5. Resolution 23-218, confirming the appointment of Joseph Bach to serve on the Liquor Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Mr. Bach here? Hello, Mr. Bach. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Welcome.
Aloha, Chair.
Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Aloha, Council. It is a pleasure to be here today and an honor to have the opportunity to serve on the Honolulu Liquor Commission. I hope that my over 20 years of legal, business, entrepreneurial, and philanthropic activity, both on the grassroots and management level, serve useful for the Council and the Commission, and I'm happy to serve.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you. Is that a seed lay that you're wearing? I haven't seen one of those in years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Are there any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we also have none.
Is there anybody from the audience who'd like to testify who has not registered? Seeing none. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair, my comments would be for Mr. Bach as well as Mr. Sakamoto. Both of their willingness to serve on the Liquor Commission comes at a time when the agency is under heightened scrutiny. As you're aware, a review and report of the commission by Wei Chen of the Managing Director's Office brought to light several inefficiencies. There is much work to do to restore public trust in the commission, and I am thankful for their willingness to serve and look forward to hearing more from you at the Planning and Economy Committee coming up in the near future.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Resolution 23-218 has been referred to the Committee on Planning and the Economy. Moving to the bottom of page 5, Resolution 23-219, confirming the appointment of Kevin Sakamoto to serve on the Liquor Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Mr. Sakamoto, aloha, welcome.
Good morning, and aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. Kevin Sakamoto, lifelong resident of the state of Hawaii and the City and County of Honolulu. Bring 30 years of financial services experience and service to our community, and am hopeful that my experience can help the Commission.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Sakamoto? Not at this time. Thank you so much for being here today, Mr. Sakamoto. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered in-person testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the audience who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay. Members, we're in discussion. Noting no discussion, Resolution 23-219 has been referred to the Committee on Planning and the Economy. Moving to the top of page 6, Resolution 23-220, confirming the reappointment of Mr. Vince Otsuka to serve on the Board of Review 3 for the Real Property Tax Appeals of the City and County of Honolulu. Aloha, Mr. Otsuka, welcome.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the council as well as the mayor for allowing me the opportunity to continue to serve on this commission. I have a year now under my belt, so I think this reappointment will really help me make an even bigger difference now that I'm starting to understand how it works. So I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Otsuka? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers in person?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the audience who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we also have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Resolution 23-220 has been referred to the Committee on Budget. Resolution 23-221, confirming the reappointment of Ms. Kai Nani Kraut to serve on the Planning Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Ms. Kraut present? Aloha. Thank you for being here.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Council. I've been on the committee or on the commission now for a year. It's been very enlightening, exciting, and love working with the commission. I'm super excited about joining us as well, and we have some big issues to tackle, as Vice Chair had mentioned, with the land use ordinance coming, as well as with the Gulch and several issues. So it's been very exciting. It's been great to be a part of the process, and look forward to reappointment.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered in-person testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered in-person testifiers.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on behalf of this measure? Mr. Miyatoga, aloha again. Please proceed.
Hi, Hana Tonga for the record. I'm here in support of Resolution 221. I've had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Kraut on the commission, and I must say her questions, her lines of thinking are very insightful. It has been a pleasure to work with her and to see how she deliberates on things, and she's definitely a valuable asset to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else who'd like to testify on this measure in person? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I had the opportunity to meet Kainani last year in July 2022, and I was impressed by her background, project management, and her previous experience in private and public sectors. She was the Deputy Director of DTS, also served with Federal Highways Administration and with HART. I believe these positions help her to be able to navigate government protocols around red tape with her own company, QRSE. On Oahu, they've performed construction management on multiple DOT highway projects, like the Kapolei Interchange, bridge repairs. I think where she excels is her ability to get things done from A to Z. I appreciate the chair's comments about her line of thinking and her questioning, because that's what's heavily needed. We're leaning on the Planning Commission to vet things out thoroughly so that by the time it hits the council, they've had adequate discussion, resolved numerous concerns so that we can get through the process in a quicker but very thorough manner. I'm happy to support her reappointment and hope that she can continue to use her background to help us get things moving along in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Resolution 23-221 has been referred to the Committee on Planning and the Economy. Members, moving to the top of page 7. Resolution 23-223, confirming the appointment of Janine Suki to serve on the Police Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Aloha, Ms. Suki. Thank you for being here. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha, Council Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, Committee Chair Okimoto, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you about my interest in serving on the Honolulu Police Commission. I come to the service with over 25 years of public policy, advocacy, and community outreach experience. I am a native of Guam, which means I'm a Chamorro, and I hope to bring my background and my experience to service for the Police Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here today. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Is there anybody from the audience who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none, do we have any remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we likewise have none.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to express gratitude to the Blangiardi administration for Janine's nomination, which I'm very excited about. I have known Janine for over 20 years, not only as my chief of staff here at the Honolulu City Council, but in Washington, D.C. She and I worked together in the office of Guam Congressman Robert Underwood, who at that time was chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. So apart from the fact that she is a native daughter of Guam and lifelong resident of Hawaii, she has great knowledge with regard to marginalized communities. And our Robert Underwood served as the chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. Janine was the primary staffer for that. We worked on many higher education initiatives that increase the number of Southeast Asian and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders across the country in higher education initiatives. And so I think that given the complexity of indigenous issues versus those within our community who are recent immigrants, that nuanced in understanding the background of many of these individuals who make up the state of Hawaii, I believe is going to be an asset at the Honolulu Police Commission in dealing with some of the challenges that the Honolulu Police Department is dealing with. So just very proud of her accomplishments, and I'm excited to have her being considered for the commission.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, Resolution 23-223 has been referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Members, moving to the top of page 8. From the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 272 and Bill 50 of 2023, CD1, Committee Draft 1, as amended, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Relating to the Transit-Oriented Development Special District.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers.
Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify on Bill 50, CD1? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one remote testifier standing by.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the City Council. Angela Melody Young, testifying in support of Bill 50. And so from the Halava plan, and I'm just going to read the plan almost verbatim without manipulating anything. So the plan presents a community vision for the neighborhoods near Aloha Stadium Station. It provides a unique, one-of-a-kind opportunity in Honolulu to create a synergy between the station, Hawaii's largest sport venue, and a main destination, Pearl Harbor and Arizona Memorial. And the plan will be a keystone to assisting the National Park Service in accommodating the growing number of visitors to the memorial complex. So that is a goal set in the Halava plan as published from the city website. And I think it is critically important we look at the preservation of the historic site and the Aloha Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As Bill 50 and 51 are both in my Halava area of my district, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission, but also the communities that have come out to provide input. And I know that there's continued input, and so with that, I would like to have maybe a question to our DPP representative relating to the zoning and in relation to the plans as well.
Absolutely. Do we have anyone from DPP here? Welcome. Please state your name and please proceed.
Hello, Tim Streitz, Acting TOD Administrator with DPP.
Hi, Mr. Streitz. Thank you very much. I know that you have been present at the different Halava and community meetings and heard the concerns from close nearby residents. And I know that the zoning, what we're doing here with the zoning prescribes what is in the TOD plan. But with that, what is the process that the city uses to identify the sites that are determined to be included in the plans?
Well, that originates from the planning process itself. So we do significant outreach as part of the plan development, including stakeholder meetings, advisory committee meetings, community workshops, outreach through mailed surveys that are statistically significant, and then just generally accepting feedback throughout that development. And then we rely on our consultants who are developing the plan to then compile all that information. We vet that, is overseeing the contract, and then continually bring that back to the community to ensure that we have the appropriate recommendations that the plan makes based on all that feedback and technical analyses.
Okay, thank you. And with cultural sites and whether or not they are impacted directly in the actual TOD zones, how are we able to get consistency through the different plans that do include them to then be included into such a plan like this Halava TOD plan?
Right, so that would come up during the planning process. There are a set number of topics that each plan must consider, and that's based on the land use ordinance that defined in the TOD special district section. But otherwise, we just rely on what the consultants put together from the community feedback and their overview or analysis of the neighborhood. I think there were some cultural elements that came up recently in regards to the Halava TOD plan that we looked into and found that they were included in a different TOD plan area, the Aiea Pearl City TOD neighborhood, since they were closer to that plan's focus area.
Thank you. With that, members, I would like to share with our chair and members, I would like to share that, we have received testimony and there has been discussions both at the Planning Commission as well as the community meetings relating to local Iao Paiao being included in the Halava TOD plan. As Mr. Streitz mentioned, local Iao Paiao has been included in the Aya TOD, excuse me, I shouldn't leave that out. Aya Pro City TOD plan, as it is in proximity closer to the Aya Kala'au areas. And we have received communications both at the Planning Commission and where they deliberated to include local Iao Paiao into Halava. Just heard from those who work at the Lo'i there to include it into Halava TOD. Would like to have further discussions with them as they are already recognized in the Aya Pro City TOD plan, and how we can further just discuss that, because right now we are discussing not the plan itself, but the zoning that is prescribed from the TOD plan itself. So we are not here to make amendments to the TOD plan, as you all know and have we've discussed in the past 2 hearings. So moving forward, I do support these prescription bills for the TOD planning, zoning, I should say, and would look forward to working with Mr. Streitz and my community further on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for DPP? Seeing none, thank you so much. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 272 has been adopted and Bill 50, CD1 has passed second reading. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 273 and Bill 51 of 2023, Committee Draft 1 as amended, pass second reading also.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is in regards to relating to the rezoning of land situated at Halava, Oahu, Hawaii.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers.
Okay, is there anybody who'd like to testify in the audience? Aloha, sir, please come forward, state your name, and please proceed.
Hello, my name is Trey Gordner. I direct a local community data analysis project called the Hawaii Zoning Atlas. It's an online interactive map, an original data set of zoning and land use regulations that shows where housing can and can't be built in the state. And our goal is to help all of you, as an original source of research and analysis, make the best decisions you can about land use in the county. So I wanted to note in the Halava TOD plan right now, your goal should be looking for the highest and best use, and also to generate a positive ROI on the substantial investment that's been made along the rail line. We have a unique opportunity to do that in the Halava area because so little of the area is developed and it's held in such few large parcels. And so what we really need to focus on in this is preemptively allowing as much as we can in this unique space. And so I want to note a couple of aspects of the map that I find a little concerning with respect to this. The first is that many of the base height limits are 25 feet, which is in some cases a downzoning from the previous zoning, which I find quite alarming and don't see a basis for. I want to note that transit supportive development, what other regional authorities recommend, what best practices recommend, are between 40 and 75 units or jobs per acre. This plan covers 227 acres and promises 4,300 residential units, which is a density below the minimum transit supportive that have been found in other places. Only 19. That's less than half as much as we would need in order to generate the property taxes to sustain this investment according to other places. So I want to highlight that. I also want to encourage this body to take a second look at the base heights. They range from 25 to 150 in this small area. What we should be looking to do as much as possible is permit what we would like to see in this area by right. I thank you all.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. And I encourage you to come to the hearing in front of the zoning committee as well. Anybody else from the audience wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one remote testifier standing by.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee, Angela Melody Young, on behalf of CARES, in support. If we look at the Halava Area Transit-Oriented Development Plan from the city website, it says that one of the goals is to maintain the historic preservation as per the parameters of the National Park Service. And so if we look at why they want to preserve the Pearl Harbor Memorial is because of the federal standard, right? So if we have to look at the National Park Service.gov, a branch of the federal government, so why historic preservation is important and why this affects the TOD plan, right? So because it kind of sets the foundation of historic preservation. And from the National Park Service.gov, it says, NPS manages 419 units of the National Park System, and together these units represent nation's cultures and stories from pre-contact Native American sites to 19th century homesteads, from Civil War battlefields to sites where Americans fought for civil rights and women's rights, from architectural masterpieces to sites of artistic achievement, and from early industrial cities to designed landscapes. So this is why it's important when the federal guidelines set that parameter, that the county level also reflects the historic preservation quality in the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any further remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 273 has been adopted, and Bill 51, CD1, has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 9 from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Follow Chair. I move that Committee Report 281 be adopted and Bill 47 pass second reading.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Relating to recycling and the collection of manufactured compostable materials.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers.
Okay. Actually, I do see that we have Natalie Iwasa and Chun James. Are they available?
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, Ms. James is standing by remotely.
Okay, before we go to remote, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify on Bill 47 related to recycling? Seeing none? Okay, let's go to Chun James.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Sorry,
can.
I'm having a little problem here.
We can hear you perfectly. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, is Bill 47 relating to recycling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I got a little confusion here on my page here. Yes, certainly we need that recycling, and in my written testimony, I also alluded to all the amount of mass recycling that, well, not recycling, items that need to be thrown into the landfill relating to the wind turbines. So I'm happy that this is being brought up again about making recycling a little bit easier for the residents. But I've also noticed that when I go to the convenience refuse center, I actually see a lot of appliances. And that looks actually very nice. I'm sure something is wrong. That's why it's been brought there. But I'm just thinking that maybe there could be some encouragement towards repair. I do know that the public cannot go there and take parts from it to repair and so forth. But we all know that we as a society, we all have a mindset of throwing things away, and we just absolutely pretty much do not want to repair anything, maybe because of our ability, of our mindset. And so certainly it would be helpful too if we can encourage some sort of a coordination and encouragement for the city to further cut down and help with recycling by somehow exploring options for that. And also one more thing, there are certain items that will not be accepted by the city, and I think that that's an area that we need to work on, because I am guessing that if items that are not accepted by the city, I don't think they're being disposed of rightfully or carefully in that matter. So again, thank you so much for this bill. It's an excellent one, and we need to continue to focus on recycling and make it easier for our people to just not dump. You know, we see dumping all the time in our side of the island. So thank you again for that, and I certainly support that and hope that we can explore further. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any further remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one unregistered remote testifier standing by.
Please proceed.
Aloha City Council, Angela Melody Young, on behalf of CARES, in strong support of the recycling bill. So reduce and recycle. What can we do to address trash and pollution which causes environmental damage? This policy provides a revision of the definitions: 1, steel can; 2, compostable manufactured material; and 3, green trash and waste. So the bill will set a new responsibility for the director to manage these things. And steel can is not the same as aluminum, which can be recycled in the high 5-cent centers. Green waste, leaves, stems, branches, gets converted into a garden brand, Menehune Magic. And the biggest polluter in the world is plastic. Hence a focus on compostable manufactured material in this bill, right? It's just a fancy way of saying the brown lunch boxes. They're gonna create regulations about brown lunch boxes because they did a plastic ban. So the new material, brown lunch boxes, is environmentally friendly, and it is biodegradable and good for the earth. And if we go into why this got converted to the brown lunch boxes from plastic, is because the plastic causes significant harm and injures marine life, and it entangles various species in traps and blocks and tears digestive systems of animals. And so therefore, now we have this policy about compostable, biodegradable material, which is good because it's a nice follow-up to the plastic bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 281 has been adopted and Bill 47 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 10, third reading measures. From the Committee on Transportation, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 269 be adopted and Bill 20, CD2, as amended, pass third reading.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this relates to parking.
Thank you. Members, we do have two proposed FDs. Councilmember Kia Aina and Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, please explain your amendments, starting with Councilmember Kia Aina.
Members, my proposed FD is meant to clarify and clean up the previous draft. In short, it would move the sunset of the director's authority to establish, expand, reduce, modify, or dissolve RPZs to the effective date section. It would clarify that except for Kalihi, the administration cannot expand, reduce, modify, or dissolve a council-established RPZ unless the council approves it by resolution. It makes clear that the criteria and limitations also apply to council-approved RPZs. It clarifies that the factor to consider impacts of an RPZ on hiking and hunting are for legal hiking and legal hunting. And the only provision that is substantively different, or not, just for clarification, is that it would require the director to report to the council not later than 1 year prior to the sunset date, rather than requiring the council to do an assessment.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, could you kindly explain your FD1?
Thank you, Chair. My proposed FD1 makes a number of amendments, most of which are technical in nature. I believe they were posted. Do I need to go through all of?
I'll leave that up to you at your discretion.
All of them. They're the ones that were listed on the post FD1 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend?
Chair, I move that Bill 20 CD2 be amended to my posted proposed FD1, which is OCS 2023-0905.
It's been moved and seconded. Before we take a vote on the amendment, let's take testimony on all versions of the bill. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered in-person testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one registered in-person testifier.
Please proceed.
Mr. Gordner.
Pardon?
Was there Trey Gordner signed up, I believe?
Trey Gordner? Is Trey Gordner here?
person.
He's outside? Okay, we can come back to Mr. Gordner. I also note, is there anybody in person who'd like to testify? Hello, Mr. Manaku. Welcome. Please proceed.
James K. Monaco, senior concerned parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. As I testified earlier about the constitutional, my constitutional rights, I'd like to add on to that. As you know, I'm allowed to go hunting and fishing. I'd like to add on to that. I also have, as you know, I have the right to the ocean and the mountain, but I also would like to add on to that. We also have freshwater opihi. You folks know that? So I'd like to add on to that, the mountain and the ocean. I'd like to add on to the streams. We have hi'iwai. You folks know what hi'iwai is? It's called the freshwater opihi. We also have opai and prawns. So, as I have stated, in our state constitution, and I had hoped you folks had looked into that, but apparently you folks hadn't. So please look into our state constitution for my constitutional rights. It says I have the right to the mountain, the ocean, and the rivers. So please put that into your folks' laws that you folks are making. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manaku. Is Mr. Gardner here now? There he is. Aloha. Please proceed.
Aloha. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was in a riveting conversation about TOD with Tim outside. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on Bill 20 today. I'm wearing a different hat right now in my role as an EVA neighborhood board member. I previously submitted comments asking the council to reconsider the fee schedule and to attach the permits to individuals and not households, so that if a zone was created, it would not penalize households with several members in them, as many of our several adult members who need cars in order to get to work from our car-centric suburbs like Eva. But today I rise to oppose this bill for two key considerations. The first is it's a worthwhile policy goal to require car owners to pay the costs of maintenance of the roads and whatnot in order to support those. However, this bill does not do that. The fee schedule does not even cover the $278 per permit that we heard was necessary for administrative costs, let alone the real costs of road maintenance, the opportunity costs of the land, and so forth. And second, in practice, RPZs will be adopted by neighborhoods near trailheads, near beaches, as a mechanism for keeping the public out. I oppose all attempts to privatize public goods, which will prevent people in EVA from accessing these places, and also your constituents potentially from accessing the natural beauty of this island. So for these two reasons, I encourage you to oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in person who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, I do note that we have Micah Munekata, Natalie Wasa, and Chun James who had registered to testify. I'm assuming they are remote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, members of the council. My name is Micah Munikata, testifying on behalf of the Uluponi Initiative in support of Bill 20, CD2, and the proposed FD1 by Transportation Committee Chair Dos Santos Tam. First, want to thank Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for his leadership on this important measure, and also to thank the rest of the council for critical thinking and deliberations on the bill to get to this point, including that of Chair Waters and Vice Chair Kia Aina. You have a written testimony which highlights some of our metrics and data around parking management and its importance to Oahu, so I won't go into detail there. We continue to think that parking reform is a very powerful tool in influencing people's travel decisions. Furthermore, parking management is highlighted in several of our plans that help implement our community visions. These include things like our Oahu Regional Transportation Plan, Primary Urban Center Development Plan, several of our sustainable community plans, and the Climate Action Plan. This bill is just one component of a larger parking reform and right sizing that we need for Oahu. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Munekata. Next, Natalie Wasa.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Wasa for the record. As you know, I oppose Bill 20 and restricted parking zones. There really is no public benefit. You know, when we make legislation and we have exceptions to it, there should be some public good. For example, our real property tax credit, for example. This bill, however, does nothing for the public in general. In fact, it doesn't reduce the number of cars on the road. It might even motivate people to have more, and it doesn't reduce the crime. It moves it, but it doesn't reduce it overall. And so I just have to ask, what are we doing here? You know, this is costing taxpayers money. And I went down to Evalay this last weekend, and I was shocked to see it is impossible to even walk on the sidewalks because people are living on our sidewalks. It's so expensive to live here, and these types of programs simply add to that cost without providing public benefit. So I ask you to vote no. I do not support any of the floor drafts at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Chun James.
Aloha, can you hear me, Chair Waters?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Hey, I don't know about you. I get very leery when there are just too many legislative regimen imposed on citizens. I do understand. I do understand that this RPZ comes from the overcrowding situation in Kalihi. And certainly we sympathize with that particular neighborhood area because residents should have some relief from the city to support the quality of life and enjoyment in their own neighborhood. However, we need to add that no neighborhood is the same. I know that there are organizations like Ulupono Initiative who has a very clear social engineering agenda. But, you know, every neighborhood is so different. I feel very uncomfortable imposing a certain type of agenda on the whole entire Oahu, and for that matter, whole of Hawaii, because we're all very different. Some of us need cars really badly, and there may be some in right urban Oahu, who do not need that. But basically, I'm also saying that the cost, it may be supposedly affordable now, but it's going to increase, and it's going to be a burden to our residents. It's an extra fee, and so let's be careful that there are no unintended consequences. And I appreciate Council Member Kiana Aina to put parameters on such bills like this so that it does not become a one-size-fits-all, and it just affects everybody, even though our living circumstances and our neighborhoods are so different. So let's keep that in mind. Let's be so conscious of unintended consequences, and that every neighborhood is so different. I think that City Council Member Wire will realize that in his neighborhood, I mean, he's on Waikele, which is very different from Haleiwa and Lae and Kahaluu. So we have to take all those into consideration, because that's very, very important, and not impose one-size-fits-all legislation on everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Any further testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have one other testifier standing by.
Aloha, City Council, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. So counties have different rationales to why they legislate such a system. From the LA Municipal Ordinance in Los Angeles, it's called a PPD, a preferential parking district. And their rationale written into their municipal code is it reduces pollution, commuting, encourages carpools and public transit, while reducing noise and blockage of driveways, and to equitably allocate residential and commercial and commuter parking. So here in Hawaii, the reasoning is because they said that it will address crime in our neighborhoods. And crime and public safety is big concerns for our community. By asking people to support this permit system, it is a small sacrifice to justify a system to kind of address undesirable activity. And across the nation, there are permit systems in San Francisco, Washington, D.C., Portland, Chicago, and Aspen. So the system is a good sacrifice to justify getting rid of crime.
Thank you very much.
And in Kalihi, it's a really big concern. So
Thank
we
you.
are
Can
in
you wrap
support
up
of the
their
system. Thank
testimony,
you.
please? Finished? Okay. Any further testifiers?
Mr. Chair, there are none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Chair, thank you for getting us to this point. I do want to note that my version does take Councilmember Kiaina's amendments and makes just one clarifying change. So the proposal that she made is covered under my FD1. You know, this bill and this proposal has been a long time coming. I want to thank the folks who spent hours making it better, and I want to outline a little bit of history behind Bill 20. So in 2017, Honolulu set up its first RPZ program. It was a temporary pilot program where vehicles without RPZ permits were restricted to only an hour of parking overnight. It was a resounding success in these areas, and throughout this process we heard from residents who live in this area about how it's benefited their communities. It's not perfect for every neighborhood, but for these communities where they have these issues, where there's an outside attractant, where there is all of the issues that were discussed at length throughout this process, it's very, very good for them. I want to make another note. Bill 70 in 2019 made RPZs a law. We already have a process right now under which RPZs can be created. Under this process, all it takes is a majority of residents in an area to sign a petition. DTS goes through a process, the council proposes a bill, the council hears a bill, passes a bill, and the mayor signs it, and an RPZ is created. This current existing program and process that's on the books has none of the protections that Mr. Manaku has brought up. It's 100% subsidized by taxpayers, to Natalie Owasa's comments and concerns. Right now, it is 100% subsidy. And now, here we are several years later, and under this process, not a single new RPZ was created because the process that we set up was too cumbersome. And so that's why, as part of this process, we created Bill 20 with my committee vice chair, Councilmember Cordero, and this bill was drafted by the department to help us get a start. And over the past 6 months, and it's taken us 6 months to get here, we were able to take a scalpel to this bill multiple times. We've had 9 hearings so far. This is number 10. There have been 14 different committee drafts. We had 5 different courses of amendments. We looked at all the details. We've examined this thoroughly. And we've dove deep into research. As Angela mentioned, cities all across the country are doing this. This is not something that has dropped out of the blue sky. This is not something that we've created just out of the blue. This is something that many cities are doing to manage the very real issue of lots of cars in a neighborhood and it being brought in by an outside attractant. We didn't lose sight of this goal, and we went through this process to get to this point where now we have the Kalihi Valley RPZ program on the verge of becoming permanent, as well as a path forward to create additional RPZs under very specific circumstances. And I think that that is actually a good thing for the public compared to the existing process that's on the books right now. So I want to thank DTS, their team, who has been extremely valuable in this. Director Morton, Deputy Director Nochi, Chris Clark, Tony Valdez, it has been a pleasure working with them. I want to thank Councilmember Cordero, who has had a long history with this issue, and her partnership has been really wonderful. Councilmember Kia Aina, our vice chair of the council, has been just on top of it every step of the way with her staff, putting in valuable amendments. And then Chair Waters, thank you for getting us to this point. Your leadership through this has really helped to shape this process, including addressing many of these issues like shoreline access, like making sure that the public through this process has an ability to access public goods, which has been discussed. And all throughout the way, you've been receptive, I think, to my concerns about promoting the issues in my community, in particular in Kalihi Valley. So Bill 20 is, in my estimation, a huge step forward. I'm looking forward to getting this signed and getting it through, and again, offering up the ability for other neighborhoods to have this if they want it and under very specific circumstances. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. In support of the FD1 from Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. So this bill is really about quality of life, because a huge part of what we discuss here at the council is about housing. But you can't have a high quality of life with housing if you have to walk miles to get home or you feel unsafe in your own neighborhoods. Decades ago, when discussions came up in that Salt Lake area where there was high-rises coming up, people were fighting over whether more high-rises should come up or parking should come up, because people wanted parking not only for themselves, but if they had people come over, their own family members. And actually, way back then, which I think was in the 80s, they proposed that it be 10 cents an hour because they wanted the residents to be able to not have to feed the meter through the night, but have a place to store their cars safely, but not permanently, where abandoned cars could collect. So all of the city parking systems actually run in deficit with our budget, even including the meters that we have along the streets and in some municipal parking lots. But the reason why they do this is to provide order and better quality of life, especially around areas where there is no parking available. Having an organized parking system will result in less conflict in the community. Homeowners will have less worry about criminal activity growing out of abandoned vehicles on city streets and feel safer in their own neighborhoods. Abandoned vehicles attract the wrong crowd and illegal activity. I think this is important to note that, as Councilmember Dos Santos Tam said, these are under very specific circumstances and will not be forced into every neighborhood. In fact, it says that it's supposed to roll out slowly, and as we see the need and as DTS goes out and finds that need and sees that this program fits that need. So we definitely are not passing a bill that's going to be implemented everywhere, but I think it is something that's more robust than what we have now. And I think as we heard from many of the Kalihi residents, it's benefited them exponentially. So in support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kiaina, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Chair, I know that this is a complicated bill, and as both council members who have introduced this measure know, we've had a lot of hearings and a lot of robust discussion. I do defer to them because they know their communities. I know the discussion has come about on how to expand it to other areas, and I believe we have taken that into account. So it may be imperfect, but I still believe that their pilot project has been a success, and so let them move forward with their with this project in their communities, and we all look forward to work with the Department of Transportation Services on other new measures, and I believe we have also included accountability provisions in here to make sure that we do it right. So fully support this measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just would note I'd be supporting Transportation Chair's FD1, and then if it does come to a vote, would vote with reservations on the final bill. I do think my concerns have been addressed through the amendments, and so appreciate all the work of the Transportation Committee. I think, given that I do want to grant some deference to my colleagues that are trying to address specific issues in their individual communities. Ultimately, we do want to ensure that we have access to our public resources, that we're not targeting, multi-generational or cross-generational families, particularly those with limited multimodal transportation options. I think we, of course, want to encourage our families to use public transportation, but I just want to make sure that those communities that have the least access aren't the ones that are being most burdened. And so we do want to make sure that, when we're looking at outside nuisances, that it's based on more than socioeconomics and, not based on undesirables coming into our communities. And I think that's the direction we are going. I'm not saying that is where we're at, but I know comments have come up in the community. So just want to applaud, I guess, Transportation Committee, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, Councilmember Cordero, for making this a bill I'm more comfortable passing. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I know that we talked a lot about the bill, but I do want to talk a little bit about the beginning and how it brought different communities together. In the beginning, there were different ideas of how to combat a lot of things that posed issues in the community, and including parking. And what this issue brought about, not only RPZs as a program, but also the forming of neighborhood security watch groups and citizens patrol groups in the area, but making it more active and allowing for our neighbors to even get to know each other better in that way. So I know that it may not be an immediate requirement in the bill itself, but moving forward, I know that, I guess looking back, and moving forward from that time, setting up those neighborhood security watch groups as a whole to I guess patrol what parking is like, the community taking back their community for themselves too. So I think that was a really impactful thing that occurred through those past discussions, and I just wanted to highlight that as another positive from all these efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting no objections or reservations to the motion to amend, Bill 20, CD2 has been amended to the posted FD1 by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Is there a further motion to amend? Councilmember Kiaina, do you have a further motion to amend, or are you happy?
No, I defer to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Okay.
And his amendment.
Thank you. Members, we are now on the FD1. You can reiterate your previous comments or stand on those comments, but we're on the actual FD1, the merits of the FD1. Any discussion? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the sponsors of this particular measure, even though I'll be voting no. I'll be voting no, and the public can understand the reason why. I do not believe in privatization of our roads for communities that benefit those abutting property owners. That road or that curbing belongs to everyone. Just to buy a license to say you have to have this permit to park your car here, you're privatizing something that is for the general public at large. And I can sympathize with the two colleagues that have these problems, but in the end, the problem was caused by a public housing structure that was there before these homes maybe came up. And now that you have more and more tenants in a public housing building, you have more and more automobiles. My point is that this is not the answer to our problem about automobiles or a quality of life, because all we're doing is discriminating against one group versus another group. You know, if they can't find parking, they're going to park it on the street, and if they can't find get a license or a permit, where are they going to park? It's the same community that we're addressing. One that lives in a public housing tenement and one that lives in a home. And that's the concern, Mr. Chair. I don't believe we could even disperse it for the county of Oahu. And I don't have the answer, but when we create these type of legislation, you only divide the community as a whole. You call a spade a spade. I've just had many calls about now commercial businesses parking their trucks, their equipment on the road. And we got to call HPD to go and enforce it. Maybe the legislature could address it. That all commercial vehicles should not be on our public roads, even in the evening, where you have others who are competing for that particular area, not area, but stretch of the public road that we have. I just hope that this particular measure, which will probably pass, does not have any unintended consequences in the out years. The values that we're talking about, to me, we're dividing the community with this type of legislation. And that's the concern I have. And that is the reason why I'll be voting no, and the question would be next, it passes, who implements it? Department of Transportation Services. Who is going to go out next to enforce it? HPD. Who is going to get the money from that particular violation or fine? The state of Hawaii. Who did all the work, Mr. Chair? DTS in implementing the program, and now we're going to enforcement, HPD. I just worry about what we're doing. How much more would you like to add more responsibilities on a police force that is overextended itself by the requirements of the state and the county as far as enforcing our laws? I can respect, like I said earlier, my two colleagues who want to try it, but I hope it doesn't become a subsidy that our general fund real property tax would pay for it. I would hope the fines are going to go to the city, and I hope that the permits that we allow them to pay a certain fee will go to the city and pay for this program that we are talking about. Money does not grow on trees. And I've shared this with the director of Department of Transportation Services. You have the vehicle weight tax, you have your gasoline tax, vehicle registration tax, all of that goes, the fees all go to the county, yes. But at some point in time, that particular fund is just being decimated. Decimated as far as we are not able to provide all the resources for all of these services that we are trying to provide in the area of automobiles. Roads, streets, maintenance, road resurfacing. You're just adding on another responsibility, which I feel, hey, let's go slow until we take care of all of the problems that we have today. DFM, Department of Facilities Maintenance, general public is the one in charge of our signs, our striping. Not DTS, but everybody says it's Department of Transportation Services because they have jurisdiction on the roads. This is something I am very much concerned. I've kept my mouth quiet and shut all this past years. But if it's going to pass, understand what I'm saying to you folks this morning. Can we afford it? Is it a core service? Etc. So in closing, I appreciate the sponsorship of these measures in the past. If it was 2017, you have a law on the book. What's holding it up? What is holding it up if you can't implement it with what you have on the books? Yes, you can have the safeguards now, but safeguards is going to cost we, as the general public of Oahu, the taxpayers, more resources to enforce. So in closing, I can respect the concerns of both council members who are the sponsors, and I hope it does work out. If it does not work out, come back to the council, ask for more resources, and then you compete with all other resources. So in closing, I apologize if I'm so vocal about this because I don't believe that we should be changing people's behavior. I don't believe we should be privatizing public lands for homeowners abutting that property that they have. That is the concern that I see in the out years as far as how this particular ordinance may affect people's behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you. Chair, may I ask a quick question of Director Morton
Absolutely.
since he's present? Director, since this is final reading, and I know you've been here for the discussions, I just wanted to know if you could comment on the sunset date, because I believe you have authority for 5 years. Is that your understanding of the bill?
I think that's the understanding. We are in support of the bill, and we're also have no objections and are in support of the FD1, the FD of the bill too. It's been a long time, but the department stands in support.
And so I'll just briefly ask, I know we have a long agenda, so I think several council members have brought up equity issues, and so I just wondered if you could kind of briefly flesh out like the underlying policy goal and what this achieves by implementing RPZs.
Well, I've stated before, and I've had a little pushback, but we offer our cautious support. I think that there's only a limited number of places where an RPZ would be a benefit. I think that there should be an outside influence before we would have an RPZ, that it should not be simply a competition among residents to get available space on the street. I certainly understand the issue of the streets are public streets for the public. So I think that the number of RPZs that we would have would by nature, would be limited. I think that they will require a professional analysis, and I think that the department would find some that we would not be in support of. But we do support the extra tool that we have in parking management that will be provided by this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kiaina.
Director Morton, Councilmember Say brings up a good issue with enforcement. I still agree with the underlying policy, but enforcement continues to be an issue, not just for the implementation of this measure, but in general on Oahu. And I've had discussions on whether or not we should transfer the authority of parking enforcement from HPD to the Department of Transportation Services. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a pretty large policy issue. There are benefits, I think, of both, and other cities have gone back and forth between having the police department have traffic enforcement and the ability of the transportation department to use traffic enforcement as a policy tool to do it. They are, they're HGEA members. They've got a vested stake, and I hesitate to get too far without consultations of all the affected unions that would be involved. I think that providing parking enforcement for a transportation department makes sense in that you can use traffic enforcement for other traffic purposes as well. So there are pros and cons, but I hesitate to give a full throttled endorsement of it because it is. I think it would be a very large issue, and a lot of people would have stakeholders that would have issues in looking at that. I think if, honestly, I think that it would be something that would probably be a charter change if that was to be done. And I just hesitate to go any further than that, to say that there are benefits of the transportation department having those powers, and there are also, there are also issues with the enforcement. The idea of the parking enforcement is to take the pressure off the uniform officers, who they can go out and really enforce, criminal laws and other laws that are. I think it was felt that, providing, requiring police to go and enforce meters and things like that is I mean, sometimes they do that, but to the extent we can find a way that we can keep the uniform officers, concentrating on other laws. That's why I think it was set up initially. And it was set up initially under the Department of Transportation Services. It was transferred to the police department, I believe, in the Jeremy Harris days, back when the city was reorganized. But for now, it is bifurcated between the Department of Transportation that sets the policies, has some roles in things like parking meters, and HPD that has the responsibility not only for enforcement, but also for maintenance of all of our parking meters as well.
Thank you for your thoughts. This is an important issue to me, not only for this measure, but I also think it's unfair. I get calls from people who are upset regarding parking violations, and then they said, well, HPD has an emergency. And I said, and they have an emergency, and they have their job to do. So I'd like to strike the right balance to make sure that, number one, we have the proper oversight and implementation agency for traffic violations, but we also, as you stated, allow for HPD to be able to do their primary mission, which is to safeguard public safety. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the Director of Transportation? Seeing none. Thank you, Director. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I've had been able to participate in this discussion in the bill from the beginning since the Transportation Committee, and I've expressed concerns along the way of not just the enforcement, but the implementation of the program, and most especially the cost burden that this will place on the taxpayers. And I do appreciate the many drafts that have been presented to us, and I've actually gone back and forth. I've had reservations all along the way, but after hearing Councilmember Say's comments today, I apologize, or I don't apologize, but unfortunately I will be voting in opposition as well, mainly because of my expressed concerns in the past that we are highly subsidizing this, but also I appreciate Councilmember Say's comments on how this will impact our police department. And I know that the introducers of this measure have worked really hard, but at this moment, I can't support it wholeheartedly. So I will be voting in opposition at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. This is third reading measure. It calls for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
No.
Councilmember Say?
No.
Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola? Councilmember Wire?
Reservations.
Chair Waters?
Reservations.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you. CR 269 has been adopted, and Bill 20, CD2, FD1 with OCS number 2023-0905 as presented by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam has passed third reading. Now moving to the top of page 11 from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 280 be adopted and Bill 46, CD2 as amended, pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Relating to flavored tobacco products.
Thank you. Members, we have several proposed FDs, floor drafts. Will the council members please explain your amendments, starting with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Thank you, Chair. My proposed FD1 amends the definition of premium cigar by changing the wholesale price to $12 from $6, and in Section 2 adds the following, adds after reasonable notice and an opportunity for hearing, it changes that to a sentence saying, any retailer found to have violated this article shall be subject to the following, and it makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I'd reference OCS 2023-0912 dated 10/4/2023, 10:05 a.m. Essentially, this makes amendments to the definition of tobacco products to conform to HRS statute section 328J-1, but also includes other nicotine products. Specifically, also removing the reference to non-premium as it applies to cigars in the definition portion, not touching the exemption section in the previously passed version. And then in Section 2 of the bill, adds after reasonable notice and an opportunity for a hearing to the sentence so that any retailer found to have violated this article shall be subject to the following, which would include that reasonable notice and an opportunity for a hearing, and then makes other miscellaneous and non-substantive changes.
Thank you. Before we take the vote on the amendments, shall we take testimony? Okay. I do have a number of registered testifiers. Let's start with registered in-person testifiers, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have, I believe, 3 testifiers signed up.
I could name the names, and if you're in person, please come forward. Tina Yamaki. Jaime Rojas.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe that's the remote testifier list.
This is the remote testifier
Yep.
list. Okay, thank you. Cynthia Au. Hello, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you. Cynthia Au with American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACS-CAN. Chair, Vice Chair, and council members, I apologize for the late testimony submission, and thank you for the opportunity to respectfully oppose Bill 46 CD2. Lung cancer remains the leading cause of cancer deaths in Hawaii, with an estimated 1,400 adults dying from smoking each year. 21,000 keiki who are alive today will die prematurely due to smoking-related diseases. Tobacco use remains the leading preventable cause of death nationwide. ACS-CAN supports comprehensive tobacco control policy, including ending the sale of menthol cigarettes and all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions. We oppose the exemptions in Bill 46 CD2 of hookah, premium cigars, loose leaf tobacco, shisha tobacco products, and cannabis products, and concerned that the definition of tobacco products in Bill 46 CD2 by way of the exempted tobacco products creates a conflicting definition with the Hawaii state law found in 328J-1, Hawaii revised statutes. The county and state definition of tobacco products should align to avoid any confusion which may have unintended consequences and affect current comprehensive tobacco regulations. Please reconsider exempting any tobacco products, which is a tobacco industry tactic to erode current tobacco policies in the state. Thank you for this time to testify. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo for your testimony. So just to clarify, American Cancer is asking us to kill a bill today that would ban flavored tobacco products in cigarettes and vapes, including menthol.
We oppose any exemptions in the bill. So if you...
You submitted opposition to the bill, so I'm just clarifying that's what you put on the record
We
today.
oppose any exemptions in the bill.
Okay. So you realize that 1 in 3 high school students regularly uses electronic cigarettes?
I understand that.
And 1 in 5 middle school students?
Yes. Again, exemptions are tobacco industry tactics to erode the current existing smoke-free and tobacco
No, I
regulations.
appreciate that, but you submitted opposition to the bill that would get rid of those. You didn't specify your position on the exemptions, right? So you're asking this body to essentially kill the bill. In your experience, you do public health?
Yes.
Okay, are you familiar with the 2009 law passed by Congress that got rid of flavors in tobacco products?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In 2009, Congress got rid of flavors in cigarettes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that had a positive impact and we saw a decrease in the use of cigarette use as a
Yes,
result
there
of that law?
has been a decline in cigarette use for the last 20 years.
Okay. So if I had to ask you your professional public health, apolitical opinion, not on this bill, but just on the data we've seen, if a bill got rid of flavored tobacco products, would that result in a decrease in a use of those products by both the youth and the broader community?
So this bill is
Not
a little
that was
similar.
a broader question, so that wasn't a bill question. That was a data-driven public health question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
So if we got rid of flavored products, right, in cigarettes, in cigars, in vapes, would that result in a decreased use of those products by both youth and the broader community?
So California passed a similar law or bill this past year, and as soon as that was passed, it was immediately the tobacco industry took all the exemptions and loopholes and introduced a ton of new products. And so now California as a state is basically facing the unintended consequences of the bill that was passed.
Okay.
So they're trying to address those issues. So we hope that we can work with the city council members to work on policy that would prevent the tobacco industry from eroding laws or finding exemptions and loopholes to basically allow youth and adults to use tobacco products.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question. Well, mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you for being here. Just to follow up, so I hear what you're saying, and I think actually that's been a concern of people who are opposed to the underlying product, but don't think that this bill is the way to get there. So in the event that we do this, which a lot of people had asked me, by banning the flavors, then do we drive things into the black market? Many people can access this without walking into stores, because you can buy things on the internet, you can get it from adults, you can get it other places. Is your stance against this bill because you're trying to find the most effective way to get to the end goal?
Yes.
So right now in the state legislature, it actually says, right, that they're trying to do a statewide policy towards it so that we can have a united stance, in our opposition to things that are addictive, such as this. So is your stance in opposition because we also don't have authority over this, or you would like to, because the one line says supports comprehensive tobacco control. Does that have anything to do with us trying to get to a place where we actually are moving together? What is your thoughts?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. So this bill is basically, it doesn't go into effect until the state repeals preemption currently in state law. So we want to have we prefer the most strictest bill possible or the best model policy possible if and when the state legislature decides to repeal preemption at that time, that the strongest policy goes into effect, which will really then essentially, protect the youth that we're trying to do, and, try to help adults quit.
Yeah,
using
no,
tobacco.
I appreciate that. I just want to iterate, because your organization is absolutely opposed to this, but again, we're trying to find the strongest way to get there. So we have different ways on how, but I think we all actually agree that we don't want the youth to be faced or have access to addictive substances, but there's lots of ways to get there. So thank you for being there.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Just to clarify, so if the exemptions that are in the bill weren't there, you would fully support the bill?
If the exemptions did not exist, then we would support the bill, yes. So we supported the first bill, CD1, that had no exemptions.
Okay.
And this was new, right? And so
Okay, so your objections today are purely because the
based off the exemptions,
Yeah,
and which would conflict with the current state law, HRS.
Okay, so it's because essentially this bill's not strict enough.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
Chair.
your question.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? I just have one follow-up question. You were testifying in opposition to Bill 46 CD2. Are you also in opposition to the posted FD1s by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam and Councilmember Wire?
Thank you for the question. We oppose any floor drafts or any bill drafts that contain the language that would exempt tobacco products.
Okay. I'm reading your testimony, the exemption for hookah and premium cigars, as well as I believe you mentioned that the definition in Bill 46 of tobacco products should align with state, the state definition. Does Councilmember Wire's CD or FD change the definition to align with the state?
I apologize, I didn't have a chance to review his bill draft. I think it was posted like late last night.
Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jill Tamashiro, Department of Health. Good morning, please proceed.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. Jill Tamashiro on behalf of Dr. Kenneth Fink of Department of Health. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. The department's testimony was written in response to the original CD2 posted, and we stand in opposition specifically to the exemptions of certain tobacco products, as well as the changes made to the definition of tobacco products. With regard to the floor draft one, I believe MW2 was the last one that I saw. The DOH appreciates the Council's diligence in strengthening the language, especially with regard to the definition of tobacco products, and we respectfully recommend the deletion of the word non-premium to the word, in front of the word cigar, to most closely align with that strong definition that we have for consistency. So, of course, jurisdictions are encouraged to strengthen policies, but currently that DOH definition sets a standard and like a floor or a minimum strength. So we recommend aligning with that. Also, excuse me. Just a technical amendment. Earlier this legislative session at the state, we consulted very briefly with our hazardous waste branch, and they just recommended for specificity to put this exact citation. But as it's currently written, it's not flawed. It was just a way to make it more specific. But this measure is long awaited. We appreciate the Council's leadership on this issue. There are many youth in Honolulu County that are exposed to e-cigarettes by way of flavors, and we thank you for the Council's action on this, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Actually, I have one question. and probably for all the testifiers in support of the CD1, people are saying you want the strongest measure possible. Would you really want us to ban cigarettes as a whole and cigars and all tobacco?
That would be ideal, yeah. There's a jurisdiction, Beverly Hills, that has done it, I believe.
Okay.
One day, yes.
Thank you, thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next, we have Liza Ryan Gill. Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Hello, welcome.
Aloha, Chair and members of the Council. I just want to thank you for your time. I'm representing Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids here today. And I actually live right out here. And since I'm here on behalf of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and many of our members of the Youth Council can't be here because they are at school, I just wanted to bring them into the room. This morning, I drove and I dropped my kids off at daycare just down the street right here. And I passed an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school. The reason we are doing this is because when you drive past those schools, there are clouds of vape smoke everywhere. And when you talk to high schoolers and even middle schoolers, they go, this is not for us. This is for our little brothers and sisters, the 3rd and 4th graders. Please help them. It's going down further, and I apologize. We've been working on this bill for many, many years, and some of the kids that have been on the Youth Council and working on this piece of legislation, they have graduated college now, and they started as freshmen in high school. The reason why we brought this to the City Council is because up till 2018, the council has been making tobacco regulation policy. So this is about restoration of local control of tobacco policy, not about doing something that is outside of your lane. It was firmly in your lane, and it was taken away from you because you were so effective. So we are asking for you to pass this to show that you can be effective, because we have not seen any state policy on this issue, and the kids have been coming year after year after year and asking, do you not care about us? Will you not hear us? So please, 85% of Oahu voters support the end of sale of flavored tobacco products. Of course, we want the strongest bill possible, but most importantly, we want to take away the products that are going to impact our kids and lead them towards a life of addiction to a product that they don't want, impacting their mental and emotional health, causing greater depression and anxiety. So thank you for your leadership. We just hope to see this move forward so that our kids have hope that the adults in the room listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you. I do see some other advocates in the room. I'm not sure if you had registered to testify, but are there any other testifiers in person? Please proceed. Hello.
Hi, Peggy Mears with Hawaii Public Health Institute. We really want to thank the council first and foremost for all of the hard work, the discussions, and the back and forth that has happened to put together the best bill possible. Hawaii Public Health Institute obviously would love if there were no exemptions in light of public health, but there's also the technicality of aligning strongly with our HRS definition of tobacco products. So we do appreciate the work that was done on that. And just to really reiterate some of the things that Liza said, the kids have asked for this for a long time, and they've worked very, very hard. And they've worked hard because they see that 1 in 3 of their peers is addicted to nicotine. And they're addicted to nicotine because the types of products that are being promoted to them do have flavors and enticing flavors: strawberry, sweet things, cotton candy. And those Puff Bars or Proud Marys hold the same amount of nicotine as about 30 packs of cigarettes. So of course the kids are getting addicted, and anybody who is using it is becoming addicted, which affects their mental and emotional health. So saying that, you know, there just also we're starting to see a lot of nicotine incidences with young children rising at emergency rooms as well, because now they're trying it and kids are nicotine naive and it has a bigger effect on them. So again, I just want to thank everybody for this work and remember that this is for the public health of our children and teens. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in person who'd like to testify on Bill 46? Seeing none, turning to remote testifiers. According to my list, we have 5 people who've signed up remotely, starting with Tina Yamaki, Retail Merchants of Hawaii.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, perhaps we can come back. Actually, I misspoke. I have a second page. We have 11 people who have signed up remotely. Next is Jaime Rojas.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Thank you. Is Jasmine Rios available?
Aloha Council, my name is Jasmine and I'm commenting as a supporter to our small business owners in Honolulu. I'm here to address Bill 46, which aims to ban flavored tobacco products. I appreciate that there has been amendments to the original bill, and I feel that there should be another one to exempt FDA-approved vape products. A flavor ban is unnecessary and unhelpful for individuals like me who use it as a tool to reduce cigarette consumption. Passing such a bill won't assist us in quitting tobacco. While I understand that the importance of protecting youth is crucial, to note that retailers today comply with the law not selling tobacco products to anyone under 21. If kids have access, then there should be more enforcement on the issue. How we're going to be able to address the online sales to minors. Bans like this only push sales into unregulated markets, increasing risk to the youth. Local businesses are the core of our community and will suffer financially due to the ordinance. I urge you not to proceed. I appreciate Council's consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier members? Seeing none. Next, we have Mitzi Higa. My understanding is she's not available to testify at this time, although did submit written testimony. Number 5, Joshua Ching.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Number 6 was Hawaii Public Health Institute. Number 7, Jill Tamashiro. Was in person. Don Wiseman, next.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Next, Pedro Haro, American Lung Association.
Aloha Chair, members of the Council. I'm Pedro Haro, Executive Director of the American Lung Association, providing comments for this bill. First of all, we would like to applaud the members of the Council for taking this on. It is very obvious that our state bodies have not done their responsibility of taking on this issue at a state level. Up until the preemption laws have been passed, the counties had been doing the work of heavy lifting, of passing legislation that had dramatically reduced tobacco use. One of the things that I want to address is that, of course, we support a stronger legislation. We support having no exemptions. We know that tobacco companies take those loopholes and run with them, and that's really important. And so that creates stronger legislation, obviously. That being said, it is important to note that vape products have not been proven to be effective cessation devices. They have not been approved by the Centers for Disease Control as cessation devices. So whatever testimony that you hear in regards to the FDA approving vaping products, they have not been approved as effective tobacco cessation devices. And that's really important for all of you to know. If you are looking at model legislation, I know we looked at a lot of California, but we should also look at Massachusetts, which allowed no exemptions for premium tobacco. And then to just Paul, a question. We do support the floor amendments that have been suggested, and we do think that it makes the bill stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Angela Young.
Aloha, Angela testifying on behalf of CARES. And I'd just like to clarify, I'm in strong support, CARES is in strong support of the bill. And I'm wondering if it's technical to oppose the exemptions. If the previous testifiers are saying that they oppose the exemptions only, or they oppose the bill altogether, because the exemptions can be worked on if they only oppose the exemptions, right? And CARES would like to see that this bill get enacted first. It's not perfect, but the city is showing support for students' health and babes. So let's start with this. It's better to get it into law with exemptions, or because it's not better to have no law at all, right? And in our previous testimonies, we went over a lot of the work in Hawaii from the students and why legislators should support students' health and to stand up against the tobacco industry and to value health over profit. And we'd like to really point out the work of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Youth Council from the Hawaii Public Health Institute. They presented the Hawaii Children Youth Summit Lights, Camera, Take Action seminar yesterday, and they said the scientific facts. The inhalation of flavors may cause exposure to hazardous chemicals, toxic nanoparticles, including dioxito, acetylproposal, which is associated with permanent lung injury, including bronchitis, a disease characterized by inflammation and scarring of the lungs, which leads to severe and disabling shortness of breath, exposure to aerosol, which can trigger, aggravate, and exacerbate various adverse health effects. And we really support the Coalition of Tobacco-Free Youth Council and their work. So just wanted to point out to some of their research, which supports this bill and getting it enacted into law. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, is there anybody else wishing to testify on Bill 46?
Mr. Chair, we have Ms. Iwasa standing by.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Wassa for the record. So I was surprised to hear that there's a hand-carried floor draft. You know, it's not on the agenda. The public hasn't had a chance to see it. So I think when you make laws, when you're going into third reading on bills, whatever the bill is, people should have that draft available to them so they can provide intelligent information and testimony for you. I oppose the bill, and you know, I think the impetus here, it sounds like, is because our high school students and worse, middle school and lower school kids are now vaping, but it's already against the law to sell to minors. And so that tells me that our enforcement is lacking. And I'm sure if kids are doing this on public school grounds, the schools don't allow it either. So they're falling down on their responsibilities to not allow that type of behavior on school grounds. So I oppose this and ask you in the future not to have hand-carried drafts, floor drafts on the third reading. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Just as a reminder, members, because it does come within 48 hours, we're going to need 6 votes if we have to amend the bill today. Mr. Clerk, are there any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one more person standing by remotely.
Thank you. Good afternoon, June James. Please proceed.
Aloha. Just a quick note. Yeah, I do believe in process and in sunshine. So if there's not enough time, then certainly, you know, it shouldn't be pushed forward for whatever reason. But I support the American Lung Association and those who are working to help protect the most vulnerable. But I keep coming back to the idea that, you know, there's so much pressure on the families in Oahu and everywhere else. The cost of living, I've actually found one of the most experiences that I have that is really opening is that a lot of the homes that I have visited, that there are no adults in the home except minors and young children fending for themselves at home because both the parents are at work. And so we can very easily see that, you know, there's so much pressure on our family, the cost of living and everything else, and the kids are left on their own. It's safe to say that there's no time for education. There's no time to help them to know what to protect and what to avoid and what is bad for them and what is good for them, to help them make good decisions. So again, I just want to say that, you know, an overarching concern to this is that we need to protect and help support families. And that has to do with a lot of legislation that, you know, to not lower the cost of, to not keep increasing the cost of living and so forth. And so budget and all those come into play. I just wanted to throw out there that while we're trying to protect the most vulnerable, those are also in a way secondary protection, but the primary protection ought to be protecting family and not putting too much stress on them, that parents have to work 3-4 jobs and the kids are left to their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Chun James? Seeing none. Any further testimony, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Wiseman who just signed back on.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wiseman, please proceed.
Yes, I'm sorry for being late. I was having trouble getting logged in, but you have our written testimony. Our position is that we reserve our support for a comprehensive policy that does not exempt any tobacco products from flavor restrictions. And the current CD2 allows those types of exemptions, which the tobacco industry has a long history of expertise in circumventing. And I know the original bill, which we supported, the CD1, was based off of California law, which included exemptions. And now the health advocates in those states are working. They're now realizing that those exemptions are creating a lot of problems for them because the industry is now taking advantage. They come out with new products almost immediately after the law was passed that's designed to circumvent those exemptions. So that's our biggest concern, is that the exemption in this bill will allow the industry to find new ways to reach the markets that they are currently targeting, which include especially our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander populations, which smoke and vape at much higher rates than the rest of our population. So allowing exemptions just allows them to perpetuate health disparities in our state. And so we prefer to see this bill go through without any exemptions. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Mr. Wiseman? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Last call. Any other testifiers? Seeing none. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tulba.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there are significant issues with this bill that have not been addressed. County laws and regulations relating to the sale of tobacco products are preempted by state law. Although the bill contains triggering language, I think we do a disservice to the people when we pass laws that are dependent on the state taking action that has no intention of taking. The bill does not outline how enforcement of tobacco ban would occur and which department would be responsible for enforcement. This is an issue because the city is dealing with a lot of vacancies and vacancies issues. Enforcement of a tobacco ban will require more manpower, but we have yet to discuss which department will take this on and how to fill these positions. Enforceability has become a matter of practicality, and as we have seen with the fireworks ban, it is difficult for HPD and other departments to enforce this type of ban because There are many different sales channels and where residents can get fireworks illegally. It is the same with the tobacco-flavored products. Many tobacco-flavored products come through online sellers, which will make it really impossible to enforce. So as I've stated before, I'm concerned about tobacco-flavored products and the propensity of to be highly addictive to the youth. But I'm also concerned about the impact to the city if we take on the responsibility of regulating this type of ban. You know, I think it all starts at home. And when parents start leading by example, teachers, we know teachers vape. We're really concerned about our students. It takes all of us really believing that. And believing that is taking and leading by example. So I will be voting no on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is it also safe to say you vote no to
Yes.
amend? Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Can I ask a question to HPD?
Yes.
I do believe that they're here today. Thank you.
Hello, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair. Captain Michael Kunishimo at the Honolulu Police Department. I work in the Community Affairs Division. And ready for your question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I wanted to ask a question because the enforceability is a concern. Obviously, many of us, actually probably all of us, are opposed to any addictive substances and especially anything that targets the youth. How do you currently enforce any of the alcohol issues, or do you guys have federal grants that help to fund it? Walk me through what the funding looks like for enforcement on other substances.
Okay. So actually they have an alcohol and we actually have a tobacco grant also too, a federal grant that also officers go out. They go to the over 800 establishments that they have registered tobacco sales where they purchase. So they go out to these once a year. So there's normally operations where officers would have to go out. An officer would have to be posted to witness the sale, and then the underage buyer would go up and do the transaction. And for last year, out of the over 800 establishments that they went out to review or go and do enforcement, over 55 establishments got a citation. And from there, they would go to court to get the proposed fines. So what they have initially for the Honolulu Police Department is we have the federal grant, which gives us money to go out and do enforcements. Other than that, any other type of enforcements for tobacco would be all on view violations. So like in Waikiki where they have signs posted, then if there's complaints, then officers will go out there to do that enforcement. But to go into a retail establishment to determine that these flavored tobacco products are there, for the Honolulu Police Department, we would go if there were complaints about it, but we do believe, that there are other agencies out there that would better regulate it, as we have the, Alcohol Commission, to go out to check nightclubs for drinking underage, and other agencies that would do counterfeit or trademark enforcement, where it really wouldn't be, it would be really hard for HPD to enforce it, and because we'd have to see the on-view sale of it, or a complaint would be for why it would be in there in the first place.
So if somebody had a flavored product, say for example, already in their possession, what would you do? I mean, hypothetically.
Yeah, but then we do have a law under people who are under 21 that they're prohibited from doing.
And that's already on the books.
Yes. So we have that law already in place. It's HRS, I believe, 712, 1258. But when doing research on that, majority of those citations either come from the DOE, where, like the caller said, the people in the DOE, vice principals, principals, would confiscate the items, and then HPD would come over there to file a report for it. And then the other citations that we have for that then would come from the tobacco grant that we work out.
So you're just saying that for possession of it in it under 21, that's already being enforced, and that whether or not it was flavored or not, they're not supposed to be in possession of it.
Yes.
So in the event that this is banning the sale of all flavored tobacco products for any ages, how would you guys enforce that?
And that's where we would come to the council to say, it's almost like Councilmember Tolba said, it's hard for HP to enforce it if we don't have the resources and the vacancies where a normal patrol officer, like they were saying about the parking enforcement they do out in the community, they want to take that away or have other people assist with that. It'd be the same way with this, where the personnel that we would have, it wouldn't be regularly enforced other than through grants or through complaints from the community that the police department would address.
Thank you. Chair, those are my questions. If I can make comments, or should we ask if anyone else has questions?
Yeah, can we see if any
Yeah.
other questions for the officer? And then happy to take your comments. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Captain. So who enforces the current, because flavored cigarettes are illegal right now,
Yes.
right? Who enforces that?
HPD does. For the sale, right? I mean, just the possession.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so HPD already, that's what you do?
Yes. But those are on-view violations, yeah? So I think the other one, if it's in a retail establishment, if it's on view, then there would have to be a complaint, because we're not going to be going into convenience stores, retail stores to do regular inspections.
Okay,
Yeah?
it just sounded more complicated when, that's why I was surprised. So
Mhm.
it sounds like you're already in, it's already a part of the law, right? We're adding another device. So in addition to the cigarettes that you're already enforcing, we're just saying, oh, it also applies to the vapes.
Yeah, but those are possession violations, yeah? That's where the juvenile would have it in their possession, and then we're not regulating, or we're not monitoring the sale or if the retail establishment
Okay.
is selling the vaping products or flavored tobacco products.
Okay, so that was my initial question. That's why I was surprised. So, because it's illegal to sell flavored cigarettes, so you folks aren't the ones that enforce that, it sounds like?
Yeah, I would not think that the Honolulu Police Department would be enforcing that.
Okay, do we know who enforces it?
I don't know if it's Department of Health or the Attorney Generals or somebody else, yeah.
Okay, so if you were to go in because you were enforcing the flavored vape or something like that, it would be complaint driven, probably, is what you were saying earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, can we come back to the, you said there's about how many visits that you folks do every year?
They went last year in 2022, they went to over 800 retail establishments and lunch wagons.
Okay. And
That's through the federal grant, yeah.
Okay. And
that only takes account the people that are registered to sell tobacco products and are taxed for it. So we wouldn't be able to monitor the online sales or other type of illegal sales for that.
Okay, so you said there are 50 citations from that?
Yeah, we have 55 citations.
Do you know what those were, 55 retailers or 55 citations?
To the retailer. The
Okay.
retailer would sell it. That's why the officer would have to be present to witness the transaction, and then that's where
Okay.
they would issue the retailer, so they wouldn't issue the...
Multiple
Yeah.
citation, yeah. So 55 individual retailers out of 800 plus. So it sounds like the bulk of businesses were complying with the law. Was that your feel or your perception?
Yeah, and I think it's because, like other council members said, the enforcement fluctuates, right? So coming out of COVID, a lot of these grants and a lot of the enforcement waned because of a pandemic that we're in. But now, from the beginning part of this year, currently for 2023, we had over 65 citations up until this past weekend. So we're doing more enforcement, but like I said, it's one of the other type of enforcements that if we all support, not having our kids, be exposed to dangers of flavored tobacco and what they're targeting. But the other part that we have to realize is what type of enforcement or how we're going to enforce it. And I think that part, kind of gets lost because everybody's going to agree that it's a good thing not to, but now how do we go about banning it? And in the current situation, who is going to do it, right? And who is going to have the authorization to go in and prohibit the sale, take all the products, then also now it's going to fall upon HPD again to go in there, take all the vaping flavored tobacco products and then submit it, into evidence and taking more time. And almost like the comment was made about the parking, the more time or more rules we make, the more enforcement is going to have to be taken by the police department.
Yeah. No, I appreciate your insight. I think we all agree we don't want to take anyone off a patrol or out of the community policing team. Just trying to understand, because it sounds like you're telling me that most businesses are complying with the law. When we talk about underage selling, that's what you do the yearly monitoring of? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, overall, when we do inspections, but like I said, that's a one-time snapshot throughout the year, so it's...
Yeah, and so I'm just thinking, because I don't anticipate, like, I imagine like 7-Eleven, ABC store, all the other convenience stores, gas stations, Foodland. Well, I mean, they might not even, I imagine most businesses are going to be complying.
Yes.
And that if it does fall in HPD, it'd probably be minimal, but it sounds like, can you tell me if I'm hearing correctly, you don't necessarily oppose the bill as it's, written, you oppose it falling to you to enforce the law. That's what you're saying the department's position is?
Well, we're not saying that we wouldn't oppose the bill. We were just saying that we're just here to address how it's going to be enforced.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it's your guys' job to determine what the laws would pass and what we as a police department would have to enforce. But moving forward with that, then it's how are we going to do it? And if we have the resources to, like you say, you need more parking enforcement, hire more parking enforcement, attendants to do that, right? There's liquor commission people to enforce liquor laws, right? And then now it's always, coming back to the police department to address all of these. And we can and we will, but like I said, then what is the goal and who would better be able to address it,
No, I appreciate that. So if it passes, would you be open to having conversations with the administration about who would be best positioned to enforce it if it does become law?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Honolulu Police Department is always there to enforce the laws that are passed by the council and by the state.
But then that doesn't mean we can't look at other agencies too. I mean, I don't
Sure,
wanna say
I think we can, it's a collaboration. I think with a lot of things, I think that unfortunately the easy answer is always HPD is going to enforce, everything. And while we do have that responsibility, then it's also to take, we can share the pie with other people to help do the enforcement. We cannot only be the only agency doing it, and go on other law enforcement agencies or other agencies on who would be able to assist in the enforcement, because like you said, it cannot only fall upon HPD to be the regulator and for this. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we're already stretching you thin with like the parks and all of that.
Yes,
so
yes, definitely.
Appreciate your work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for HPD? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you. In the bill, the prohibition section, subsection C, states that any flavored tobacco product can be, quote, seized by an inspector. Is HPD set up to be an inspector in this case with the ability to seize an illegal item?
I think we would seize it if it's for the citation, for the criminal crime that occurred. But other than that, we wouldn't be able to suffice having our evidence room take in all these carcinogens and then how to properly dispose of it too. Yeah. So those are the questions later on, I think, through the enforcement, through the confiscation, through the evidence, through the disposal of it, is where I think other people other than HPD would. Because for us, we're only concerned about the criminal aspect of it. And yes, we'd be able to do it. And talking to the Department of Health, and they would be able to find out a better way on how now, after the case is disposed, how to effectively dispose of the evidence. Yeah.
And then putting aside tobacco, there are a number of items that are already, the sale of which are already banned. Things ranging from elephant ivory, you can't sell elephant ivory here. You can't sell certain sized knives, butterfly knives, things like that. So what's the process right now for HPD to potentially seize an item, in this case, you know, for a butterfly knife or elephant knife or whatever it is from, say, a pawn shop? What's that process like? You seize it, you hold on to it for a certain amount of time.
And
what's
then
the
once
process?
the criminal case is disposed of, then the evidence is, there's a disposition for the evidence. Yeah. So after the statute of limitation, then it's one, if it's ownership of somebody's property, it would be given back to them. And if it's a confiscated item, then it would be destroyed. Yeah.
In this case, the tobacco products have a certain lifespan. I guess they get stale or whatever. What happens, what's the recourse if it's seized and found not to be technically flavored? What's the recourse for the owner?
So, I think that would be what the criminal process would go through. So just like for alcohol, our scientific investigation section would have to test it for what type of alcohol concentration is in that. So unfortunately now with these type of products, other than what they would be able to look for, it's out of my realm to understand if our SS would be able to determine if there's flavored, you know, tobacco products inside a vape container or something else like that. And that's something that I think should other than opening it or, you know, smelling it, like, I don't know what type of scientific foundation that they would use to determine if that is a crime. Yeah.
Okay, and then last question for me. You mentioned that, you know, HPD wouldn't be the only agency, you know, working on this. Who are some of the other agencies that potentially could be helping with the prosecution of illegal flavored tobacco sale?
Like I said, I think other agencies, they have branches of investigators or they could enforce certain laws. Like I said, if it's on state property, then I'm assuming the sheriffs would be able to do some enforcement. So, you know, I would assume the Attorney General would look into some of that if they had investigators. But other than that, I wouldn't know, and I don't know if it's something that the council would think about, you know, creating a detail that would go out and do that, yeah? Because for me, just being law enforcement, we think of certain areas, like for nightclubs, if there's, you know, a question on illegal bar coming up, HPD would go there to see the initial on-view violation, but the investigation portion we get forward to the Liquor Commission to go and do other checks. Like for the police, then it's, you know, not really in our lane to go and do all of that. So same thing, if a retail establishment was quote unquote said that they sold flavored tobacco vaping products, we would go in to document it, and then we would kind of basically forward that case to another agency to take the lead and move it forward, right? Because it's the same thing. I wouldn't be able to know if a Kona coffee product has a certain percent Kona coffee, it's mislabeled, and then those are, you know, other agencies that we would forward the case to, like the AGs for counterfeit items at Pro Bowls and stuff like that when we had it before, then they would go and do the initial. So HPD would do the initial enforcement inspection, observe the violations, right, issue a criminal citation, and then when they go to court, then that's all the portion that I believe HPD would be accounted for. Yeah. Hopefully that's all answered your question, sir.
Any further questions for HPD? Councilmember Say.
Have you folks ever gone to the state legislature in making a request to ask them for some appropriation from the tobacco tax?
Well, I know we get the federal grant, so that's one way how we do that, but not any other requests to make. I mean,
isn't, for me, the source of where our imports of tobacco comes through is through the Department of Taxation, because they have to assess a tobacco tax on whatever is imported. That's what I'm trying to get. If they want you to do all this work, and these people who are the different organizations, I think that's one approach to get resources, Ms. Tamashiro, to provide some resources to the HPD. Because HPD cannot be, you know, helping, doing responding to everything.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely going to try, and I think that that's a good avenue, and we can bring it to our legislative liaison branch to see what we can do to assist. So ultimately, for here, it was to determine, you know, I don't know if we're jumping a couple steps ahead, but until this gets passed and until the state law changes, you know, I mean, we're talking of a few steps ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem for me is that this particular measure cannot preempt state law.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So for me, why go through this motion, recognizing that it's not going to take effect until the state enacts the new law? That's number one. Number two, I'm saying, why can't we now address it from another approach? Let's go and ask the state legislature for more monies for enforcement. And you know how much they bring in, because every month, I do look at the monthly report from the Department of Taxation. There is an increase in regards to revenues to the tobacco tax. We don't have that authority. They have the authority, the state. So I'm just saying, I'm trying to find resources for you folks too.
Yeah, that's definitely a good avenue, and I think we should look in that moving forward. Yeah.
And would you support some of the nonprofits in regards to making it much more stronger that no exemptions are the best?
I think if you do that, it makes the enforcement part of the law easier, and that there's less gray area for officers to enforce it, then definitely, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for HPD? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Officer. We're still in discussion. Councilmember Tupolo.
Thanks so much, Chair. And thank you, HPD, for being here. And I'm glad we're having open discussion about this, but I also am concerned, as Councilmember Say said, and us going through the motions of things that are not going to be enacted. You know, waiting for the state to repeal the law is step one. I did meet with legislators actually just yesterday. I think it was Representative Hashimoto from Maui that introduced this on the state side. And so I think, you know, following the trail of where it went, or maybe what, you know, what stopped it, or whatever needs to happen, because I do think that the commercial regulation of it could fall with DCCA. I mean, Councilmember Say said maybe Department of Tax, but definitely it's not going to be an agency that's doing criminal enforcement at the same time. And us being about 400 officers short doesn't make sense either. And so because the state law hasn't been repealed, we have time to think through this, think through who the inspector would be, whether or not seizure is a good idea rather than citation, which is what they're doing for possession right now. Not sale of, but possession of is a citation and not a seizure. Seizing property and actually holding on to it, again, we're going to go back into what state agency is going to assist in that, because we don't have, you know, speciality in that. And I don't know if anyone's going to build a new department for that, but I would go back to, do we have the resources to do that? I'm absolutely opposed to addictive substances. I myself have never partook of any tobacco, but I do think that this problem does lie with a lot of adult role models. We've talked about it heavily in our community, about adult role models being a good example, because many of the youth access it from their own family members, people that actually partake of it within their own house. And so I think with us not being able to stop any of the internet sales or purchasing of this outside of stores here in Hawaii, I don't know how far this will actually be effective. And in the council hearing, I had a few suggestions, which I think, you know, since we do have some insight over youth programs, we could do something more preventative at our summer funds. We could do positive, factual advertisements of what it is. We could also, in our adult health classes that we have at parks, we could have more of that. I do think that our advertisements on bus or rail, those are things where we actually have purview and authority over. So my vote in opposition is because not only do we not have the authority over this right now because of state law, but we don't have the enforcement capability. I think that in anything we do, we should want to pass it for its effectivity and its impact in the community. I think that education and impacting our community at the level of education is very powerful. So I applaud the advocates for all of their work and everything that they're doing with our youth, and I want that to continue. I think that our opposition, or anyone's opposition to this bill, is not because we approve of tobacco, but because we want to see an effective law get passed and put in place at the right level with the right agency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Dos Santos down.
Chair, do we have Corporation Counsel here?
I thought I saw Mr. Pang present. Yes.
While Dwayne comes up here, I just have two questions. The first of which, is in the prohibition language, section B, it talks about how it applies to a tobacco retailer or manufacturer. In the Estimation Corporation Council, what about a wholesaler? Because I understand that we have a number of sort of middlemen that are part of this process, but the bill seems to only apply to the manufacturer or the retailer.
Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel. As we had mentioned earlier, the sale and distribution of tobacco products are strictly regulated by the state. This is, so whatever you put in the bill would apply to retailers. If you want to include wholesalers, you have to do that. It would not automatically apply to wholesalers.
But we wouldn't know what the state plans to, what powers the state plans to give us at this junction.
That is correct. I think there was a comment that a while back the counties had regulated the sale of tobacco, and we did do that, and they did take it away. So right now we don't have any control over it. So you're right. We don't know what they will give us.
Okay. And then my other question is the same section, subsection B, presumption of flavor, mentions that there's a rebuttable presumption that a tobacco product is flavored if it fits the certain criteria. It also says that if an item is found to be in a retailer's possession, it can be seized or subject to immediate destruction. But given that it's a rebuttable presumption, what's the recourse if an item is later found or determined to not fit that criteria and not presumed, not actually be flavored? It is destroyed.
As I mentioned, there's issues with the preemption, but as the bill is drafted, it's an administrative penalty. So you would issue a notice of violation, and that person, retailer, would be able to challenge that notice of violation. So hopefully, whoever is going to regulate or going to enforce this would not destroy the product until that notice of violation is challenged, particularly in contested hearing is held and so on. Yeah.
But the bill does say subject to immediate destruction.
Yes, and then you get the issue of due process. If you want to, and you can. I mean, then you'll have issues if you destroyed someone's property. Yeah.
Okay. Does that expose the city to liability if an inspector, and we still don't quite know who this inspector is, seizes it, even holds on to it but doesn't destroy it, but makes it so that it's sort of unsellable later? Are we exposed in any way to liability? How does it work right now with things
I think the liquor commission has that same authority, and they might even have that same language, immediate destruction, but they don't. They store it, and I think after the hearing is done, they get permission from I think their liquor commission or the courts to destroy it at that time. So yes, it will expose us if we destroy products that are not prohibited. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions with Corporation Counsel? Seeing none. Thank you. We're still in discussion, members. Any further discussion? I actually had a question for Department of Health. Thank you. You know, the bill does not make it a crime, right? It's an administrative penalty. Would you agree with that?
Do I agree
with that notion that Bill 46, in all forms, it's not making it a crime to possess or sell flavored tobacco products, right? Okay. Having said that, I mean, typically HPD will enforce criminal laws. Who do you contemplate would be enforcing this should it pass into law?
So all I can speak to really is, so the state has been working on this issue on the state level for quite some time, and over the last few years there's been a little bit more discussion about enforcement. of course, I can't speak for the county per se because of that jurisdictional difference, but I can let you know just some conversations, I guess, with how we considered enforcing this on the state level. So as the officer from HPD mentioned, they have a current grant to work with, and there's an entity that actually manages that grant. So on a state level, we approached that entity and we had a discussion about the consideration of should flavors pass on the state level, is there an opportunity to work with them? And they were agreeable to have conversations, and it seemed like a viable option. So, and we've also been in conversation with other jurisdictions across the country who have passed such a bill, a ban, and they have. So we've been in conversation, and we can continue to speak to other counties as well. Every county, like we don't have county health departments, unfortunately, so something else would have to be arranged. But I think it's possible to set up an outside grant and to work out inspections through that other entity.
Okay. Interesting. You said something else would have to be set up. So are you saying then that the Department of Health, should the legislature simply allow the counties to regulate rather than them regulating themselves, which I think is more realistic than getting them to regulate at this point, but of course that's just a guess. Should they allow the counties to regulate? Who, in your estimation, would be enforcing this? The bill calls saying that there's an inspector. Who employs the inspector?
Well, the county would have to figure out what entity would employ the inspector. At the Department of Health, I believe that they would be possibly, on the state level, it would either be an employee of the Department of Health or worked out through that grant. But I might be overspeaking because those details weren't finalized. I'm just sort of offering some ideas.
I mean, in a sense, it goes to what Member Say is saying, that the state gets the tobacco settlement money, not the counties, correct? Or do we get a portion of it? The master settlement funds goes to the Hawaii Community Foundation, and they manage those funds. Okay. And well, I guess I'll get right to the point. If this bill passes and someday the legislature allows the counties to regulate this, can the Department of Health, your office, enforce it rather than HPD?
I think that authority would need to be given officially, or that would have to be a conversation between the mayor, and I think the state would have to be asked to do it.
You work for the state. Have you contemplated or talked to the Attorney General's office or the Director of the Department of Health to take this obligation on to help the city?
I've been in conversation. I've been in conversation about this, but I think it's way above my pay grade to make that decision about whether or not the Department of Health can take this on. I think the mayor essentially would have to give that authority to the state, because right now the onus is on the county.
And we don't know if the state's willing to take that on, right?
Well, I can't speak on that behalf. I can ask my authorities but like I mentioned, we would work with other entities to pull together
the bill also
the resources.
Calls for administrative rules to be creative.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the mayor sitting and the managing director sitting in the audience. If you were to suggest one of the departments that would make the administrative rules and hire the inspectors, what city department would you suggest? To the mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with city infrastructure, but
Okay.
yeah, I apologize.
No, no problem. Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions, Councilmember Wire?
Or discussion, sorry, I can.
Oh, no further questions?
No
Any
further
further questions for Department of Health? Well, thank you very much. We're still in discussion, members. Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, and I might have later, I know we haven't even voted on an FD or whatnot, but just wanted to, I guess, have the conversation about enforcement, because I know those are great questions, I think, to flesh out. And I know since 2018, at least, I think that was the first HSAC package that we asked for that power back, but I think it's been a continued conversation that the counties have been asking the legislature to give us the power back, give us the power to regulate and enforce. I know the legislation didn't make it all the way through. I think it made it through the Senate, but maybe not through the House. But I think what the bill as written now does is it gives the administration flexibility to assess, given that we're not executives, right? We're legislating, but which department, which commission, which body at the city is best qualified. You know, of course, we know DPP inspectors are stretched thin, but we know Director Apuna is doing such an amazing job. So maybe by the time we get, you know, authority back, we can do that, or CSD, customer services, or liquor commission if we have to assess. But ultimately, given all the different challenges all the departments have, and not knowing where they'd be next year, I do, you know, trust administration to flesh it out with each head. And so just wanted to throw that out there because I think those are great questions to consider. But if we're going to be asking for the power to regulate back, that I think that is going to be a part of the process.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Say.
Well, that's where, Chair, I'm voicing my concern on the fiscal side of it. It's going to be another transfer from the state to the county as far as unfunded mandate. You go and find the money to implement the inspections, enforcement, etc. So I bring this up because I am concerned that we may be venturing into an area that should be with the state of Hawaii, the Department of Health. They can hire their own inspectors, or the Department of Taxation, because they can hire their own inspectors, which they do on the financial side of all of the imports, and that's how they get their tobacco tax. So that's all I'm saying. If we are going to pick up this particular responsibility, state of Hawaii, set aside 50% of the tobacco tax for enforcement purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Is there a motion to amend? But I do want to just signal that we need 6 votes to waive the 48-hour requirement because of the lateness of both FDs. I will just signal where I'm at. I support Councilmember Wire's motion to amend. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you, Chair. I submitted a proposed FD1, but after having the chance to read through Councilmember Wire's proposed FD1, I will not be motioning to advance mine, and so I defer to the committee chair.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I move that Bill 4682 be further amended to the hand-carried FD1 OCS 2023-0912.
It's been moved and seconded. There's been a lot of discussion, members. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend? Councilmember Wire.
And I will just point out that the specific purpose of the amendment filed today, because I know we did have some yesterday, was to take out the non-premium language that DOH had concerns with.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations on the motion to amend? Councilmember Okimoto. Okay. Any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Councilmember Tupola. No?
Just
okay, thank you very much. Seeing no objections or reservations.
Sorry, I was a no on the amendment. Sorry.
No on the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have to take a roll call on the motion to amend? No? Okay. Noting the objections of Councilmember Tupola. Any other objections to the motion to amend?
No.
Nope. Noting the objections of Councilmember Tolba and Tupola on the motion to amend, Bill 46 CD2 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1 as proposed by Councilmember Wire. Any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice? Okay, seeing none, the 48-hour notice has been waived. Now, members, we are in discussion on the FD1. I believe noting the no vote for Councilmember Tolba. Any other no votes? No votes for Councilmember, oh, we have to take a roll call. So we might as well do it that way. Sorry, members. Everybody ready to vote? Okay. Please take the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
WR.
Councilmember Kiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Reservations.
Councilmember Say?
No.
Councilmember Talba?
No.
Councilmember Tupola?
No.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 noes.
Thank you. CR 280 has been adopted, and Bill 46 CD2 FD1 has passed third reading. Thank you, members. It is now 1:02. I do note the mayor's presence and a lot of people waiting to testify, I believe, on, let's see. Was it Resolution 23-208 on page 21? Members, with your indulgence, can we do Resolution 23-208 and then break for lunch? Or would you like to break for lunch now? We do have, okay, well, let's begin. Okay, terrific. Councilmember Tolba, on the top of page 21 from the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture.
I move that Committee Report 279, Resolution 23-208, CD1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift, site marker valued at $3,444 to the city from Quaves Kanaka Pakipika for na Pohaku Ola Kape Mahu e Kapuni at Kuhio Beach Park, Waikiki.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, would you like to, our Managing Director? Wonderful. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, council members, and by the way, the mayor will offer comments as well, but I wanted to open up and say initially that I intend my comments today, although not aligned with the Kahu, who I respect the work that they do greatly, and the stewardship that they've given to the stones. I intend my words to always be respectful. But unfortunately, I'm here today to say that I am not aligned with the Kahu. I am aligned with the Kapaiamahu team, because I believe we've come to a position where the council needs to understand that consensus is not possible. So we had a first meeting, and the first meeting that the mayor and I held was with the Kahu and the Kapaiamahu team over the wording on the plaque. And I think you all have the plaque in your testimony. I know that it was included by the Kapaiamahu team so that you can actually see the plaque. And at the first meeting that we had, we talked about the Native Hawaiian and the English language versions to be on the plaque. And there was consensus. I think it went about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And there was consensus on the substantive portion, the language portions on the plaque. And it was not without much discussion, agreement, and disagreement, but they came to consensus on that. What we didn't discuss at that first meeting was what the URL name would be. There was no specific discussion. When the Kapaiamahu team offered the gift resolution to the council, they included kapaiamahu.info as their preferred URL. And at that point, the Kahu objected to the name Kapaiamahu. And I think everybody knows that that is what the stones are known by. Most people know them as the Kapayamahu stones, but they objected to kapayamahu.info. So the mayor and I agreed to have a second meeting with the Kapayamahu team and the Kahu. And at that second meeting, the spokesperson for the Kahu indicated that they did not like the word Kapayamahu. And there was much discussion back and forth, but at the end of what I consider productive discussion, and I know in some of the testimony there's words like badgering and things of that nature, I saw none of that. What I saw was a healthy disagreement and discussion between sides who are passionate about their position. But I didn't see any bullying, and I didn't see any badgering. I didn't see any talking down, but I saw people that fiercely stood up for what they believed in. And this is a gift, Rezo, that is being paid for by the Kapayamahu team who wrote this most beautiful book, produced this most beautiful book, and produced a film that tells the fuller story of the healing stones in Waikiki. And that movie was nominated for an Oscar. And if you read the book and you watch the movie, there is no proselytizing. There's no preaching. There's no referrals to the LGBTQ center. None of that. They simply tell the beautiful story that has not been told about these stones, of healers from Tahiti who had duality of male and female spirit. And this council has come so far. I'm so proud of what this council has done on anti-bias, diversity, anti-bullying. And this is a beautiful, spectacular story that should be told. And the fact that we're sitting here today fighting over one word is a disgrace to me. It is shameful. We stood up a youth commission in 2021 thanks to this council. And that youth commission has LGBTQ youth on it. And if we can't tell the story of having no shame for your gender identity and for your ability to be of gentle nature, shame on us. And that is exactly how I feel about this. I'm very passionate about this. I think the community has no right to hold this story up for people that are on the beach, that have a phone, that want to go up and use their phone to access the QR code and to see the film, and perhaps on their own initiative read the book. Let them do that. And if the Kahu disagree with this story, let them disagree through their own means. But to try to limit this story and limit the URL that gets to this story, to me, is not reasonable. In the last meeting, after there was disagreement for an hour and a half or 2 hours, I asked the Kahu and the Kapayamahu team, do Native Hawaiians always reach consensus? And there was sort of low-level laughter, and the answer was no. And I think there was consensus on no. Native Hawaiians do not always reach consensus. And that is where we are in this situation. When the mayor and I started this, when the mayor got elected and he recruited me as managing director and we started, I think I've shared this with the council before, but I want you to know why we're so proud of what this council has done. On the National Equality Rating Scale, Honolulu had a 60. It goes to 100, and they basically go by A, B, C, D, and then F. We were at 60. There are cities in the southern USA that are at 100%. We were at 60, and we told the group that does the rating, the Human Rights Campaign, that 60 does not represent the people of Oahu. That is not who we are as people. And you're passing legislation, the anti-bias, the diversity, the anti-bullying legislation has moved us up on that scale. We're now in the 70s. We're going for 100. This is the things we do that move us up because it stands for inclusion, it stands for freedom of speech, and it stands for the ability to tell a fuller story that some may not want told, or they want to control the way that it's being told. So I come here today and I ask you, despite the fact that there's disagreement and you've got a lot of testimony before you, including a lot of Native Hawaiian organizations who support the gift resolution, I ask you please to let the wisdom and beauty of this story guide your decision. Because if you read this story, you're going to understand that we need to get it out to the people. So thank you very much. And I think the Mayor has some comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members, Chair Waters, thank you for this opportunity. Look, far be it for me to match the eloquence of Mike on this subject, but I will tell you that we went to this project with the utmost sensitivity out of respect for the Kahu and everything that they represented in the world of Hawaiiana, if you will, and the significance of their position. And we listened and we spent extensive time, a number of meetings, as Mike said. And, you know, fundamentally, I come at this job with a background in media for over 4 decades, with a really profound understanding of First Amendment rights and a lot of other things like that. And at no time whatsoever, as carefully as we listened, as biased as I maybe wanted to be in support of what was being said on the other side, it made no sense. What Michael just said is our position. I feel very strongly. I think we did this with great respect and great sensitivity. And all I can say is that this has my full support. I thought Michael's last comments that he made are as strong as anybody could possibly say. So I just want you to know that this was treated with the utmost of care and respect. And we're really clear about our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the administration members? Seeing none, thank you very much. We also have a few registered testifiers. Mr. Clerk, can you read the names?
Sure. We have Mr. Dean Hammer, followed by Babette Galang.
Aloha, everybody. I'm Dean Hamer. I'm one of the Kapai Mahu team, together with Kumu Hina, who's joining us from Taiwan today, and my partner, Joe Wilson. I'm a little overcome by the testimony you just heard, which we did not expect at all to hear from the mayor or the managing director. So I'll just tell you that we're here to give you, the city, we hope, this very small plaque. It's 8 by 10 inches, and it's going to be placed just outside of and adjacent to the Pahako Ola Kapai Mahu Akapuni in Waikiki. And it says very simply in Hawaiian and in English, please respect this cultural site of reverence. There are many stories of these 4 healers from Tahiti, known for duality of male and female spirit and their wondrous works of healing. And the purpose of this gift really is to celebrate how we see Honolulu, which is a very warm and welcoming place, and a place that honors Hawaiian traditions, cultural traditions of healing and of inclusion. And the reason that it's necessary to have new signage at the site is because these 4 healers came all the way from Tahiti to bring the healing arts. And according to a mo'olelo that was passed down through the Queen's family, they were all Mahu. They weren't male, they weren't female, they were in the middle as Mahu, having both heart and spirit and intellect and powers of both sexes. And that was a big part of what made them such amazing healers. So when they were finished their work, they asked the people to bring down these 4 big rocks from Kaimuki and place them on the beach as a permanent monument of what they had accomplished and what they had taught the Hawaiians. And then they disappeared. But the stones have stayed there. And after many ups and downs, the stones are still in Waikiki Beach. Most of you have probably passed them. They're right in between the Duke statue and the police station. But over time, with all the changes in Hawaii, the story was slowly suppressed. And in particular, the part about them being Mahu was nearly erased. And so if you look at the signage today, there's no mention at all of the dual nature of the healers. This is not surprising. The plaques were written in 1997, a long time ago. That was a time when you could not even put the word Mahu in the newspaper or on the radio. So it's not surprising that that word would not be put on a public plaque at that time. But times have changed. And because of the work of Hina, who we've been very honor to work with, and Kamaka'iva and many others, that is beginning to change. And slowly but surely, the word mahu is beginning to regain the honor and the dignity that it once had in Hawaiian culture. We started our work on Kapai Mahu nearly a decade ago together with Hina, and we were very fortunate to find the original handwritten manuscript of the story that was passed around during the Queen's time. And then we turned that into an animated film and a children's book, which you saw, as well as a PBS documentary that was nationally broadcast, and then a big exhibition at the Bishop Museum. And most recently, we've been working with Kamehameha Schools on an extensive educational campaign. You can also see the story as a permanent display at the Hawaii Convention Center. There's also a lot of press everywhere from the Star Advertiser to the New York Times to National Geographic and ABC News. So I say all this because the point is that now you can hear and learn about this story everywhere except the most important place, and that is the stones themselves. So that is the entire purpose for this particular work. We started working on the new signage almost 2 years ago, and we started working together with a variety of community groups, Hawaiian groups, health groups, and many others. And we worked in collaboration with the Kahu to develop the current plan for the signage, the design of which has been completely approved and has gone through MOCA and everything else. And it's a very simple plan. You have the big stones here behind the fence. There's a new small stone, knee-high. It's got the plaque on it, and it gives this information. And the plaque also contains a QR code for people that have phones, and the URL for people that don't, leading to Kapai Mahu info, a URL that was chosen because Kapai Mahu is by far the best known name for the stones. I think in your testimony you also have a statement from DeSoto Brown at Bishop Museum. And also it's the most neutral because this particular name is in every telling of the story, every name for the stones. It's bilingual, and it's the name that's in the Hawaiian Dictionary and in Place Names of Hawaii by Mary Kavena Pukui. So it just seems like the most logical. And although I'm already crying a bit, I just wanted to conclude by giving you a reminder of why we are actually doing this work. It's not so much a matter of history as it is about family and ohana. And I just want to share this letter that we received from a family saying, after sharing the story of Kapai Mahu with our kids, one was so uplifted and inspired that he requested to visit the stones immediately. We spent a long time soaking up their mana and sending back ours. Ever since, he's felt more empowered to tell everyone he encounters that he's in the middle, just like the healers. So we hope that you'll accept this gift, and we hope that that will happen today. And thank you very much. I'm always glad to take questions.
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have, I think it's Babette Galang, Kawailani Soma, or Laulani Te Ale. I do note, or do we have anybody else who wishes to testify? Aloha, please come forward.
Thank you. Aloha, Council Chair and members of the City Council. Patty Kahanamoku Teruya, I'm here in supporting Resolution 23208, CD1, in accepting the Kapamahu e Kapuni at the Kuhio Beach, Waikiki. And this pohaku will be such a sentimental pohaku there at Kuhio Beach. As you know, Uncle Duke Kahanamoku has his statue there, and it was a length of time that we finally have his statue, and I don't see any reason why that having this pohaku at Waikiki Beach will have any kind of conversation of discrimination or anything. I think it is a very good story. We need to take time to balance ourselves, to read, and to support. I am a native Hawaiian wahine, and we do have other differences on this, but as a native Hawaiian wahine supporting our Kahanamoku Ohana, we are speaking in behalf of supporting this resolution and to help move this forward. In closing, I just wanted to read, can I just read it real quick? In Hawaii, we greet friends, loved ones, and strangers with aloha, which means love. Aloha is a key word to universe, spirits of real hospitality, which means Hawaii renowned as a world's center of understanding and fellowship. Try meeting or leaving people with aloha. You'll be surprised of your reaction. I believe it. It is my creed. It is by Uncle Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku, and I share this with you, the spirit of aloha and unity working together. Mahalo for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Chair and Council. So the terrain has shifted a little bit today because of the surprise appearance by some people. And my comments may not be exactly on target, but because this is such an emotional day for us, all of us who have been involved in this for so many years.
Sorry, can you state your name for the
Yes, my name is Joe Wilson, and I'm in here in support of the resolution 208. I'm going to read the comments I prepared just to have it on the public record based on all that we have been through with our community over the past many years. So for the past 11 years, as part of the storytelling and educational collective we call Q-Wave's Kanakapaki Pika, Kumuhina, who I hope is here with us today, she's in Taiwan as we speak, sharing the story of Kapaimahu with indigenous communities in Taiwan. Kumuhina Dean and I have been working with the community to research, restore, and share aspects of the mo'olelo of Kapaimahu that have been hidden from public view for more than 60 years at the site where people should be able to learn about the deeper meanings of this inspiring story. Through all of these efforts, we have been privileged to see extraordinary examples of transformation and empowerment that occur within individuals as well as within families and communities. When people who have been marginalized for so long are finally able to see themselves reflected and honored in their own culture and history. I was reminded of this just this past Sunday, when a group of young Kanaka Pacific Islanders and others who identify as Mahu invited the community to gather with them at the stones of Kapaimahu at sunrise to honor their ancestors, the healers, to set the tone as we enter Honolulu Pride Month. As this ceremony unfolded, I saw dozens of people standing together with a new sense of purpose, empowered because they feel anchored by this site that they now know is also a reflection of them in a community and a culture in which they can be seen and valued. It was truly extraordinary. It's such a simple thing, but it was so profound. But as I stand here today, there at least was yet another attempt to delay the installation of this small marker at this site that would finally ensure that scenes like that on Sunday, that should have been commonplace over the past many decades, would be able to occur every day whenever anyone encounters these stones. The objections that we have been facing are couched in ways that may sound reasonable to those who have not been close to the process in which we've been engaged over the past many years to develop this marker. But I can attest that this is consistent with the strategies that have been used to disrupt the process every time we've gotten close to finalizing it. So the mayor spoke today and explained very much what I was going to talk about next, about how we have worked to get to this point so hard. My sincere hope now at this point is that this council understands exactly what is happening again and what is at stake in this effort. And I hope that with the installation of this small marker, Kapaimahu's valuable meanings will ripple across the islands.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Yes, I'm wrapping. And across the generations for eons to come. It's something that the city and county of Honolulu and all of us should be immensely proud. As Kumuhina has said in many of our deliberations, all who have stories to tell and perspectives to share should step forward and share them, not try to limit or prevent the free expression of others, particularly in our public spaces. Thank you so much for considering this gift, and I hope we can look forward to celebrating its passage with you at some point.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else? Thank you, sir. Please come forward. Can you state your name for the record?
My middle names are Jackson Gay. My first name is William Jackson Gay Barnes. Tommy knows me well. And I identify by my middle names, and not with shame. I stand here before you in privilege that you are progressive enough to look backwards and understand where we came from. And Kumuhina is my kumu. And I am here today not knowing I was coming today to represent her because I'm here for something else. But I called you to leadership a long time ago, and you stepped back up, and I'm glad to see you here. And we have a fantastic mayor who also supports it because it matters whether we include people or not. So many people look to people that they say of the rainbow, which is a blessing, and to know that you can transition into different places and be someone that can change over time, or also you can be someone who can accept all the different viewpoints, all the ways to get to Keakua, all the ways as long as you get there. So for me, this story had so much resonance because it is one of those chapters that everyone's sort of put aside and said it's dark, and it's not. It's a light shining. It's just another way to look at it. So I want to say to you that I want my name back. I want to be able to stand and say with pride, my name is Jackson Gay, and that I can look at those rocks, those stones give me that support to know that I was included before. I wasn't ostracized, I wasn't condemned, I wasn't sent to hell, I wasn't all those things. I was part of this community, and I was a very important part of this community, and that's an honor. And it's an honor to stand now in front of you and say that. And to recognize each one of you for the jobs you're stood in leadership. That's why you're here today, because you want to do the right thing. And the right thing is to recognize everyone in your community. You don't just lead the people you like. You don't just lead the people that you understand. You lead everyone in your community, because that's what it demands of you. And so I ask you today to support this and make sure it happens. Thank you so much. Mahalos.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, council members.
Excuse me. Your name for the record.
I want to really thank you for this opportunity to testify. We are kahu of Napohakuola o Kapaimahu Akapuni. This is my sister Kawai, Kawailani is the alakai of our efforts, and she can speak after me. And Babette is our leader of our class, of our entire class. I want to express how much doing this work that we are doing, that all of us are doing here, the right way, how important it is. Our mahu are very important. Our LGBT community is very important. Both of my children are mahu. And we have supported and worked hard, very, very hard and very patiently for this to be a pono matter. And we got very close, very, very close. What is not pono is the use of a URL that is nearly identical to that which is used by a private organization, thereby creating a potential ethics violation and conflict of interest, even if it's arguable that it isn't. I understand that, but it is real. It is something that, for a sacred site, things must be really pono. And what we are asking is simply to correct those things that will allow us to move this project forward in a way that is right, that is really, truly right. That is what we are asking. We are also asking that people keep their word. We made an agreement November 1st, 2022, that all decisions related to this project would be done by consensus. And that unfortunately has not happened. Also, these caretakers, these are folks, much more than me, who scrub those rocks, who scrub the bird droppings, they pick up the trash, sometimes human waste, sometimes all kinds of things. They deal with a lot of things, and they're long, 30 years and plus of training as great cultural practitioners who are supporting every part of our community, every part. They deserve respect, and that hasn't quite happened, and I ask for them to be respected. And I will say that there also needs to be the truth told. And the truth is that we respect every part of this story, every part of this great story, including the duality of spirit of the healers, those parts of the mo'olelo, those mo'olelo that tell of that. Not every version of the mo'olelo says that, and that's part of the picture. That's how our culture works. So we ask that it all be shared in a good way. And yes, please let's celebrate our mahu and celebrate all of our folks. I want to also correct the narrative that we are divided. We are not divided. We have been pressured. We've been very seriously pressured, and honestly, I understand the passion of wanting to make something happen that causes people to pressure, sometimes in very negative and hostile ways. But I will tell you that and not us, not our decision-making process, has been the reason for the delays. And it has caused at least one younger person to feel scared. And that's not division. That's undue pressure that does not belong in the cultural arena of healers. I happen to be a warrior as well as a healer, but my sisters should not have to be. And I ask you to please make the right decision. Please, yes, let's move this forward. By all means, we've put so much work into it, but let's move it forward in a pono way with a correct URL that we decide by consensus, because that is what everyone gave their word to. And once we do that, by all means, let's move it forward. But let's not have it being said that things are happening that are not what is happening. What is happening is that we are on the brink of bringing together many healing forces that need to come together for the betterment of our people in Hawaii and the world. And we can do that. And I thank you for the extra time. Mahalo nui loa for giving this time. Please, let us make this awesome project really and truly pono. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just quick, I was curious, just mahalo for your testimony. Were there recommendations you gave out in terms of the URL, like what it should be?
I did supply in my written testimony, I supplied a list of potential URLs. I think there's nearly 20. There could be endless possibilities. I mean, we're not trying to micromanage it. We just clearly need to stay away from something that may be a very real ethics and conflict of interest violation, because that's simply not, that's not pono, that's not right, and it might not even be legal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions, members? Thank you. Any other testimony? Please proceed.
Aloha. My name is Babette Lilinoy Galang, and I am here to represent Nā Haumana La'au Lapa'au o Papa'auai, our kumu, our mentor, and renowned recognized master of La'au Lapa'au, who taught on the islands of Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Molokai. In 1997, Papa assigned Oahu Haumana to Malama Nā Pohaku Ola a Kapuni. We have been doing this since 1997 and will continue in perpetuity, passing the kuleana down to the next chosen generation. We are the kahu. Our statement is, we are the kahu of Nā Pohaku Ola, Kapai Mahu a Kapuni. We protect, preserve, and perpetuate our culture and our assigned sacred sites. We oppose the resolution as presently written, but not the gift. We do not oppose the gift. We oppose the written resolution because it lacks a consensual agreement based on a framework that Laulani spoke about, that we agreed upon in November 1st of 2022. We suggest approval of this gift for a new sign with stipulation that no URL be added. By accepting the inclusion of the URL, does so without consensus between two parties. And our kupuna always taught us to have aloha for humankind, to have compassion, kindness, respect, and integrity. And that's what we're practicing. Mahalo for the opportunity to present this testimony.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you. Please proceed.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Kavailani Lenchenko Soma. I am the alakai for Nā Pohaku Ola Kapai Mahu a Kapuni. I'm nervous. I'm here to share my concerns about why I oppose the URL kapaimahu.info. The mo'olelo we know of, 4 healers arriving on the shores of Hawaii centuries ago, has several renditions. However, the story begins in the nation of Tahiti on Hawaii, known now as Raiatea. There were actually 8 healers who set sail from Raiatea, accompanied by a fleet of canoes. 4 stayed in Hawaii when the fleet returned. You will not find any written literature about this part of the story because the mo'olelo is part of the process of ho'oponopono. Between nations, sacrifices were made, and the reasons were buried in the imu, never to be spoken again. What you will find is the mo'olelo we have come to know about the 4 Tahitian healers who are remembered for their wondrous healing abilities. The 4 healers of Nā Pohaku Ola Kapai Mahu a Kapuni, still to this day, communicate with the healers in Raiatea through telepathy. I share this part of the mo'olelo because I was given permission while being with the healers in Raiatea, living, eating, and sharing the sacred sites never before shown to anyone. I share this small, important portion of Mana'o for these reasons. We have heard from the guardians of this mo'olelo and sacred sites in Raiatea, and they are displeased with some of the scenarios being populated across their land and from Hawaii. This is also the case in Hawaii, where many are watching the outcome of these proceedings, who have in-depth knowledge of how this wahipana came to be besides ourselves. Even the wahipana has shown evidence of distress, which I have documented. We take all of these concerns seriously. When we say we care for any wahipana, such as Napuako o la Kapaimahu a Kapuni, requires much diligence and must weigh out many possible obstacles, because even the smallest action might result in severe consequences. Having the URL in the sign is not part of our agreement, and the proposed kapaimahu.info is not part of our agreement. The decision is simple. Do not accept the URL, the proposed URL. A QR code has been agreed upon and will be part of the sign. Just leave out the URL altogether with the option of adding it when there is mutual agreement. Mahalo for allowing me to share my testimony. Before I end, I would like to share one word spoken from Kapaimahu, the leader of the Pohakus, while cleaning the stones on September 30th, 2020, at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Kapaimahu said, "Tell them to stop using me." He spoke very clearly. Tell them to stop using me. I documented this and felt now is the time to share this message. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Is there anybody else who wishes to testify in person? Please proceed.
Aloha, City Council Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. And so, just wanted to say thank you for the team and the testifiers standing in the gap between the museums and the art organizations and public policy. So I'm going to read the website about the artwork. The guiding principle in the work of the artist is that Hawaii is the piko, a source where life begins. And the healer stones are a sacred site. There's a sacred site in the middle of the Waikiki Beach, one of the tourist destinations in Hawaii. And according to tradition, the healer stones commemorate extraordinary dual spirits of male and female who brought the healing arts from Tahiti to Hawaii. And after a long period of cultural neglect, which included being buried, the stones were unearthed and are again accessible. However, the significance as a memorial is much diminished by the altering of the story and the altering of the name to conform to non-native Hawaiian values and ideas. And the fact that the healers were mahu, beloved by the people, were erased from view. The efforts to revitalize the healing stone began 10 years ago with research to understand both the origins of the story and the way it's been suppressed and altered as a result of colonization and the rise of anti-transgender discrimination in the continental United States and the fierce political debate over same-sex marriage in Hawaii. The identities of the healers as mahus were ignored and then changed to two males and females and even misinterpreted to mean not homosexual. And lost along the way was the very meaning of the name of the stones, kapea mahu, which translates in English as the row of mahu. And the first written documentation of the narrative.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Oh, okay. So CARES just wants to show support for both the art piece and also the organizers. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in person who wants to testify? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered or unregistered remote testifiers?
Yes, Chair, we have two persons standing by remotely to testify.
Okay, please proceed.
Is she unmuted? Or? We have Hinale Moana Wong Kalu.
Mahalo. Ano ai ke aloha ia kākoa Pauloa, esteemed chair and members of City and County of Honolulu County Council. Ke aloha nui no ia oko. I am Hinale Moana Wong Kalu, and I am appreciative of this time that you have afforded for this topic, and I yield my testimony to any questions that the council members may have of my project.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Kumuhina? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Kumuhina, for joining us. I was just curious because I had asked Alani about potential other names. And I was just curious if you could maybe share a little bit more about the URL that seems to be the conversation and why that one is important, the one that was chosen, and why maybe it's different, or how it compares, or any insight you have on that.
Mahalo, yes. Can you all still hear me?
We can.
In response to your question, the name Kapai Mahu, we have chosen this, my team has chosen this specific name because of its direct ability to impact any and all whom care to seek more information about the story. When it comes to the story, or as we say in our language, mo'olelo, the mo'olelo that we have provided and that we have put forth has our cited source. It is a mo'olelo that we are confident about. In order for the work to carry and to resonate throughout the community, it has to have an easily accessible and easily remembered URL. To choose any other would be illogical for me. And the assertions that have been made about ethical and other inappropriate kinds of inferences made about the URL, as it is too close to kapaimahu.com. My team and I don't make money off of this, and anything that comes, especially in books that are sold, goes right back into putting more into circulation. I am here in Taiwan, and I'm paying for my own meals and other incidentals here because I'm accompanying and ambassadoring the film Kapai Mahu. So people, wherever they may be around the world, will know this by Kapai Mahu. I'd like to point out that in Hawaiian culture, a'ohe pau ka ike i ka hala o ho'okahi. And my team and I have consistently said that any and all other renderings of the story, any other articulations should be put forth and should be honored for what they are as well. However, we we remain rooted to the story that we are telling, and kapaimahu.info for us is clearly the only logical. It's the only logical URL. Also, I would say that there would not be a need for any of this engage, and if not for our project to promulgate this story. So I thank you all for your time and for your consideration, because it is because of our story spreading far and wide that we are all here. But thank you all. Thank you, Matt, for the council member, for the question.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have another remote testifier?
Yes, sir. We have Chun James.
Okay. June James, please proceed.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Yes? Okay, thank you. I generally don't tread into these waters, but I do want to say that I know most of you all who have been involved, Laulani to Dean to Joe and so on. Also that my husband actually speaks Tahitian and Hawaiian. They are very interested. I can there are two sides to the story. And I know we all understand that we're all children of God, and that, you know, whether we're black or white or rich or poor or gay or straight, that we are all children of God and we're all precious. And I'm thinking that in the spirit of aloha and free speech and diversity of thoughts, could the solution be that you have two QR codes? You have one that is your version, that you have one that is the Kahu's version, and then also you have a same name but a different ending with .com and .org. Well, then maybe you could have both side by side. Maybe that would certainly be a example of how we can all be inclusive. We can support free speech, and we can all expose ourselves to diversity of thoughts and yet be inclusive of all those thoughts. Thank you so much, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. I'm glad that we're able to have these discussions that build breadth and give us history, give us background. So I think what, Kumuhina said about that not all knowledge comes from one place also means that not all knowledge needs to be held in one place. So we do have written histories, but we have oral histories, and we have lots of different versions. And the only reason I'm saying this is because we go through these same things in Waianae where there's just differences in perspective from different generations, and it's really hard. But this gift resolution is kind of a Western formality that we're doing to accept the gift, but I pray that you guys will continue to find resolution, because it sounds like it could come, maybe not during this time, maybe in a different time, but my heart is hoping that, especially as Native Hawaiians, that we can try to see and understand one another. And so respectfully, I'll be voting in support, just hoping that even after this is done, it's not the end, but that there can still be resolution found. I don't know how, and I'm probably not going to get involved, but I just hope that there can be, because sometimes in life we fight with the people that are actually the most similar to us, that we have the most in common with. But it just means that we believe strongly in the things that we hold dear to us. So thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to talk first on the resolution itself, as well as the issue of consensus, especially within our Native Hawaiian community. So first, let me just say that I appreciate the heartfelt mana'o of the managing director, the Kapai Mahu team, the kahu, and others who've testified today. As someone who's been in the trenches on Native Hawaiian issues, especially at the federal level for the last 30 years, I know how difficult consensus can be. So let me just say that I fully support this resolution. I do believe that the story of Kapai Mahu needs to be memorialized and told. And so for all of you who have helped with that story, thank you. I also support, it's not just about this story, but Mahu today and our LGBT community. So I think the story is very important. But I also believe that this is also respectful of our Native Hawaiian and Polynesian history, culture, and stories. Our ali'i and many of our family, including my own family, the Kia'aina Ohana, have lived in Waikiki for generations. So this is not just about Kapai Mahu, this is about Waikiki and the history, the vibrancy of our culture in Waikiki. When we talk about consensus, as someone who's worked on issues where there has been no consensus, yet we have enacted laws at the county, state, and federal level to allow for Native Hawaiians to protect their language, their historic properties, and to allow us to seek redress against the federal government and state of Hawaii for wrongs arising out of the 1893 overthrow. I believe that we can't let issues like this divide us. And I agree with Councilmember Tupola that while I am going to be supporting this resolution today, I'm hoping that the two parties can still have discussion, because this is not just about the two parties. This is about our Hawaiian community as well. And I feel that I should be part of that dialogue. And that's why I'm voting in support of this measure today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share that I'm also in support of the resolution. First off, as a settler to this land by way of my parents immigrating here, I just wanted to share that not only are we looking at the nuances of the resolution, the gift, but mainly the story as a whole, as well as the main lessons to be shared. I once had the area of Bishop Museum in my council district, and while the exhibition was occurring and the stories were being widespread throughout the islands, the nation, internationally, it also hit home for many neighbors around the area who finally got to see themselves or figure out that they could see themselves through these stories as well. And that main lesson is something that's really huge, not just for the technicalities, but for people who have found the will to be seen and heard. And I really appreciate the work that the Kahus, that the Kapai Mahu team both do and will continue to do. And I just want to share that I'm in support of the greater aspect of the gift. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll also be supporting the resolution. Just wanted to say mahalo to everybody that's been involved in the process for taking the time to continue to engage, and I hope that there'll be continued conversation after today in case any additional healing is needed or further conversations. I do think that, I particularly appreciate the kahu coming down today and sharing their thoughts and understand their feelings. And generally I think that a lot of deference is going to be given and should be given to folks that have a specific responsibility to a particular place. I think that's a good place to start. But then in terms of, you know, just what we're looking at today, I think that we have an opportunity and maybe even an obligation as a city to ensure that in the midst of so many diverse stories that everyone has an opportunity for that their story to be told and shared. And I know just the testimony today highlights how impactful you know, the work of Kumuhina and Dean and Joel has been in inspiring youth and getting a part of the story of this place that hasn't been shared enough. And I do like Chun's suggestion of having opportunities for fuller stories to be told in other ways if there's aspects that are potentially being left out. But I do think just as a matter of equity, we have to ensure that, you know, that I think that the Kapamaihu story as it's been laid out through, you know, the work that it gets out as well. So just wanted to share that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we vote? Just for the record, I like June James' idea as well. Okay. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 279 and Resolution 23-208, CD1 has been adopted. Members, it is now 2 o'clock. I'd like to break for lunch, if that's okay with you. The only question is how long shall we break? Any suggestions? Councilmember Kiaina?
Chair, I recommend half an hour.
Half an hour? Everybody okay with half an hour? Okay, let's break and come back at 2:30. 2:30, everyone. We're in recess.
I move that Resolution 23-239 pass first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiaina for the explanation.
This resolution initiates amendments to the revised charter of the City and County of Honolulu 1973 as amended relating to the qualifications of the Director of Emergency Management.
Thank you. I do see the Director of Emergency Management here. Would you like to comment first before we take public testimony? Oh, please, come forward. Boggs Baguio. Aloha.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members, Assistant Director of HR, Bugs Baguio. We are actually in alignment with this resolution in terms of moving the provision for the department into a different section to align with all the other departments. The resolution does correctly cite all of the civil service provisions of the law and that the director's position is civil service. Our only concern about this resolution is that it puts forth the minimum qualifications in the charter. The minimum qualifications are not in the charter currently or in HRS because they're actually in our class specifications put forth by the Director of HR pursuant to the charter because positions that are civil service are subject to the position classification plan, which the director is in charge of setting forth the minimum qualifications. So that's our only concern about the resol.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, thank you, Deputy Director, for your insight. And just a quick few questions. So for, in terms of the charter, based on your understanding, are there other positions that have minimum qualifications outlined in the charter, such as like emergency services director or prosecutor?
Right, yes. Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, so there are some minimum qualifications set forth for some of the department directors, and there's also, I counted 9 that don't have any.
Okay.
But because this particular position is civil service by state law, it would fall under the position classification plan. And so actually, for anybody's perusal, the minimum qualifications are actually set forth in our website. If you go DHR Honolulu class specs, you can see it all for every single civil service position, including the DEM director.
Perfect. Appreciate that. And those classifications are set, I think you have a staff that's assigned specifically to that, looking and reviewing and helping adjust those.
Correct, council member. So they consult with the department that's affected. They consult with subject matter experts to put together these minimum qualifications.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mahalo for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Just one thing, I'm sorry, Chair. We'll probably propose some cleanup language for this reso, because we wanted to also clarify that the Deputy Director of DEM is also civil service, and there's a provision in the charter we can amend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Members, we also have Director of Emergency Management. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members. Hiro Toya, Director for the Department of Emergency Management. So our ability to perform our emergency management functions is directly correlated to the trust that we have from this council, from other city departments and agencies, state agencies, and also from the public. So anything we can do to create more credibility for our agency, really appreciate those efforts to do that. So consistent with Assistant Director's comments, this position is civil service. So the minimum qualifications are defined in the class specifications, which are publicly viewable. DHR has actually a great website where you can just search for positions and the class specifications are available. And that defines the minimum qualifications that's stated right there for anybody to see. I do also appreciate the creation of the separate chapter for DEM. I think this was an artifact of when the reorg was done in 2007. It was done under the mayor's authority through resolution to amend the sections relating to the executive branch of government. And so previously, this department was the Oahu Civil Defense Agency that fell administratively under the managing director's office. And when that change was made to the Department of Emergency Management in 2007, it was done through a resolution rather than a charter amendment going to the voters. And so I think this is a good opportunity to do a little bit of that cleanup. So I look forward to working with the HR, Corporation Council, and the City Council to make some further cleanups to the language.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the Director? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered in-person testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Is there anybody here who'd like to testify? Angela Melody Young, please proceed. You look different.
Aloha, City Council, Angela Melody Young testifying in strong support, or actually, I retract that statement. I wish to comment. So I'm testifying on behalf of Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch, and we've attended one of the meetings from that office, and the director and the current qualifications that are set to get the director is good. So during the Maui tragedy and recovery efforts, one of the only directors of the emergency team that could cite the law was the current director. And he explicitly said Hawaii Revised Statutes 127 is the Hawaii Revised Statute which manages the statewide siren system, and also HIEMA, the Hawaii State Emergency Management Agency. And if you were like anyone else who was listening into the news and the things that happened during the Maui tragedy and during the recovery efforts, no one from other offices or any other of the directors from MEMA, the Maui County level agency, could cite the direct source of the law structure which manages the management teams. So I just wish to comment that whatever the qualifications are now to get a director like this is really good. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And I welcome input through this process from DEM, from DHR. I think part of the goal, at least for me, was just given that we're only here for a moment in time, and the charter is a consistent foundation, right, being our city constitution, that having at least baseline minimum qualifications in there would carry us forward well, you know, when we look at the other requirements that are in there for other departments, and just given how important DEM is. And that doesn't take away at all from the standards that DHR has. And so just hope we can have that conversation and work with the departments to contemplate maybe those baseline requirements.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this amendment, and thank the introducers, is very timely. And I believe that easily what happened on Maui could happen in our district. The probability of that size of fire, definitely on the west side, has happened many times. I believe that in addition to what's being listed here, and it may not be something that has to be written into law, is the ability for the director to have a more grassroots, boots on the ground leadership. I was very fortunate as a State House rep to work with former Crystal Van Beelen, who worked for DEM, and she was just stellar. Just one of the best DEM workers I've ever had. We had annual emergency preparedness fairs at Nanakuli High School every year. We worked together. And actually, every time there was a fire, she called me up immediately, and we actually immediately started to work through every neighborhood, evacuate people that couldn't walk. And so I think this on-the-ground leadership is really what's needed. I haven't worked with anyone in DEM currently that's been at that level of understanding the community, and that's super important. We can see it as evident of what happened over these couple months. Knowing the community leadership and working well with them is so important. I also wanted to say that just at this last neighborhood board, we had a long, extensive discussion because the emergency siren in Maili is broken, and it has been for years. And so we had Haima come, and they had a representative there, but these are the kind of issues that we need to know about and have boots on the ground, and I appreciate us putting all the qualifications, but we need to see all of this happen in real time and not have to wait years and years and ask for broken things to be fixed that in case of emergency, we would never know because the sirens don't work in that area. So I do want to thank the director and hope that we can continue to work hard on making sure our emergency management, which really is the county's responsibility, is as high as possible of organization, but as low as possible on community involvement, like all the way into the ground level with all of our community members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? C9, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero? Aye. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Aye. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto? Aye. Councilmember Say? Aye. Councilmember Talba? Aye. Councilmember Tupola? Aye. Councilmember Wire? Aye. Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. Resolution 23-239 has passed first reading. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the first reading items listed on pages 12 to 15 of the agenda pass first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
Bill 54 relates to the adaptive reuse of commercial buildings. Bill 56 relates to a commercial property assessed financing program. Bill 57 relates to game rooms. Bill 58 relates to authorized personnel, and Bill 59 relates to incentives for film studio facilities.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a number of folks registered to testify. Is Thomas Nita here? Or Chris Lee? There he is. Aloha, Mr. Lee.
Hello, Mike Coxwell. Chair, Vice Chair. I am Chris Lee, founder and director of the Academy for a Creative Media System, testifying on behalf of the University of Hawaii, Calvert Young, in support of this measure. And just note that the UH welcomes the opportunity to support economic development and business sustainability of film studio facilities in the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions if people have them.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Tupola.
I will ask the question, but just to make sure, because I have people here for 57, and we're still going to do those?
Yeah, we're going to do all of them, and people can testify on all of the first.
Oh, okay,
first,
got it.
So come back.
Reading measures.
No, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Lee, thank you for being
Councilmember.
here. Okay, so specifically, with this bill, the main thing that we need to make sure is that whatever happens, there is a city benefit, right? Because it's suggesting that if XYZ is done, that the property taxes for this particular facility will then remain the same for 30 years if X amount of infrastructure is done. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'm not the expert on development. That would be my colleagues, Mike Shibata and Calvert Young. Unfortunately, they're at the dedication of a new dorm back in Manoa, I think, today, so I'm here on behalf of them. So I don't want to get to the specifics of it, a dedication or whatever, but I will say that if you want to speak about benefits to the city, I believe, I don't think the numbers, official numbers have come out for 2022. There was a direct spend of about $482 million in the production business, so television, streaming, films. Of that, roughly over 70% of that is on Oahu. So we have sort of reached a point where we've kind of capped our business in terms of our success. And the only way to increase that success, which has been with us ever since we got Act 88 back in 2006, is to increase facilities, increase infrastructure. Right now, we have the Diamond Head stage, which accommodates NCS Hawaii. And out here, we have the ALOHA hangars, which were Magna, but now they're also NCIS Hawaii. But none of them accommodate a full movie or multiple television shows. So I think everyone's aware that Disney's about to make Moana in a live-action picture, and they will be here for a little bit of time. But the bulk of it is going to shoot in Atlanta because that's where there are stages. That's where they can do the kind of visual effects and stage work that you see in, say, other movies that have come here for a little bit and then had to go to back to the continent. Jumanji, Pirates of the Caribbean,
So when
Jurassic
you say
Park.
that 70% of the spending happened here, you just mean in general? In general, 70%?
Of that $482 million, and that's the estimate that I currently have from DBET, my understanding is 70% of that business is on Oahu as opposed to Maui, Kauai, or the
I
Big
see.
Island.
So 70% of the business is here, but I will ask Calvert the questions. I know him well, so when
Okay.
he comes to the hearing, I'll ask him because I just wanted to make
Sure.
sure that there's a direct city benefit and not just people spending money on Oahu, of which we appreciate the stimulation
Well,
of the economy.
Yes.
But I think for the city, we're looking for infrastructure improvements, things that we would have
Sure.
spent city funds doing.
The benefit is living wage jobs. The benefit is reversing the 20 people a day that are leaving Oahu who are all in the middle class, that are not able to find the kind of income that they can raise their families on. And this has always been about job diversity. The whole ACM concept that I started over 20 years ago was all about keeping our kids here in Hawaii. And I'm very grateful that we now have hundreds of our graduates on sets and working for all kinds of creative media jobs here in the state. So that's really what it's about. It's about recognizing, I'll give you, if I could use this analogy, we have a successful tourism business, but if we only had one hotel, a boutique hotel, it would limit the amount of people that could come here and enjoy the islands. That's kind of what we have now, is like a boutique hotel.
I understand. Sorry, you don't need to convince me. I'm in support. I mean, I know a lot of your students, they've done a lot of good. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask more detailed questions about how it would benefit offsetting city infrastructure costs. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Lee? I just have a follow-up question. I mean, following up on what Councilmember Tupola talked about. So basically what the bill does, it would forgive property taxes for a period of time, but the developer would have to spend at least $100 million in
Yes.
developing a film studio?
It's a very high threshold.
Right.
And while, as our testimony says, the bill does not benefit University of Hawaii directly, I think as most people know, we are hoping to do a studio there. Currently, the University of Hawaii does not pay anything in property taxes, so anything that would be built there, this would be a reduction, but there would be something. Again, I'm not sure I understand what a dedication is, as opposed to a rebate or whatever, but we appreciate any effort on behalf of this city council to support this industry.
And does the University of Hawaii currently train students for these
Yes,
presumably
actually-
high-paying jobs?
Actually, on every island, we have a total of 16 programs on all 10 UH campuses. So I'm going to Maui tomorrow, where we have a very active production group there at the Maui College. I was on Kauai a couple weeks ago. I'll be in Hilo next week, and all of these campuses, and all of these programs actually are have some of the highest and fastest enrollment engagement of any campus, all campuses.
Terrific. If I remember correctly, what the discussion that came up before was that the taxes and revenue generated from this industry, basically, it's income tax, that goes to the state. General excise tax, that goes to the state. Can we get creative to figure out how some of the revenue generated from the industry can come back to the city, so that we can perhaps use some of that revenue to pay our employees more money, or to build infrastructure, or
Sure.
to solve any number of the problems that we're currently facing?
Well, I would say, one thing that I would say is that on average, when you see a show here, 82 to 88% of the crew are local. So you have all these people making living wage jobs, buying gas, going to caterers, getting makeup jobs, doing costumes, we were relatively lucky during these strikes, which one of them is still going on, the actor strike, because a lot of places shut down completely, but we kept going until late June. I think Lilo and Stitch, I heard, had about a week to go on their production. Hopefully they're going to come back. But right now they're gearing up. Hopefully the actors' strike will be settled in the next few weeks. There is, as I mentioned, Moana. There is a new television series about lifeguards here in Hawaii. There is, hopefully we get a second season of Chief of War, which is another example of a show that, while they shot about 30 days here in the islands, I understand they shot about 150 in New Zealand. So there is a lot of competition, even when you have the biggest star in the world, Jason Momoa, and he happens to be from Hawaii, and it's the story of Hawaii. But even under those circumstances, if the financing isn't right, if the budgeting doesn't pencil out, they're still going to go somewhere else. And we get very strong competition from New Zealand, get very strong competition from Australia, where they shot Young Rock, which was about going to McKinley High School in Honolulu, and it was cheaper to rebuild that in New South Wales than it was to shoot it here in Honolulu. So it's not necessarily true that they're going to come no matter what. The business does drive on these incentives, as do all businesses these days. So I think the benefits come from keeping our local families gainfully employed, being able to have houses, being able to have cars, being able to stay here.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Chris.
Hello.
Can you give me the average salary of someone working in the industry?
I couldn't tell you that, but there was an article during the strike where the advertiser went and spoke with members of IATSE. IATSE is the camera crews, and they do all the electrical and stuff, and one of the people they talked to was doing about, I think it was said, $150,000, $170,000 a year, and was raising his family very comfortably here in Hawaii. So that's why I really stress we are a very strong union state, and when shows come here, they know that. We're also a very expensive place to shoot, like we are for most industries, because we are in the middle of the Pacific. And I don't think we'll ever sort of change that, because you have to bring in a lot of stuff often, because we don't have a full studio complex yet. And I think the economies of that scale will change those numbers and will employ a lot more people.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in person who'd like to testify on any of the first reading bills? Please proceed, sir.
Yeah, my name is Mano Lion from God Forgive Bad Boys and Bad Girls. We're here to support Bill 57, and I wanted to give you a little history of my background. And so I'm a former gang leader, and I'm a former shot caller for 2 yards, one in California and one in Oregon. I've been locked up for 26 years, and I am very grateful for my past because we have a slogan that says that we was once part of the destruction, and that today we are part of the solution. We're here to support Bill 57 because, as you can see, not only me, but the men behind me, we are actually 4,000 members strong, over 4,000 members strong in our organization. And it not only involves bad boys and bad girls, but also some of our elected officials and also Honolulu Police Department. We partner up in protecting our community and bringing safety to our kapunas and our children. And the reason why we support the bill is because, you know, once upon a time in my old life, I partake, and I'm not proud of it, of game rooms. And so I know the chaos, the destruction. I know about the sex trafficking. I know about the crime, the violence. I know about the drugs in game rooms. And then for me, I just like to testify because of the knowledge that I have over the game rooms in residential areas. Personally, me, I come from the Eva Beach, Moku. And as of today, I was hoping Major Lambert was here so he could verify the way we're dealing with our game rooms before the bill was coming up. And the reason why I enforced the bill, because at least it gives a threat, right, to the people who's operating in these homes. But as of right now in Eva Beach, in our Moku, we have no game rooms in our community, none. We do have a blueprint on how we did it. And so we're also thinking about duplicating it in other areas, such as Waianae on the west side, and see how we can operate in that area. But I also wanted to share that, you know, we cannot stop the game rooms, right? I know that. I mean, gambling has been around, as I'm a faithful person, since Jesus' days, right? But we don't want it in our community. We don't want it in our residential areas, right? And so we want to stand behind this bill, right? But at the same time, I like to share this, yeah, because I've been in homes where they had game rooms, and it's unfortunate because when I'm in these homes, when I was in the world, and I look around, I know that the parents before the people who's inherited these houses, that I believe that they worked many, many years, maybe 40 years, maybe all their life to give their children this house, right? And in life, these children made bad decisions and bad choices, such as myself. And so, you know, I wanted you guys to consider, right, you know, taking a look at that, you know, when this bill, if you guys do pass that bill about the houses, yeah, because, you know, these parents are not here anymore, right? And the children who inherited these houses, because of the choices that they made, they end up probably losing their house for the things that they want to encounter on the activities, right? And so, you know, I want you guys to consider that, right? You know, how we can work alongside each other. We actually have been involved not only just today we're targeting the game rooms, but we are in a variety of arenas, not only game rooms, but I also wanted to encourage, because, you know, we participated things in our neighborhood with some of these council members sitting down today, and I wanted to encourage you guys today, right, because the whole goal was to get our community involved. And because you guys participated, even Uncle Rick participated, guess what happens? The neighbors, in the beginning, they were scared, and it was happening, the shootings was happening close to their house, and the game rooms are happening on their streets, and they were scared. But because of some of our council members that participated in our neighborhood security walks, guess what's happening? They're coming out the community, and they're adopting their streets that are shot up, where had murders, shootings, game rooms. Now the community wants to get out because of their participation. And right now, as we speak, I had a phone call this morning that it's blown up so much, it's exploding, that the Honolulu police cannot keep up with it because we partner with them on these walks, yeah? And so that's another encouragement for if we could extend or expand our Honolulu CPT program, because it is exploding. right? We have neighborhoods and families that's taking back their blocks, their neighborhoods one by one. And so that's the principle of everything we're doing. And if there's anything that we can do to continue to support Bill 57, we are here. And at the same time, we ask, we would like to partner up. Yeah, we would like to partner up with you guys in how we can be an asset. Like I said, our slogan is, we was once part of the destruction, and today we're part of the solution. And so, you know, we do have meetings, not like this. It's more confidential meetings on the things that we're doing, right? And we get to really be transparent in what we do and how we're doing it. It is so unconventional, Uncle Tommy, right? It's so unconventional and uncommon and abnormal how we do things. I just had this conversation this morning that if we don't do it, who is gonna do it? I mean, you know, the tattoos and the uniform don't separate us anymore. We know that we gotta work hand in hand with our brothers, right? We break the lies and the myths that we had all our lives. And today we work together, but who else is gonna do it? So we cannot do it ourselves. It takes a village to raise a child. If we can bring back some of our morals and values that we grew up with, you know, as I look around with the violence that's happening, right? Everybody wants to do something. Everybody wants to get involved with something. And so I believe that if we can sit down and maybe not settings like this, yeah, as you're maybe more private, right? And kind of see how we can take back our communities more and how we can invest the funding that we have into areas. Because you know why? Nobody understands the violence until it happens close to home. Until it happens to one of our own, right? Nobody understands. And so we don't want to wait to that point. We are in prevention and damage control to take back our communities, our neighborhoods, and our streets. But Councilmember, you guys do have our support for Bill 57. We need that threat upon them, and hopefully before the houses get taken away, that we can go in and restore these houses, and these houses can become beacons in the community instead of a threat in the community. And so we're looking forward to partnering up with you guys in the future.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you and all your comments and your manawa and where you're coming from. I was just trying to figure out exactly how the bill would work. Are we asking the planning and zoning department to get involved, and they come in and interact?
Well, my understanding of the bill was that that if these people are running game rooms active right now, they have the threat that if they come in and they raid these game rooms, that their land and their houses get taken away. So I believe with that threat, maybe the community might think twice about opening up game rooms in the residential areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Thank you very much. Any of the other gentlemen want to say a few words? No. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mana. Thank you, Uncle Tommy. I love that. I had to. That's a West Side thing. But thank you, Mana. He calls everybody uncle, so you know we from the West Side going to continue to call you Uncle Tommy. But anyway, you know we have been here today, and we know when we live on the West Side what time we got to get home. We usually got to get out of here by 3 o'clock because of traffic. So we are going to testify, and then we will be heading on back to the West Side. Thank you for the opportunity. I also wanted to thank this council and the chair for your leadership, and in the budget department on page 16, supporting the Waianae Police Station, District 9, for the funding to complete that facility there. And so with the mayor releasing that funds, we can now see the Waianae Police Station being opened with staff. So that is a very much mahalo for your leadership and for the mayor to support that release. I'm speaking on Bill 5758. Aloha again, Patty Kahanamoku Teruya. Stand today with my community of Waianae Moku in support of Bill 5758. This is a long overdue relief of our communities, effectively removing of these illegal, corrupting game rooms that foment our destruction in our neighborhoods for so long. Just the fact that they're allowed to exist provides some sense that they are allowed. These game rooms, their operators and the landowners who own them to exist have declared war on our home, our children, and our way of life. The owners who permit this must be held accountable because they're selling out our community, stripping away our safety, and destroying the very fabric of our neighborhoods for money by destroying our communities. As a former chair of Nanakuli Ma'ili Neighborhood Board who served 29 years, at every monthly meeting, I continue to ask the Honolulu Police Department during the reports of our gaming establishments along the Waianae Coast to say many times, update closures was not provided. For example, I'm going to close. For example, we have had a game room for over 10 years, 10 feet away from our only senior facility, Nani Ikeola in Nanakuli. Seniors not coming out of their apartments in a dangerous criminal zone. The area got raided several times, but only to reopen within 3 weeks' time. The owners were never violated or held responsible. As a former DHHL commissioner, I would like to also suggest that the county must work with the state level, especially with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. District 1 is one of the largest Hawaiian homelands with many, many illegal game homes on Hawaiian homelands. DHHL is having a difficult time maintaining enforcement and shutting these homes that have gaming along with drug activities, and it goes very dangerous to our lessees. Mahalo for taking a strong stand in our communities to make it safe and holding landlords to be responsible. I urge you to support Bill 5758. And I also wanted to add, as you did, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to work with DPP, and we need to work with, when you have a game room and they get arrested, we need to have laws that DPP can now put a lien on their property and to hold them responsible. So if we do take that, and then if we do have that property, and some of the funds can go into HPD, CPT, our weed and seed programs. And so that's another suggestion we always tackle in our neighborhood board, is that, you know, being responsible, DPP needs to be holding homeowners responsible of having these kind of activities. So thank you so very much. We appreciate your time, and aloha and welcome to the West Side.
Thank you. Any questions for Patty? Auntie Patty? Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Oops. Aloha. My name is Jermaine Myers. I am a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I am in support of Bill 57 and Bill 58. In January, Representative Daniel Holt expressed his concerns to Hawaii News Now. He stated, and I quote, "These game rooms are unregulated. They often have to do with drugs and prostitution as well," end of quote. Adults that go to game rooms for drugs and prostitution, they may also be involved in keiki, sex trafficking, all in the name of adult entertainment. I work for an organization that served victims of human trafficking. We provided caseworkers, counselors, and therapists for victims of human trafficking. Gambling, drugs, and sex trafficking, prostitution work together in the adult entertainment world. It brings to mind the term, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. We don't want these game rooms in our communities where our children live and go to school. We need stricter penalties and enforcement. In Nanakuli, a little boy was almost abducted by a man as he walked to Nanakuli Elementary School on Haleakala Avenue. In April, a 57-year-old man was arrested after allegedly attempting to kidnap an 11-year-old boy as he walked to school in Kapolei. In June, a man attempted to kidnap a 15-year-old boy walking in Hawaii Kai near a school. Last year in August, officials at a Kailua school alerted parents in a letter about an alleged attempted kidnapping. School officials shared how a student biking home was approached by two men in a white truck near Kailua Beach Park. There are many, many reports of attempted kidnapping, as well as reports of missing keiki. Game rooms support drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking when they are in our communities. Please support Bill 57 and Bill 58. Ke au kua pu. God bless all of you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Council, for all that you do. Uncle Tommy, thank you. Brother Mana, yes, I'm in support of 5758. Anything that poses a threat to the Waianae Board or Waianae Moku, you can find us there because we're involved with the community. And thank you for the monies and the funding that is going to open up that new police station down there. We need it. However, I just want to say these things. We create the laws. The problem with that is who's going to implement it. The problem with that is who's going to apply it. The problem with that is usually policy. I've heard it all day today. I sat here for about 3 or 4 hours. There were key informations that were put out when they were talking about because I'm a prior liquor law enforcement officer. HRS 281, Section 281, the prohibitions. It goes out to Mr. Santos there. With all that said, is that when we do create these laws, it becomes a technical thing. And usually, when it becomes technical, it takes a while. Why? Because we got to apply these laws. But enforcement is the true problem that we have. Enforcement, being on the ground, the parking lot issues, all of these issues. Today is all about enforcement. We shorter personnel. And that's why we want to work side by side with the community, leading from the front, leading from the middle, and leading from the rear by encouraging our subordinates to be just like us. Waianae Board is setting the example. We became the template. And thank you, Mana, for bringing all this up and the passion and the fire that stands behind you and everybody behind us on the Waianae Coast. I just want to say this. Because we fail when we create these laws, I say we, it becomes a technical issue. I just want to leave you with that. Aloha. Thank you, Uncle Tommy. Mahalo.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Jackson from Makaha. And I just want to say, Chairman Tommy Waters, I'm not going to do the uncle thing to you. You know, one of the things that you need to see is that united we stand. One of the things I've heard some solutions here, I want to make this point to you really clearly. It's not just, oh, the city council gets this right. It needs to be negotiated and organized holistically across county, state, and federal. Every game room is a drug dispensary. That's it. It's also, that's it. There's nothing else really going on there. The gaming is sort of the side thing, but that's what it is. And it's right there in your neighborhood, and that's not okay. And when you let them go in there and you own that property, you're held responsible. You should be held responsible, and here's how you do it. They're federal tax cheats. They are in a conspiracy because they're doing a criminal activity there. So when they take the money, and that's what they're selling us out for, they're actually not paying the IRS. And they're not paying the state tax offices. And nobody beats them. Martha Stewart, Al Capone, everybody. So if you add that into it, you can confiscate the property and you can fund the investigations that get you to take that property because that money goes already back into law enforcement. So it's not something we have to invent. It's something that's there and no one's seen it yet. And you go in there and now you work with the feds and the state and city and county gets it right. And now you all go in together and you just take it. And now you're penalizing them. Those owners are put into jail. People running it right there. It's all part of the same thing. You put them in there. They're looking at criminal charges, conspiracy charges on both the federal and the state level. Tax cheats, that's what it is. And it's RICO eligible because it's a conspiracy. And so all the people in that chain can be held responsible. You confiscate the properties, now it's not in play. You make a couple examples of that and people will not be making game rooms be in those neighborhoods anymore. You could also add on a whistleblower part of it, where if you're in a neighborhood and you see it going on, you can tell. You can bring it to the light and get rewarded for that. And then that means no longer you're putting up with it thinking I have to be quiet because it's part of what goes on and nothing gets done. Now there's incentives in there for people to tell on it and to bring it and eradicate it out. And then those properties can be flipped back in to be used for the housing we need so desperately for the homeless and all the other solutions you're trying to find. So I hope that you can look at that, dig into it. Tommy, you got my number, 808-466-9966. And I will be there for you to give you all the walking through all of those statutes and apply. Finally, there's one thing else. There's a state law that permits on Hawaii revised statutes that if your neighborhood, you live in your neighborhood and your car gets broken into, or your house gets burglarized, you can actually sue the property owner that has all that going on there and held them responsible for that. That is in there, nobody uses it, but it's sitting there waiting for someone to use it. So I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much, and the grace, and mahalos.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Bills?
Bill 57 and 58.
Oh, okay. I know, it just wasn't clear in the beginning. I mean, it was clear during the testimony, but he didn't say it in the beginning.
I'm sorry.
Which bill were you testifying on?
57
Okay,
and
thank you.
58, because they sort of work together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Angela.
Aloha City Council, Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of Kapalama Neighborhood Security Walk, and Citizens Patrol. As previously stated from some of the testifiers, are the community policing teams that do the groundwork in the community, and Auntie Jody and some of the seniors that were out here. They really put in a lot of work to guard the community, just like Uncle Mana and all the other uncles. Whereas the safety of our communities is a statewide concern, and there are so many game rooms, and there's a lot of homelessness, the concern that the council is faced with is to recruit officers, right? And there's always a short staff and 300 vacant positions. So is it more worthwhile to train up the volunteers in the community to lead neighborhood security walks and citizens patrols, such as the Kanehili Citizens Patrol and also Uncle Mana's them's neighborhood security walk, to work with HPD and the community policing team to secure the neighborhoods and to bust game rooms. So historically, the NSWs have worked collaboratively with HPD and the legislators, the community leaders, and churches, nonprofits to coordinate safety training events and patrols. And in the last year, there have been well-coordinated and organized efforts in various districts, including Maunalua Gardens, Kahuku, Kapalama, Makiki, Waikiki, Mililani, Ewa, Waianae, Nanakuli, and also the Hawaiian Homelands homesteads. And a lot of these efforts were coordinated from Uncle Mana and Auntie Jody, their team. And of course, with the community policing teams, the HPD District 8, District 6, Waikiki, and District 5, Sergeant Owato, them. And so if the goals that the community is faced with is safety, and there are free resources to work with, I think it is a good idea to reduce fear and stop people's withdrawals from community life, to encourage social life, and to stop crime.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so the next...
Are you testifying on Bill 57 and 58?
Yeah, the game rooms.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then should I testify for Bill 59, the film studios?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
But I do want to hold you to 1 minute, please.
Okay. The film studios, Bill 59. So there was a Senate bill earlier this season, and it was Senate Bill 1237, and it was relating to the Hawaii Film Commission. And I think if the state and the city were to work collaboratively together, then the goals can be achieved. But I don't, and this is a personal opinion, I don't think you're going to be able to do it without the state, because there are two film offices, right? One at the state level and one at the city level. Film and TV productions support our state and city in various ways. It provides work for a variety of people because it does not require advanced education to be a performer or an extra. And when productions from the mainland come to Hawaii and produce about our state, it draws in tourism, which helps with the economic development. And the productions support the various aspects of Hawaiian culture, such as film and music. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify on any of the bills on pages 12 through 15? Seeing none, members, we are in discussion. Oh, sorry. We have to do remote testimony. Mr. Clerk, do we have any remote testifiers?
Yes, sir. Should we just call them up?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thomas Nita, followed by Michael Yaki.
Thank you, Chairman Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members of the council. My name is Tom Nida. I am testifying in support of Bill 56 to establish a commercial property assessed financing program for the city. I have recently retired as a community banker after 56 years in the industry, and in the last 7 years, I've been responsible for working with PACE programs in Washington, D.C., a program which is very similar to what's being proposed here in your city and county. And I've been able to help facilitate PACE financing for office buildings, retail stores, warehouses, educational facilities, healthcare facilities, and others. And one of the issues that we found in DC was that the city had passed some mandated building energy standards, and PACE helped meet those standards with private financing for these public mandates. So I express my strong support and appreciate this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Kiaino.
Thank you for your testimony. I understand that there is this bill and a resolution, and so just based on your experience, is it better that it be authorized via ordinance rather than the administration just standing up the program? Because I understand the resolution is urging them to do that, and then this will establish it. So based on your experience with the other program, what is your thoughts on these both these measures?
Well, I think in my case, the issue is that the resolution addresses opening negotiations with the local authority to be the program administrator. And in District of Columbia, the program administrator is the DC Green Bank, which would be comparable to this green financing authority. And I heartily recommend that be pursued because having an independent authority that is responsible for program administration is different from some locales in which the program administrator may actually also be a lender, which is an inherent conflict of interest. So I think in this case, I encourage and support the resolution as well as this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none. Next testifier, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Michael Yaki, followed by Gwen Yamamoto Lau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Michael Yaki. I'm the Senior Vice President for Petros PACE Finance, one of the largest C-PACE, commercial PACE originators in the country. And a quick procedural question, Mr. Chair, do we have 1 minute or 3 minutes? I wasn't quite clear. The timer only gave me 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute on each
Okay.
measure.
Well, first of all, thank you for your time. I used to be an elected member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, so I appreciate the time you're giving us here today. I wanted to stress why you need an ordinance. Even though the resolution talks about negotiating an agreement, again, for the administration of the program, every statute, every program needs the authorization of the taxing authority. In other words, the establishment of the assessment power and the taxing power of the locality for this program. Without that establishment of the taxing power and of the assessment power for commercial PACE programs, there is a key link that could be missed that the rating agencies, that the lenders, such as ourselves, would have an issue with regard to ensuring the legality and the security of the lien on the property. So that's why we're in strong support of Bill 56 and also in support of Resolution 197 later on, because the two are linked together.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Mr. Yaki? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And just to make sure I understood that, Mr. Yaki, so you're saying that having it in ordinance or in the law would make lenders maybe more comfortable with providing funds to applicants?
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner, and thank you for your sponsorship of the ordinance through the chair. This is it's almost a little bit more than comfort. When we do this, we are essentially taking the legality of the lien as given. What's important to note is that the procedure for establishing a levy in a particular jurisdiction is important for us to follow, as it would be for any other kind of levy or tax that you would have in your jurisdiction. So, for example, in other special assessment districts in Honolulu, like the Waikiki Business Improvement District, that even though there was a state law that established the ability to create a Waikiki Business District, you needed an ordinance to actually implement and authorize the ability to put the assessments on property. So that's why we believe this ordinance is really important, because it gives us the assurance, comfort if you will, that the assessment is legally authorized by the ordinance and therefore is secure, and then enables us to then offer our financing at the lower interest rates and at the longer terms. That makes it attractive in order to facilitate the public goals of energy efficiency, cesspools, renewable, etc., on private property.
Okay. Thank you. That's extremely helpful. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Yaki. Next, I believe it's Gwen Lau.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Honolulu City Council. I am Gwen Yamamoto Lau from the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. My apologies for not testifying in person on Bill 56, but I'm on a ship on my way to Japan, and I'm hopeful that my Wi-Fi will hold out. The authority stands on its written testimony in strong support and respectfully requests the revisions as detailed in the testimony. While I appreciate Corporation Counsel's opinion that the ordinance is not needed, I appreciate the introduction of the ordinance and think that it's important to point out, as Michael did, that CPACE provides long-term financing, and as such, it's extremely important for the CPACE lenders to have this financing program codified, as it is in every other municipality that the program is implemented in, to ensure that CPACE survives changes in administration. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Tupola.
Hi, Aloha Gwen. Thank you for being with us. I'm just going to ask a few clarifying questions. We went through a lot of this in the hearing, but I do think that to just say it anew for the general public, this program itself is going to be run through the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, correct?
Yes, it will be administered by the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, which is a state agency attached to DBED.
Right. So just for clarification, I know that the resolution said that we suggested the city stand up a program, but really the program is going to be run out of HGIA. And the city responsibility is to give and allow the ability to do the loan on the property. Is that correct?
Right. It's to approve the ordinance that allows commercial property assessed financing, and also to get to sign an agreement with the authority for us to program its behalf, and to loan as a standalone bill from the real property tax bill.
And the city is not going to be required to create any invoices or send any information to people who qualify for this loan, correct? HGIA is going to have
Not at all. Not at all. That is our responsibility.
And the city isn't going to be required to be the authorizer or have any type of liability for people who utilize this loan, correct?
No, the city has no liability. There is no city funds used for lending or administration.
And as far as we've known since this program started in the municipalities where it is approved, there has been no foreclosures. Is that correct?
Correct. No foreclosures, over $2.5 billion in financing, 2,500 CPACE loans nationwide.
So I just wanted to make that clear because I do believe that as the city has the mandates for sprinklers as well as for the cesspool conversions to septic tanks, that we have the ability to utilize this to help the residents comply with the law. And so I'm in support of the resolution and of the bill, and just clarifying that there will not be a burden on the city for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Lau. Next is Amanda Samai, followed by Cliff Kellogg.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the City Council. My name is Amanda Samai with Castle Green Finance. We are a CPACE origination firm. We operate across the U.S. anywhere that PACE has been legislated at the state level and also at the local level. A common theme that I've heard throughout this meeting is sort of affordability, and Hawaii has some unique affordability and resiliency challenges that CPACE is the perfect tool to help property owners, improve their properties. The way that CPACE works in the lender community and with our investors and ourselves, as Michael Yaki had stated previously, sort of the continuity in having this codified in an ordinance is important to maximize the efficiency of the program, to ensure that sort of the private capital that is there, and billions in private capital have been used across the U.S. to fund these necessary improvements. It helps maximize the efficiency of the programs and minimize sort of the public portion of the bill to minimize the amount of municipal effort that's needed by using the authority. So we appreciate your time, and we stand in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Next is Cliff Kellogg, followed by Jessa Coleman.
Thank you very much, Chair Waters and members of the City Council. My name is Cliff Kellogg of the CPACE Alliance. Our association advocates for best practices in CPACE across the country. We strongly support Bill 56. The bill enables owners of commercial buildings to finance improvements such as septic systems and upgrades for energy efficiency, renewable energy, hurricane protection, and fire suppression. CPACE is quite different from a loan. First, the owner must be underwritten by a private sector capital provider from a financial point of view. Second, the owner must get the approval of the consent of every mortgage holder on the property. And finally, the proposed financing must be approved by the Green Infrastructure Authority for compliance before the transaction can be closed. The city's involvement is quite minimal. Billing and collection can be done by the Green Infrastructure Authority. The only task performed by the city would be the remote possibility of any enforcement of a delinquent payment, which would be done just like it does with property taxes, and all enforcement costs would be reimbursed by the private sector capital provider. According to the Denton's law firm, this program requires an ordinance. In their legal opinion, and I'm going to defer to Bill Ewan, who's on the line to testify, an MOU between the city and the Infrastructure Authority would not be legally sufficient. Regarding the wording in the bill, we support the suggestions from Green Infrastructure Authority and the testimony of Executive Director Lau. Shovel-ready projects are awaiting the launch of this program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 56.
Thank you. Next is Jessa Coleman, followed by Todd Sharkey.
Oh, it's a little dark. Apologies as my camera adjusts. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessa Coleman. I'm the Director of Programs and Policy at Naveen Green Capital. Naveen Green Capital is a subsidiary of Naveen, which is the asset manager of TIAA, the pension fund, We ourselves at Green Capital manage over $1 billion of CPACE assets across the country at this time, and we've contributed to the design and funding of CPACE programs across the country. I'm here to state that at Naveen Green Capital, we strongly support Bill 56 as well as the corresponding resolution. Both are critical to establishing the program. Very briefly, the point of CPACE is to incentivize investment in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and resiliency measures. We do that by offering CPACE loan terms and financing rates that are extremely competitive, and we're only able to do that due to the CPACE special assessment being secured as a lien against the property, which must be legally set through ordinance. So without this ordinance, frankly, the entire program falls apart regardless of whether a resolution is passed. So thank you for the time today.
Thank you very much. Next is Todd Sharkey, followed by Mark Glick.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Sharkey is not logged on.
Thank you. Mr. Glick, followed by Bill Ewan.
Aloha. I am Maria Tomei, representing Mark Glick of the Hawaii State Energy Office, and you have our written testimony in support of both Bill 56 and Resolution 23-197. We defer to the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, Gwen Yamamoto Lau, on the details of implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Ewan.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is William Ewan. I'm a Honolulu attorney with the Denton's Law Firm, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CPACE Alliance in support of Bill 56. Approval of the proposed ordinance is a necessary step to implementing the commercial property assessed clean energy financing program in the city and county of Honolulu. The essence of the CPACE program is to allow commercial property owners to finance qualifying clean energy improvements and other improvements by way of an assessment on commercial property. In 2022, the legislature amended HRS Section 46-80 to authorize each county to enact an ordinance to establish a commercial property assessed financing program in the county. An ordinance is necessary to create this program because the city charter requires that every legislative act be approved by ordinance. Approval of this bill, together with Resolution 23-97, will both be necessary to establish the program in Honolulu.
Thank you. Next, we have Phil Ganaban, followed by Chun James.
Hi, sir. So I'm actually here to oppose 57 with the way it's written and 58. So the first one with 57 is basically which aims to address issues related to public nuisance. While the intent of improving public safety and the welfare of our communities, it's commendable that current language and provisions of the bill raise significant apprehensions that warrant careful reconsideration. The primary areas of concern regarding Bill 57 are as follows. Ambiguity in the definition of public nuisance. The bill definition of public nuisance is overly broad and vague, potentially subjecting property owners to enforcement based on subjective interpretations. The lack of clarity in definition could lead to inconsistent application and unjust consequences for property owners. Potential for overreach and infringement on property rights. The bill grants authorities the power to determine that what constitutes a public nuisance without clear criteria. This opens the door to possible overreach and warranted interference with property owners' rights, including the ability to use and enjoy the property. 3, lack of due process. And 4, impact of property values and economic burden. And then 58, so there's 2 bills, right? So 57, 58. So 58, the opposition of 58 in protecting property rights. While the title may suggest a noble intent, a careful examination of the bill's provisions reveals several concerning aspects that, in my view, undermine the very property rights it claims to protect. I respectfully request that you consider the following points in your deliberations. Erosion of the property owner's rights. The proposed bill appears to grant excessive powers to regulatory authorities and may lead to declining property owners' rights, specifically sections 1610.2 AC, 1610.4 of the bill grants authority board directions to interfere with property rights without adequate checks and balances. Lack of clarity, the language used in a certain bill sections lacks clarity and specifically leaving room for misinterpretations and potential abuse. It is essential that legislation affecting property rights and precise and ambiguous to prevent unintended consequences. This bill basically sounds like it's forced gentrification change for the area. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ganaban? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ganaban. June James.
Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ganaban. June James.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Well, we should have chalk items today that are all important. I realize that this is a really important issue for the affected parties, but I just wanted to put down my
Sorry,
concerns.
what bill are you testifying on?
Oh, sorry. It's Bill 57 and 58.
Okay, please proceed.
On gambling, the first one is gambling. I'm very concerned that we have to make sure that we are setting up legislation within the confines of the U.S. Constitution and civil rights. I know there are a lot of problems, but I'm always leery of big government and especially the idea that we are going out to get people, and rightly they should, but there have really been some very outstanding recommendations of working through the city, the state, and the federal government, and those are pretty long arm sticks that can be used to get rid of a lot of bad apples and bad actors in our community, which we should have the right to live in a peaceful and safe community. So Bill 58, I'm kind of puzzled. I know Bill 57 is for gambling, and I'm not sure if Bill 58 is also related to gambling because I cannot see the relation except that you're going to have a authorized personnel, and that authorized personnel, I believe, has too much power. That they're able to arrest and they're able to fine. It seems like Honolulu is seriously become a very fine city. It's fines here. But again, I'm very concerned about political mischief, and that there has to be check and balance because if we do not have that, we could all be in, under a police state. And I'm speaking this because out of really bad experiences that we have had, specifically under the Mayor Caldwell administration, we have had city inspectors come out and threaten to give violations when there really shouldn't have been a basis for it. We have had actually scores of policemen come up, and those poor policemen, they say the same thing. Well, we don't know why we're up here, but somebody from downtown called our captain, and our captain sent us out here. And we're talking about a dozen policemen. So that balance there, I'm very worried about. And in fact, recently there was a really funny story. There was a pig that had gone into the Ha'ula Long's drugs. And the pig had actually come from a farm next door because that farmer is still having trouble with DPP.
Can I ask you to confine your comments to Bill? I guess you're on Bill 58
I'm almost
right
done.
now. If I can ask you to wrap up. I note that you also want to testify on Bill 59, Perhaps,
Yeah.
rather than telling us the story about the big going to Long's Drugs, we can talk about Bill 59.
Well, yeah, anyway, I'm just worried that it seems like, you know, those in power are not always in the mood to help and to dialogue with the property owners. And that's what I'm concerned about, that we really need to protect private property rights. And yes, those who are really out of shape has to be punished, but just so that we do not become a police state, we need to make sure that we control political mischief, and we need to set all the legislation within the constitutional rights so that everyone is protected, whether they're powerful or they're small, that everybody needs to be protected and provide due process.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, is Karen Polk available?
Mr. Chair, Karen Polk is not logged on.
Okay. That's all I have as registered remote testifiers, unless you have any other remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we have the Christopher Lee and Natalie Uwasa.
I believe Christopher Lee testified in person, unless it's a different Christopher Lee, but it says from the University of Hawaii.
Okay. Yeah.
Is Christopher Lee logged on?
No.
No, okay. Natalie Uwasa, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. I just have a few comments. I won't take much time. Bills 57 and 58, you know, obviously game rooms are a problem in our neighborhoods, but I think a lot of the time it's very easy for us to lump together a bunch of individuals and assign responsibility to all of them. And so I ask that you be very careful with this, especially as it relates to landlords, because there may be landlords who are not aware of what is happening on their properties. So as you go through these discussions, just make sure that you have the wording in the bills that actually shows that the person that's being held responsible knows what is happening. And then on Bill 59, comments again, this is regarding the incentive for film studios. And basically, part of what it does is offers a reduced rate for real property taxes for these studios that come into compliance with what's in the bill. So I just ask once again that we have an entire discussion of our real property tax system, because you folks stated several months ago that that's what you were going to do. You were going to look at the entire system, and we haven't had that. So please either move forward with a permitted interaction group or with a special committee and include this as one of the bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any further remote testifiers?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to explain a little about Bill 58, and I'll leave Bill 57 to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. But Bill 58 specifically is in regards to an authorized personnel. So let me give you a few examples. I'm glad my community members were here. I do know that the 3 to 3:30 hours when you got to get out of the West Side and get back home, or else you're stuck for hours. So hopefully they're listening. But I'll specifically talk about the one that Ms. Kahanamoku brought up. So behind Food Giant, we have a game room that really they understand the federal law, and every 20 days they shut down. And so because they haven't reached the level of FBI authorities or any type of like federal investigation, we really can't get a grip on it. And I have sat with the landowner, and she does know, and we have asked her to stop. We've asked them to stop renting to a tenant that's running an illegal operation. So this is feet away from an elderly center where people can't leave. And you know, it's crazy, there's nothing on that cul-de-sac. So we have no homes, there's no reason to be there, but it is like one of the busiest streets in the neighborhood because prostitution, drugs, all kinds of stuff happen on there. And so when people get out to go and catch the handy van, they don't even want to go outside because of how much activity is happening out there. So specifically on something like that, would I want a building inspector to go give a notice of violation? Let's talk about the shooting in Makaha, January 2022. 3 people shot at. 2 of them were playing the games, and 1 officer was pushed off a roof. Do I want a building inspector to go into that institution and give them a violation for doing commercial activity in a residential zone? I don't. I don't want to put him at risk. Another shooting, April 2022, Eva, 3 people shot. Why are people getting shot at game rooms? Because there's so much cash there. There's huge amounts of cash there. November 2022, another shooting in Makaha, game room, AR-style rifle, shooting at the game room because they wanted the cash inside. And it wasn't even just the cash. It's that the kind of activity that happens in there leads to confrontations that lead to violence. And so if we want to deter this type of activity in our community, we need the wherewithal to do it. And I do not want building inspectors to have to get involved. I had to send a building inspector to an illegal gun range just like a couple months ago, and I felt bad for him. He didn't want to go. So this is allowing only, and I'll read, an officer or inspector who has been designated by the building official and deputized by the chief of police as a special officer for the purpose of enforcing this chapter. This is not every officer on the street, and this is not going to be every single case. This is going to be in conjunction with cases that have had numerous types of illegal operations moonlighting as game rooms. And if I could, Chair, I just wanted to call up the officer in the room right here. Officer Watson actually is one of the ones that, if you don't mind coming up.
Yeah, please.
That has helped with this, but it's very difficult when we're dealing with, you know, in my district, all of the shootings I just enumerated, all residential areas. In fact, Hawaiian Homes. 2020, it took us 2 years to shut down a game room in Kapolei Hawaiian Homes because they were squatting illegally, and they were the kids of the owners, but we couldn't do it for 2 years. They were running it in there. So specifically, I wanted to know for Bill 58, it wouldn't authorize all officers to do this, but would it be helpful to have an authorized officer deputized by the chief of police, specifically in dealing with cases that you guys do for game rooms?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Chair, Council, Corporal Watson is here, and of course he can talk as well. The reason I came up first is I've been designated by the administration for Bill 57 and 58, so major role in Turner from District 5 and representing the police department on these bills. Before we get to the specific question, I just wanted to say the department is in support of both Bill 57 and 58. I see Bill 57 as sort of the plan, to put it simply, and Bill 58 has some tools to make the plan work, so the two go together pretty well. The caveat that I have, and I think it touches a lot on what you're asking, Council Member, is the administration's or the police department's stance is, although we very much would like to have the training to make the observations of violations and provide evidence, the department's stance is that the Department of Planning and Permitting would be the one to actually still issue notices of violation. But to the issue of were there any kind of a situation that seemed like it might be dangerous or hazardous, of course the police department would be in support of the DPP and would be more than willing to be present at any sort of a violation issuance that might be a problem.
Yeah, with that illegal gun range, I sent an officer with the inspector because I didn't want him to go by himself. But in the event that DPP tells me I don't want to enter the location and see if there's violations because I don't want to enter, that's reasonable. But say, for example, HPD already has a case and you already have surveillance footage. In the event that you have surveillance footage, would you be able to provide it to the department and say, hey, here's some surveillance footage without entering, so for your safety, just to ensure that this is a commercial activity happening inside a residential area?
Absolutely. So that's the part that we would like to be able to do. So to be in a position to be able to make the observations of the violations, to collect whatever evidence, whether that's video or whatever the case calls for, and then provide that. Whereas now our officers are neither qualified nor trained to make the types of observations that would need to be made to show that there's a violation. We would like to have that ability and that training and work with DPP to make that happen.
Well, just for clarity, I don't want you guys to have to go through any additional training. And that's the same feeling I have about officers working with homeless. I don't want them to become social workers. I don't want you guys to become DPP workers. But what I'm saying is that in the event that we have this in our community embedded in between houses, and we have watchmen on corners watching to see when the police are coming, notifying the game room operator to shut it down because police are coming down the street, We have very few tools in the tool belt. I have 16 active game rooms in my community. And as everyone knows here in this room, shootings have not stopped. Now, the shootings that we've had recently haven't been tied to game rooms, but nonetheless, we don't want this type of activity. How often have you recovered weapons from game rooms?
It's not uncommon to recover weapons from game rooms.
And how often has drug activity been associated with game rooms?
I believe drug activity is often associated. It's sort of in conjunction with the game room. I believe there was a speaker earlier that said that the game rooms are, it's secondary as a game room to being a drug activity. I would not agree with that as a blanket statement.
Right.
They generally are game rooms, and the main intent and purpose of them is the gaming and the money that that's generating. But when you have that type of activity and you have the folks that are frequenting that sort of a thing, along with that often comes drug activity, prostitution, and other, burdens on the community.
And it makes me so sad because they do target the most vulnerable in our community. I would say a lot of the homeless that I work with, they're addicted to the game room because they know what they can get in there. They know they can make a lot of money in one day. And it's even sad to me when I see young kids in there waiting for their parents to get out of the game room, waiting. And that's lots of places in my community. That's in between farms, it's at houses. I even had a girl that went to my church, asked me, can you please drop me off to my dad? He's at the game room. I was like, I am not dropping you off there. And it's unfortunate because, again, it's not the games itself, it's all the activity that's generated around it. And this is the reason why we came up with some way that there could just be this relationship between DPP and HPD in the event that, for me, those kind of activities in residential areas are absolutely destructive. And when you have shootings that happen in between houses, then you have all kinds of, possibilities of injuring others that are not even associated with the game room. So thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a follow-up question. Why hasn't HPD been able to get a grip on this problem? 16 game rooms in District 1. We have it in all of our districts, actually. Why? I know you're in support of this bill, but shouldn't HPD be able to take care of this?
It's a fair question, and one that I totally understand, and we get that a lot from the community, because what it looks like is, well, if you know there's a game room there, why aren't you shutting it down? And it's a kind of a complicated answer. I would say, first, what Bill 57 wants to do, that works. That we have used a model like that, and Corporal Watson is actually on the ground floor of the planning of how to make that work. And that is a way to shut down a game room that is unlike the tools that we normally have and that we've had historically. So in the way that, Chair, that you're asking, and the way most people would expect us to do it is, the police department is in the criminal law business. We're not in the civil law business. We're not necessarily in the civil violation business, although obviously there's some carryover onto some things, but we're interested in investigating crimes and arresting criminals. The approach to something like a game room is complicated because it's not a matter of, I know that's a game room, I'm going to go kick the door in and then arrest everyone inside for being in a game room. In order to make a case that's going to rise to the level that will lead to any kind of a prosecution, there's many steps that need to happen. I don't want to go into detail on all the things that the police department has to do, but it's not as simple as we know it's there when we go close it. It's a multi-step process. There's quite a bit of investigation that needs to go into it, and it's not something that can happen in a day. It's not something that can even happen in 1 week. It'll happen over several different visits to the game room, and the evidence collection that happens in there then will rise to a level that we can get a search warrant, and then we can go in and do the shutting down of the game room. The problem is, historically, we do all that, we shut the game room down, it completely ceases operations, and then after a short period of time, it resumes operations. The common denominator in these incidents where we have a game room and it's been closed and it's opened again and it's been closed, and we've heard how there's been game rooms that have been operating for years. That doesn't mean it's been continually operating for years without the police doing anything about it. Some of those game rooms have been shut down time and time again. What it means is you can shut it down and you could arrest, let's say, pretend, right? We arrested everybody in the game room for everything in the book and they all went to prison for 50 years. That game room could still open up again in a couple of weeks because The person that owns or controls the property sees that they're making a lot of money off renting this property or leasing it out for this purpose, and they find someone else, or someone else comes in that's willing to do that, and then they reopen it again. So the common denominator in all these game rooms, no matter how many times we may shut them down and they reopen, is the person controlling the property, the responsible person for that property. So why the police department is in support of this bill is because it is finding a way to make that person that's responsible for the property actually responsible for the activity of the property. If you make it, whether that's through civil fines, it becomes it's not financially beneficial to keep running it if the fines that are accruing every day are more than the money you would be making from the game room. So this gives a way to go through the Department of Planning and Permitting, or perhaps HFD if it's fire code violations, but these type of violations are a way to make that property controller have to take notice and decide that it's not worth it for them to keep running it. Our criminal methods of trying to close it down, like I described, don't stop it.
What if I told you I've had cases in my district where people just accumulate garbage, and the DPP fines them for accumulating garbage on their property? And in one case, it was $500,000 fines. $500,000. And unless you're going to put a lien on the property and try to collect that $500,000, nothing happened. Luckily, this person, after my office made a big deal about it, they started cleaning it up. What I'm telling you is that I'm not sure it's going to work. If the person's just going to accumulate the fines, and as I pointed out, $500,000. Another one, we had $325,000. It didn't work, right? Why can't we send someone in there who's undercover, right? They do. And go play the game and, oh, boom, catch the guy right there. Well, and then utilize the forfeiture law that's already on the books. To forfeit, the prosecutor's office can initiate, and the Attorney General initiate forfeiture, right? Do we do that? Do we go through that process?
I couldn't speak to whether any properties have been forfeited through that. I'm not aware of that happening.
Honestly, I think that might be more effective if you actually take the property.
I can tell you
Especially what you're saying, that if you go in there and you take down these houses over and over again, because I don't think what you're talking about, DPP fining them $1,000, is going to work unless we collect on that money, and we're not collecting on the money. You know, they have judicial foreclosures. In order to do that, you got to go through the courts to foreclose. And we have DPP here. Are you folks going to go in and foreclose on these properties if we start accumulating these fines? I mean, we want to talk real solutions of what is going to work. And what you're telling me, officer, is what you're doing and HPD is doing is not working.
Well,
is that accurate?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Okay, so Chair, I would say in the example you're giving with the garbage is not being taken out, or maybe the weeds aren't getting cut, in those cases, you're probably talking about a property owner that's getting the fines that just doesn't care. The key difference that we've seen and where we've seen this process work is, in most of the time in the game rooms, at least in my experience, shall I say, the owner of the property is not who's running the game room necessarily. They may or may not even, we've seen properties that are leased and subleased and so forth. So sometimes it's an out-of-state owner that's disconnected from it. What we found is in those cases where the owner of the property, they do care about these fines because it's coming to them, and they do care about whether there's going to be some sort of a lien put on something, or whether they're going to have some other get attached to some other fee that now that they're going to have to do this or they can't do that, get their business license renewed or whatever. So they care. So that's the point, is to make them care enough that they decide, I'm going to take this interest in who's doing stuff in this property that I own, even if I own 20 properties, and they're going to shut it down on their own. We've seen it work. If you had an instance where actually the game room was being run by someone who owned that property, it might get trickier, but that usually is not the case. It's generally not there. Someone's running this out of their own private home.
Okay, I'm cautiously optimistic, but as currently written, HPD would go in because you have a search warrant, and then you take someone from DPP with you to actually notice the violation, or as mentioned by Councilmember Tupola, you'd film it and then turn it over to DPP?
If the police department is in the property for whatever reason, and violations that are seen to be building code type violations or fire code violations are observed, under this, we would then be providing that evidence to DPP or the fire department, who would then make their assessment based on the evidence we provided and issue those notices of violation, and then fines can start accruing from there, rather than have to have the DPP or the fire department come out initially and spot, you know, wiring problems or whatever. And if I can add that part of the reason we care about all these violations, it's not just a means to an end. A lot of the times the violations in these properties are quite unsafe. And these properties are often in neighborhoods, as we've heard. Sometimes they're near schools or places where our kapuna are living. So we actually are concerned about those building code violations, because we've seen buildings that have been hastily put together, not following code, not using a licensed contractor, all sorts of violations, but it happened anyway. And that could be a fire hazard in many different ways. And for those reasons, we also have those concerns about that being in the community, and this is another way that we could address that. So it's great that it's shutting down a game room, and at the same time, it's great if it's getting a dangerous hazard out of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Major Turner, you just mentioned about the landlord situation. I just had a question, because you said most times the landlord does know, and that's why it continues. So even if you arrest the people who are conducting the game rooms and they get removed, it continues. What happens if the landlord does not know? You kind of alluded to that. So what happens if there's a landlord who didn't know and they had renters who were doing the illegal activity? And then with this new bill, what would happen to them?
As I understand it, if they bring everything into code and they desist with the nuisance of the gambling, then that landowner is still whole. So I did hear some people had concerns that people's homes are going to get taken away. As I understand it, that's neither the intent nor probably going to be the result of this legislation. It would, the owner has a way to bring everything into compliance and be just fine as far as that goes. It's not going to be a continuing problem, but they would need to desist in allowing a game room to exist.
But in your experience, you said the majority of them are landlords who do know? Is that what I heard you say earlier?
We've seen it both ways. So as far as the majority, it's hard to say. I mean, because usually they're not going to tell us they know, right? It's going to be generally, oh, I had no idea. How many genuinely don't know and how many do, I couldn't give you a specific, like a percentage on that. But it's both owners, especially when it's out of state or removed owners. We have seen properties where it turned out they didn't realize what was happening, and when they found out, they were just as interested in closing it as we were.
So in those cases, would this bill affect them if they didn't know and it was happening repeatedly?
I believe if they got things into compliance, then there would be, I mean, I don't know if there may be some initial fines for whatever violations existed, but yeah, I don't think there would be any long-term repercussions, as I understand it.
But historically, it seems like from what you stated earlier, that the continuation of the problem is because even when you remove the current offenders, it continued. That's what you stated earlier.
It can, because once a game room is established, it's going to have a clientele. And generally that clientele doesn't particularly care about who the management is. So that's why we've seen them close and reopen and close and reopen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And can I just add that I do have Corporal Watson with me standing here. He's my subject matter expert. He's a member of my crime reduction team in District 5 and really knows everything in the weeds about game rooms and their operations. So if there was real specific questions, he would know even better than I would to be able to answer.
Does anybody have follow-up questions or for the Corporal? Councilmember Say.
Yes, I would move that we close the discussion since this is first reading, and you have another chance, 2 other chances at that point in time.
No problem.
But I do believe that Director Don Apuna is here also from DPP. Somebody had a question for DPP?
Anybody have a question for DPP? In light of your suggestion, perhaps we should move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on anything on pages 12 through 15? Seeing none, we're in discussion, sorry. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to having a robust discussion about Bill 57 and 58 in committee. And I just want to note, just hearing a number of things that were brought up in testimony, not to belabor this point, but I want to make clear Bill 57 is based off of our existing nuisance abatement law dealing with prostitution. For years, we've had this on the books already, and now we're using this to go after gambling nuisances. They bring the same level of vice, the same level of drugs, the same level of trafficking into our neighborhoods. And so, to the point that many of the testifiers brought up, and in the discussion here, what happens if so-and-so doesn't know? What happens if this or that? We have this based on existing law dealing with prostitution-related nuisance abatement. I've yet to hear a complaint from a brothel owner about, oh, I didn't know that there was a brothel here. Same with the game rooms. We need to go after these landlords who continually allow this to occur. This is, as you brought up, Chair, this happens in every single one of our districts. My staff has put together a list of all of the major raids. It is in everyone's district and in every corner, not just the rough parts, but in Mililani, in nice neighborhoods as well. And so this is something that we really, I think, need to have a full conversation on, and we can get ahead of this issue and finally make some progress against these game rooms. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo what Councilmember Dos Santos Tam said, that it's in all of our neighborhoods, no matter what kind. If you're in a business district or in just a residential neighborhood, just like Moanalua Gardens and other parts of Lower Aiea as well. And I just want to thank, especially Corporal Watson. We've seen throughout the years how many raids would occur but did not work or stick, and so what we're seeing is a difference in collaboration here with DPP, and seeing these game rooms or even just operations stick to being closed. And I hope to see how this moves forward, and we'll reserve any questions for the committee.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, how this works is we can vote on all of the bills all at once, but if there is any objections to any of the bills, meaning a no vote, then I'll take that out of order and do that separately for a roll call. So are there any objections or reservations on any of the bills on pages 12 through 15? Seeing none, no objections or reservations. The first reading items listed on pages 12 through 15 of the agenda has passed first reading. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 16, resolutions. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 261 and Resolution 23-205 be adopted, and this resolution accepts a gift of travel, lodging, and meal expenses valued at $3,347 to the city from the Aspen Institute for a Planner from the Federal Grants Unit, Fiscal CIP Administration of the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services to attend the 2023 Bloomberg City Lab in Washington, D.C. from October 18 to 20, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded and explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Is there anybody here who would like to testify on Resolution 23-205? Thank you. Seeing none, are there any non-registered remote testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, there are none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 261 and Resolution 23-205 has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 16, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 262 and Resolution 23-211 be adopted. This resol urges the city administration to work with the state of Hawaii to authorize the city to collect and retain unpaid and delinquent traffic fines and to deposit such fines in the city general fund.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded and explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have Ms. Iwasa standing by remotely.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. I did submit written testimony. I just wanted to reiterate, there's, you know, the current policy is that the state keeps all of the city fines, and that puts a level of separation between the city and state. It is a way to inhibit quotas so that the HPD isn't giving out tickets just for going a couple miles over the speed limit, and then we have more cases going to court. So I oppose this and ask you to just leave it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This resolution was developed after reading a report and a news story about the State of Hawaii Judiciary Traffic Violations Bureau. They are the ones that enforce now or implement the fines and the forfeitures of the violations that has occurred, that is submitted by HPD. You know, this measure was more to address those collections that were not collected, or these fines that were not collected. The Traffic Violations Bureau today at the judiciary, where the report stated for the record, for the past 10 years, we did not collect almost $81 million for the state. That was the Traffic Violations Bureau. They did come back and say, yes, we do have a third-party collection agency to do it, but we still could not collect the $81 million during this decade. I thought this would be a great idea, and I thought Ms. Iwasa would support it. It's another form of generating revenues for the city and county of Honolulu. Collectibles that are not being collected. And the thought would be simply put, I would ask the Department of Customer Services, the Motor Vehicle Division for registration, that when they register and they are delinquent and not paying that fine, have that particular division assess the fine before they get the vehicle registration. That was a thought, Mr. Chair. The other point I'd like to say for the record this afternoon, which is very scary for me, the number of incidents that we were talking about today that HPD is supposed to enforce, the general public at large is not being responsible or irresponsible as far as paying their fines and forfeiture. We're seeing more and more motor vehicle accidents. We're seeing more and more disregard for the present laws that we have on the books. The tinted window law that was mandated by the state for our vehicles are not being enforced. And that was for the public safety for all of us, plus our police officers when you stop an automobile during a stop. Because if you can't see through that window, you don't know what's on the other side. Secondly, as I drive around the city and throughout the county, haven't you folks ever noticed on the back of some of these automobiles, you have the license plate, but a expired safety check sticker? Are we now, the general public, flaunting the measures that we have on the books? And if we do, Mr. Chair, repeal the law if we're not going to enforce it. That's more and more additional responsibilities for our police officers. You've heard it this afternoon. From gaming rooms, to drug busts, to everything you can think of. I sympathize with some of our officers because I just found out this afternoon they're working on a 13.5-hour shift, which is 3 days a week and 4 days off. Is it because of the shortage of police officers? I don't know. But I'm here this afternoon really trying to support law enforcement. Law enforcement. I don't know what happened today, Mr. Chair, in regards to the court, in regards to the homeless lawsuit by ACLU. But it is major issues for all of us, because how can we support our law enforcement officers if we don't have the resources? So this is why I'm just having this measure as another form of trying to generate revenues for the county. It was never about quotas, come on. I thought we could have even the meter maids enforce these type of laws in regards to expired safety checks. As the automobile is parked in the parking lot, municipal parking lot, if you see that expired safety check sticker, take a picture of it and send it in to someone at maybe Department of Customer Service. I'm just frustrated today, Mr. Chair, because we're talking about doing more and more things with the limited resources that we have, knowing that our only fund or revenue source is real property tax. You want more, more, more. I want more, more, more. But then how can I do more, more, more if the revenues are not there? That's the only reason why this resolution was introduced. At least we can start the discussion with the state and ask the other 3 counties. So in closing, I'm frustrated because for the past 3 years, I haven't seen any revenue measures introduced on behalf of the city and county of Honolulu. But we want to spend more, more, and more. And for all of us here and the general public, I'm very, very proud of our first responders.
Well, the vacancy tax was a revenue generating matter, but I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm in support of the bill. You know, it's interesting, perhaps we could get the state to be the ones who enforce these traffic laws rather than HPD, because all the revenue is going back to the state, right? I'm sure the police officers, if they don't have to write these parking tickets, would probably appreciate that very much. Maybe have the state do that. Just a thought.
Well, that's where, Mr. Chair, I wish we had drafted a measure next time that the fines that occur in reserved parking zones be for the county. It's a county ordinance, or is it a state or law, HRS, Hawaii Revised Statute?
Oh, we just passed it today.
Right. And when you do the enforcement, that fine goes to where? The state?
The state.
See?
I'm looking forward to your bill requiring the Department of Transportation to enforce rather than HPD.
I apologize. I don't think I'll be drafting that bill because I've got other issues that I want to address, Mr. Chair, but thank you.
Understood, understood. Thank you so much. Good bill. Any further comments on resolution, or good resolution, on resolution 23-211? Councilmember Cordero.
Oh. In support.
Okay, in support. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 262 and resolution 23-211 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 17, executive matters and legal affairs. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 265 be adopted and Resolution 23-202 be laid over and published.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
I'm happy to do it as well. This provides for the acquisition of easements for public use for the rock slide mitigative improvements in the vicinity of Pacific Heights Road, Site 070G, located at Kewalopo'oa, Honolulu, Oahu, Hawaii, and determining and declaring the necessity of the acquisition by eminent domain.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Seeing none, CR 265 has been adopted and Resolution 23-202 be laid over for public notice. Moving to the bottom of page 17, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 266 and Resolution 23-209, CD1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this urges the Department of Human Resources to work with the University of Hawaii Community College System to create a general civics program at the community colleges on Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Say.
being the sponsor of this measure, I was trying to address once more our shortage categories of employees for the city and county of Honolulu. I must admit that the city is doing it. They have the Po'okela program, or Po'okela program. But this one is much more as far as looking for shortage category areas that we could try to work with the community colleges in having these students be channeled in these particular professions. And that's all it was, that we are trying to address our capital shortage of city and county workers for this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 266 and Resolution 23-209, CD1 has been adopted. Turning to page 18, from the Committee on Transportation, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 270 and Resolution 23-212 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This requests the Department of Transportation Services to conduct a traffic study on the Wailea Avenue corridor between 1st Avenue and 11th Avenue, including cross streets.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Do I have a ruling of personal conflict as part of my district with you?
Okay, no conflict.
Okay, thank you very much. This is benefiting you more than I. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 270 and Resolution 23-215 has been adopted. Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 271 and Resolution 23-214 be adopted. Resolution 23-214 relates to the Federal Highway Administration and the Federal Transit Administration Canada projects for consideration in the new federal fiscal years 2025 to 28 Transportation Improvement Program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded as well as explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 271 and Resolution 23-214 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 19 from the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 275 and Resolution 23-216, Committee Draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is authorizing exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Hawking Building Affordable Rental Project in Chinatown, Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, and this calls for a roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say?
Aye.
Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR 275 and Resolution 23-216, CD1 has been adopted. From the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Tolba.
Move that Committee Report 276 and Resolution 23-145 be adopted. Sorry.
195?
Well, I got 145, so 195. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift in the amount of $4,990 to the city from iProductions Incorporated for the upkeep and maintenance of Ho'omalaia Botanical Garden.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 276 and Resolution 23-195 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 20, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that Committee Report 277 and Resolution 23-196 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of graphic display panels valued at $2,718 to the city from the Friends of Honolulu Botanical Gardens for the purpose of educating the public about butterflies in Hawaii and the garden plants which supports their life cycle that will be displayed at the Foster Botanical Garden.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
We have no registered testifiers.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 277 and Resolution 23-196 has been adopted. Councilmember Tolba.
I move the Committee Report 278 and Resolution 23-200 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of a lava stone sculpture valued at $50,000 to the city from Carmen Guzman Simpliciano for the late Hanale Kila Hof for installation at Ku'iliola Heiau.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. Ku'iliola Heiau has waited 20 years to be recognized by its name, and I specifically wanted to thank Kingdom Pathways, Carmen Guzman, and Joe Simpliciano for all their work in helping. I gave this really cool little Polkaibe handout to everybody. Just wanted to thank Parks because from the time we took the mayor out there in 2021, we've gotten significant amount of things done there, from the signage to now the statue to the Heiau name to the bathrooms being renovated. And so just wanted to give a shout out. Thank you, Parks, and of course, thank you to this administration for making this all happen. It's so wonderful to see what can happen at a park when you have strong community leaders that just keep pushing. So I can't wait to see this go up. The sign's already up. If you guys want to go check it out, it's right in front of the Heiau. We've never had signage there before. So thank you so much and in support of this resolution.
Nice. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 278 and Resolution 23-200 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to page 21, we already took care of 23-208 CD1. Moving to the bottom of page 21, from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 282 and Resolution 23-215 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember for the explanation.
Relating to the appointment of Frederick Rapun to serve on the Clean Water and Natural Lands Advisory Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Rapun available either in person or remotely?
No, Mr. Rapun is not logged on.
Okay. Anybody wishing to testify, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay. Members are in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
I'll just note for the record that Mr. Rapun, I believe, was at the last meeting that we had, and I think he's demonstrated, a commitment to the community, and his breadth of experience, I think, would well serve the commission.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 282 and Resolution 23-215 has been adopted. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 283, Resolution 23-217 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
It's authorizing the issuance and delivery of a multifamily housing revenue note and a principal amount not to exceed $30 million for the purpose of making a mortgage loan to provide financing to JHW Kuhalua Partners LP, a Hawaii limited partnership for a multifamily rental housing development, determining and prescribing certain other matters relating thereto, and approving and authorizing related actions and the execution and delivery of related documents and agreements.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Mr. Chair, this project provides 143 affordable rental housing units to lower income households earning 60% AMI and below, with 104 one-bedroom units and 39 two-bedroom units with one manager's unit. Again, I just wanted to mahalo the developers for working hard to maintain our affordable rental housing inventory, in this case at Jackhaw and Waipahu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say?
Aye.
Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. Resolution CR 283 and Resolution 23-217, CD1 has been adopted. From the Committee on Public Infrastructure and Technology, Councilmember Tupola.
I move that CR 286 and Resolution 23-199 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of $50,065.56 to the city from the Hawaii Council of Engineering Societies for the 2022 Stormwater Quality Best Management Practices Workshops.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 286 and Resolution 23-199 has been adopted. Councilmember Tupola.
I move that CR 285 and Resolution 23-197 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tupola for the explanation.
Urging the city administration to enter negotiations with the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority and to establish a commercial property assessed financing program in the city and county of Honolulu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? Registered testifiers.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have several remote testifiers if they're still logged on.
Okay. Is this Gwen Lau, Michael Yagi, Amanda Somai, and Todd Sharkey?
Yes.
Okay, let's start with Gwen Lau.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Honolulu City Council. My name is Gwen Yamamoto Lau from the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, and I am testifying on the on Resolution 23-197. The authority stands in strong support of its written testimony and look forward to working with the administration on implementing a CPACE program from Honolulu. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Michael Yaki available?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the Council. I'm Michael Yaki, Senior Vice President of Petros Pace Finance, one of the nation's largest CPACE lenders. We're in strong support of Resolution 23-197. Thank Committee Chair Tupola for her leadership on this, and available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Amanda Samai available?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Amanda Samai with Castle Green Finance. We stand in support of Resolution 23-197. Working with the authority will maximize the public benefits of resiliency, renewable improvements to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reliance on imported fossil fuel sources while minimizing municipal efforts. The authority has been thoughtful and collaborative in designing a program that stands to maximize private capital investment to the benefit of property owners in Honolulu. So we stand in support of this measure and are available to answer any questions anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Todd Sharkey.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, Jessa Coleman. You're on mute. Still on mute. Third try. You're on mute.
She's on mute.
Maybe we can come back. Is Mark Glick available?
Sorry, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, shall we try one more time with Jessa Coleman?
Hi. Yes, sorry about that technical difficulty earlier. This is Jessa Coleman, Director of Programs and Policy with Naveen Green Capital. I'm joining to state for the public record that we strongly support Resolution 197, which encourages the City and County of Honolulu to enter into negotiations with Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority to administer a CPACE program. We have been in touch with HGIA for a number of months now. We know that they are committed to establishing and administering a program for the state of Hawaii, Honolulu included, that addresses all of the local concerns of your constituency, and that is also designed in a manner that will work effectively with the private markets, encouraging additional investment in Hawaii's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Mr. Chair,
Melody
we have
Angelo.
Clifton Kellogg standing by.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi, this is Cliff Kellogg from the CPACE Alliance. Thank you, Chair Waters and members of the City Council. I'm here to speak in support of Resolution 23197. I wanted to say that we support this resolution as a stepping stone towards the essential requirement of an ordinance that would be on record for the city to create the CPACE program with the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority as the program administrator. According to the Denton's law firm, this program requires an ordinance. In their legal opinion, an MOU between the city and the Infrastructure Authority would not on its own be legally sufficient to create a valid and enforceable lien. I would just wanted to address two other issues that that should be clarified. First, some have asked, is CPACE a loan or a special assessment? The statute explicitly authorizes, quote, a special assessment to secure and repay CPACE, and this is quite different from a loan. The owner must be underwritten and approved by a private sector capital provider. Second, the owner must get the consent of every mortgage holder on the property. And finally, the financing must be approved by the Green Infrastructure Authority for compliance. This is authorized under the same state law as any improvement district and community facility districts. For example, the Waikiki Business Improvement District or the Waikiki Transportation Management Special Improvement District. In those districts, the city collects assessments from benefited property owners. CPACE follows a similar process. Secondly, can special assessments be incorporated with anything related to real property taxes? The state law, again, is very clear that CPACE assessments shall be collected in the same manner as general real property taxes are collected and subject to the same procedure, sale, and lien priority in the case of delinquency. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify our reasoning for supporting the resolution and the ultimate need for an ordinance to codify this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Please proceed.
Hello? Oh, okay. City Council Angela Melody Young testifying in support on behalf of CARES and in support of green infrastructure and the commercial property assessed financing program. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, some of the unique financing advantages of a commercial property assessed clean energy program include long-term financing, and this resolution seeks to start a conversation about negotiations with HGIA and the city administration to create the support program to address green infrastructure in commercial buildings. And whereas the establishment of a commercial property assessed financing program in the city would require significant city resources and operational changes, including working with the budget office, it's a good idea to just, start the negotiations. And from the framework of EPA, green infrastructure can help replenish and heal nature, replenish groundwater resource, and can reduce pumping and treatment demands of the city, as well as reducing urban heat by planting trees, building green roofs, lower building energy demands by reducing indoor temperatures and shading building surfaces.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Thank you.
Dr. Kawano. Good afternoon. Hard act to follow.
It is very difficult to follow. Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiana, honorable council members, good afternoon. I just want to say that the administration in concept supports the CPACE program, and we actually are in negotiations with HGIA, but there are issues that still have to be resolved. Our Corporation Council and the state's AG office are working on resolving, I think, an issue with respect to the levying of an assessment on the third-party loans. We're trying to connect the dots there. And in terms of cost, we're not yet comfortable with regard to the draft contract in terms of covering city costs with regard to collection of delinquent loans through the assessment process, and if necessary, foreclosure. I know a lot of the experts out there, the financing capital companies mentioned that there are no foreclosures or very low rate of foreclosures nationally, but you still have to go through the collection process on delinquent loans. And what I'd like to hear as we have more discussion on it is how many delinquencies happen and how much time and effort are expended by the states. And from what I've heard, mainly states or the state's authorities are running these programs. How much effort are they really putting in to collect delinquent loans through this process? That's all I have to say. I'll take questions if any.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Kawano. I have a question in regards to the present ordinance that we have on the books that we are allowed at this point in time to have improvement district assessments. Am I correct?
At this point in time?
Yes, a case in point is the presentation given by the Department of Environmental Services in regards to the $50 million that was for the replacement of our cesspools and the hookup to the sewer Honolulu plant. My point is that the city is going through that special assessment on the, was it 500? Or I can't recall the number of private landowners. But if you have a law already on the books, what makes this one different?
I think what's different with it is the fact that we're in the case you're bringing up, we're dealing with homeowners
yes.
that are addressing their sewer issues. I think the special assessment relates to connecting the system right to the home. So we're connecting something that we own to the home. I think the big difference is with CPACE and, assessing these loans. To me, they're loans in substance. The loans are really third-party agreements or third-party contracts that through the CPACE program, we're saying that we would assess under under the program and assess in a way that puts a lien on the property. We haven't really connected the dots there, and that's what CORE and the AG's office are working on.
So you would be in support of the resolution because it's just urging the administration.
We're doing it.
Okay.
We are in negotiation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And given that, the resolution's up for adoption today, we do have Bill 56. So I'm assuming, Director, that we can have the conversation in committee with updates on how the conversation is going with the AGs in the state.
Yes, and we can. And with regard to Bill 56, I've been advised by CORE that if we participate in the states, in actually HGIA's program with regard to CPACE, and we're a participant, we don't need ordinance. That's what I've been advised too, but apparently there's disagreement, so I think we can have more discussion on, getting resolution there as well.
Perfect. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
No questions. Thank you, Director, for being here. I just think that the MOU, specifically for the resolution, as Director and I spoke about this, it's just going to specify exactly what the city does and what HGIA does, because I think everything is hypothetical at this point. So even if our lawyers are talking to their lawyers, what would we talk about if we didn't have an agreement saying, the city will this, we will that. The city, because then we can say, yes, we'll do this, no, we won't do this, yes, you guys are in charge of this, no, we're gonna do this. So I think until there's actually something formally written and then the lawyers can review whether or not what they're asking us to do falls within too much liability for the city or whether it's gonna require too much funding for us, then I think we can have a conversation with the lawyers. So I'm in support of the resolution, grateful the administration's already taking the steps forward and looking forward to more conversation in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Okimoto.
Quick question for Dr. Quano, please. Thank you. I was just wondering, how much would it cost the city if we allowed HGIA to offer this program?
Actually, that's what we're working on right now. We really don't know what it's gonna cost, but there will be a cost because they are. And I don't want to get into too many nitty-gritty details, but at some point, once we agree on moving forward, we're going to have to find a way to include, this CPACE loan information in our real estate system, which is Tyler Communications, and at this time, we don't know if we can meld the two together, and if we cannot, we would either have to get on the state system if that's possible, or add another system to the city's, taxing systems, if you will. And, that will result in startup, and we're going to need personnel time to, operate the system, maintain the system. So all of those things have to be, addressed. And I do agree with Councilmember Tupola in that, before we end up with an ordinance or anything along those lines, we should really get to an MOU that details each party's obligations and responsibilities and agree to move forward in that respect. I think that's really important because right now I can say I'm not comfortable that we have our costs and liabilities fully detailed and addressed.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask Ms. Lau a question if she was still online. Or
Mr. Clerk, is Ms. Lau still available?
Yes, she is. We'll bring her back on.
As she's coming on, I can repeat the question if you need me to again, but I'm just curious if you have any insight on what the cost would be to the city. I'm not sure if you heard the last question, but what cost would, if any, there would be to the city for executing the program?
Yeah, so with the city opting for HIA to administer it, it would be very little cost to them. We are going to be billing the borrowers through a standalone bill. So there is no need to have the city's real property tax billing system reprogrammed for that. We will be providing the city regular reports on which properties have CPACE lien on it and the status of the lien. So, you know, again, we're looking at how we can minimize costs and expense and resources for the city.
Okay, Mahalo, appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 285 and Resolution 23-197 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 23, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-129 be filed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution initiates amendments to the revised charter of the City and County of Honolulu 1973 as amended relating to housing.
Actually, I had a question on this and I had it answered, but can Corp Counsel just explain to the members why this is on the agenda or Office of Counsel Services?
Right, Lloyd Yoshioka, Office of Counsel Services. Yeah, the only reason that we had to put it on agenda for filing is that the council rules calls for it to be if it should fail, if a motion should fail, to pass it out in a previous meeting. So under the rule, you must put it on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Lloyd? Seeing none. Okay, are there any testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, there are none.
Thank you. Any objections or reservations? No objections or reservations. Resolution 23-129 has been filed. Moving to the top of page 24, balance of committee reports. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
EMLA Committee Report 267, request for a recommendation to settle a case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled James A. Conan Jr. Trust versus City and County of Honolulu et al. EMLA Committee Report 268, request for authorization to settle a claim against the City and County of Honolulu entitled First Insurance as subrogee for Merrill Gerard versus City and County of Honolulu. Zoning Committee Report 274, granting a 30-day extension of time for Resolution 23-206, granting a special management area use permit to allow the construction of a new single-family detached dwelling, new accessory dwelling unit, and other improvements at 10 Kamakani Place, Kailua, Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion, members. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the balance of committee reports have been adopted. Moving to the top of page 25, unfinished business. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 240 and Resolution 23-183, CD1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Council Member Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution amends Resolution 20-188-CD1 as amended by Resolution 22-164 CD1 to provide an exemption from certain park dedication requirements for the Halava View Apartments Affordable Housing Project developed pursuant to 201H-38 Hawaii Revised Statutes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I know that last month when we had this item on the agenda, I made the request to postpone it to this council meeting so that the applicant would be able to share the amendments or the amendments to the dedication requirements to the IA Neighborhood Board. The applicants represented by Isaiah Sato did a very great job in person at the IA Neighborhood Board and had full support, again, still continues to, from the Neighborhood Board. And the project has continued to be very amenable to what the requests of the IA community, and Halawa community. So I want to mahalo them and thank them for doing that follow-up, and I'm in strong support.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 240, Resolution 23-183 CD1 has been adopted. Members, we already took care of Resolution 23-191 on the bottom of page 25. Turning to the top of page 26, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-225 be adopted.
Councilmember Cordero for the second.
Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel, lodging, and meal expenses valued at $4,361 to the city from the Aspen Institute for the Executive Director of the Office of Economic Revitalization to attend the 2023 Bloomberg City Lab in Washington, D.C. from October 18th to the 20th, 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-225 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-229 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift to the city of airfare, lodging, and transportation valued at $2,500 from Sakai Machi, Japan, for Councilmember Val Aquino Okimoto to attend the 35th Annual Tone River Grand Fireworks Show in Sakai Machi, Japan.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-229 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 27, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-232 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of 100 boxes of premium Hawaiian macadamian shortbread cookies valued at $380 to the city from Diamond Bakery for council members attending the 2023 Honolulu, South Korea Sister City Goodwill Mission to share with members of the Incheon and Seoul metropolitan governments.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-232 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-233 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of lodging, local transportation, and a welcome luncheon valued at $7,500 to the city from the Seoul Metropolitan Council for Council Chair Tommy Waters, Council Members Radiant Cordero, Matt Wire, Tyler Dos Santos Tam, and Val Aquino Okimoto, and Sister Cities Coordinator Brad Kitsu to attend the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Seoul-Honolulu Friendly Relationship in Seoul, Republic of Korea.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tulba.
For the sake of transparency, can you tell me how each council member was selected for the Sister City related trips? Or whoever wants to answer that question.
Can we have Councilmember Kitsu? Not Councilmember Kitsu. I'm kidding. Apparently, Mr. Kitsu put out the word to various council members, to me, who was interested. We had a number of offers. We had 8 positions. One of them was MISCO, one obviously for Mr. Kitsu, which left 6. We did extend an offer to the City Council Chair of Kauai, Mel Raposo, who initially accepted. He was on with the delegation in 2019, the last time the City Council went to Korea. Based on that and the council members who showed interest, that's who we selected.
And will each of the council members attending be providing their own airfare? And what will happen on this trip? Is there like a schedule of events? And lastly, again, out of transparency, Korea is a beautiful place. Been there several times. Does this break sunshine laws?
Good question. Perhaps we can have Corp Counsel or Office of Council Services opine on whether or not the fact that we are together in the same room, similar to how we are today, does that break sunshine law? Well, it's not similar to today. Today we actually have agendized it, so it's allowable. But is it a sunshine violation for more than 2 members to be in the same room at the same time without an agenda?
Lord Yoshioka, Office of Council Services. To answer your question, as long as the council members don't discuss a matter before the board or a matter that may be before the board, I think you're going to be fine. And because this seems to be a sister city trip to Korea, it's unlikely that any board matters will be discussed during this trip.
Okay. And just to be clear, admonishing everyone on the trip, do not talk about any matters before the board. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Lloyd? Thank you. Can you?
And there is an agenda, by the way, which I'm happy to provide for you.
So this, because it's a donation to the city, this is why it's okay to give a council member a donation over the $25. I think that's what we voted on, right? Something about gifts to council members, $25 and less, but this is not to council members.
Oh yeah, this is a gift to the city through the city council. So it's not a gift to an individual council member.
It's a
gift to the city. So if you look at the resolution, it should say a gift to the city.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Yoshioka? Seeing none, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-233 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 28, Vice Chair Kiaina.
I move that Resolution 23-234 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiaina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of 100 milk chocolate bars valued at $500 to the city from Waialua Estate Coffee and Chocolate Do Food Company, Hawaii, Inc., for council members attending the 2023 Honolulu, South Korea Sister City Goodwill Mission to share with members of the Incheon and Seoul metropolitan governments.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We are in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. For this resolution and, of course, the previous one that we just adopted, I want to thank our economic partners to assist the members on the delegation going up so that we are able to provide gifts of Aloha without using our taxpayers' funding from our own ACA. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-234 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kiaina.
I move that Resolution 23-235 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiaina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of accommodations, local transportation, and meals valued at $5,500 to the city from the Incheon Metropolitan Council for Council Chair Tommy Waters, Council Members Radiant Cordero, Matt Wire, Tyler Dos Santos Tam, and Val Aquino Okimoto, and Sister Cities Coordinator Brad Kitsu to attend the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Incheon-Honolulu Sister Relationship in Incheon, Republic of Korea.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-235 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 29, Vice Chair Kia-Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-236 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia-Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of tuition, travel, hotel accommodations, meals, and related expenses to the city from the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, valued at $2,217.73, for a program administrator of the Department of Customer Services to attend the state-to-state user group meeting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, from October 25th, 26th, 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any objections or excuse me, any discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-236 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia-Aina.
I move that Resolution 23-231 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia-Aina for the explanation.
This resolution relates to the inclusion of a proposal in the 2024 Hawaii State Association of Counties legislative package to affirm the authority of counties to regulate the sale of tobacco products and electronic smoking devices.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I do believe we have registered testifiers. I see Jill Tamashiro still here. Thank you. Thank you for waiting patiently.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. Jill Tamashiro on behalf of Dr. Kenneth Fink of the Hawaii State Department of Health. Thank you for this opportunity. We stand in support of this resolution. Our disparities for tobacco, our tobacco-related disparities really are geographic in Hawaii. E-cigarette use is actually a growing problem even among adults. The high school seniors or high school students 5 years ago when this epidemic began are now our young adults. So we see our adult prevalence of e-cigarette use rising as well. But even though it's a problem statewide, there's some counties that bear more burden than others. For example, among adults, the e-cigarette use is actually just about twice as high in Honolulu counties as well as Hawaii County as compared to the other two counties. But for our youth use of e-cigarettes, the prevalence is higher on neighbor islands, so significantly higher. So we do need to return that authority back to counties to enact quicker and more strict tobacco-related regulations. And the last point that I'll make is that just nationally, Hawaii does have a reputation for being progressive, and it's really because in the past, our counties really did move forward with a lot of progressive policies, and as of 2018, 2019, that ability was taken away. So we've passed Tobacco 21, we've passed other smoke-free, tobacco-free beaches and parks bills. We've passed also the Clean Under Air law started on the county level. So this is an important resolution, and we support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Ms. Tamashiro? Would you be willing to come and speak at the Hawaii Association of Counties next meeting?
Sure, yes. We'll have me or somebody will come for sure.
Terrific. It's online and
Okay.
on Zoom. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Members, excuse me, Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers? I know Lisa Ryan Gill was on our list, but I don't see her in the room.
Yes, we have her
She's
online.
Oh, terrific. There you are. Welcome back. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair. Sorry, I had to go pick up those kids from daycare. So I'm speaking up from up here on Palihua. But yes, this bill, it was in the HSAC package last year, and so we're just asking that it be re-included this year. And we are excited to see this power be returned back to the county. Just a reminder, this authority was stripped from the county in 2018 in a gut and replace bill. And before that, 1997, Honolulu made workplaces smoke-free. 2002, it passed the state's first smoke-free restaurant law. In 2018, Honolulu passed the state's first law prohibiting smoke in vehicles where minors were present. So the counties have and Honolulu County has a tremendous record of making laws that then get passed by the state, usually in a very short time afterwards. And we're just looking to see that power that local control be restored. So mahalo so much for your work earlier, and we're excited to see it in the HSAC package again this year.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Same question, would you be willing to come speak to HSAC in support of this measure? Ms. Gill?
She's muted, I think.
She's on mute. I'm not sure her silence is
There.
a rejection of the offer. Would you like to come and speak to HSAC in support of this measure? Ms. Gill? Okay, let's move on. Are there any other registered testifiers? Mr. Clerk. I have Peggy Mirza on our list.
Yeah, she's not. So Ms. Mirza is not logged on, and I'm
Okay.
not certain if Cynthia Au is still in person.
Is Cynthia Au available? No? Okay. Angela Melody Young.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the City Council. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support relating to the inclusion of a proposal of the smoking electronic devices in the State Association of Counties legislative package. So if we read the Hawaii State Association Counties policy, the counties have to agree on all of the proposals. And I think that's really good because you get representation from all the counties, and then it's something that they work on together. And so vapes, if there's work being done at the county level, we should also look at the federal level. So in my testimony, I've created a publication on behalf of CARES outlining the federal agencies and their responsibilities, so we can see historically how mental health and smoking has impacted the country. So if you go to my publication in the testimony, I talk about the FDA, so the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which established the Alcohol, Drug Abuse, and Mental Health Administration as an umbrella organization to provide policy direction for the for smoking, alcohol, drug abuse, and mental health. And Congress wanted to focus on providing solutions to these health concerns with research, training, and service by integrating the work. And it is really to improve the quality of biomedical and behavior research efforts to advise policy. And it's rooted in scientific research. And from this Reorganization Act of 1992, it appropriated congressional grants for states, but states have to comply in order to get the grants for the prevention programs. For example, the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant or the Substance Abuse Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant are grants from Congress to fund prevention and treatment abuse, and for vapes and for youth tobacco use. And the SINAR amendment, which was derived from the Reorganization Act, was implemented a few years later, and it is also aimed at decreasing youth access to tobacco, and it sets the state standards to follow so that the states can receive grants to fund their prevention programs. So the new SINAR regulations that came out in 1996 prohibit sales to anyone under 21 years of age, enforce
Can you wrap
underage
up,
access
please?
laws, and it also addresses the SINAR survey results and the state's sampling methodology to get grants for the program to do the prevention programs. So
Okay,
thank you.
thank you very much. Any other testifiers? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-231 has been adopted. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 30 for discussion only. Our last item on the agenda is Resolution 23-243 for discussion only. We do have Ms. Nunakawa here. I'd like to also call up, after Ms. Nunakawa testifies, Director Kawano. Thank you very much for staying here, Director Kawano. But before we start, I just want to preface what we're talking about. You know, every year, people, for whatever reason, are caught in the system, and they either have their spouse pass away, and the surviving spouse doesn't have the homeowner exemption on record, and they're automatically put into the residential A category. In some instances, you could appeal that, but my experience has been hearing from constituents that those appeals fail. Other instances, like you're about to hear from my constituent, Ms. Nunakawa, is very unique, but yet there really isn't any recourse. So what I did was I filed Resolution 23-243. It's going to be referred to the Budget Committee, and my hope is that perhaps you folks have the constituents in similar situations, or either in the instance where I described earlier, or such as the instance where Ms. Nunakawa is dealing with, and others. There exist other fact scenarios where normal local taxpayers just are stuck all of a sudden paying residential A when they're entitled and or qualified for a homeowner's exemption. Having said that, Ms. Nunakawa, please, if you can, explain your situation and be available for questions.
Aloha Maika, Co-Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, members of this County Council, City Council, excuse me. My name is Jill Nunakawa, and I'm in strong support of Resolution 23-243 relating to real property tax compromises. I did submit written testimony 2 days ago, but after talking to Vice Chair Kiaina, I'm not sure everyone had a chance to read it. I tend not to read my testimony. I actually testified a lot in my life for the last maybe 30 to 40 years. I'm an advocate in the community. I've known Vice Chair Kiaina for a long, long time on Native Hawaiian issues. I've been basically the big voice in Title IX in the last 30 plus years. I'm giving you a background because I've never come before any kind of elected body ever to suggest something on my own behalf except for today. So this is a first for me. And I'm grateful for the introduction of this resolution and your time and your patience to still be here at 5:30. I know my little ding's going to go off, but please allow me the time to tell you about my specific situation. During COVID, in October of 2021, two main things happened in my life. My beloved mother passed away, and look at that, I didn't even get past my mother.
Please proceed.
My application for CPR of my property at 700 16th Avenue in Kaimaki was approved by the Department of Planning and Permitting, which allowed me to sell one of my homes. My two homes, I have been the principal place of residence since 2006. I've had a homeowner exemption the entire time that I've been there. I've never moved. I pay my taxes, and I've enjoyed that exemption that other people do enjoy also. And so what happened was My mom wanted me to sell one of the homes. I was able to do that in 2022. I have here, if you'd like to see, my 2022-2023 real property tax bill. It's part of the assessment. My real property tax map key never changed. It assessed 2 homes on it, and I have a home owner exemption. So for me, I just continued to rely on something like this. I didn't realize in that switchover, I was not on notice. I didn't file anything in September of that year because why would I? I already had the home owner exemption. So I followed like everybody else would follow. What I didn't pay attention to is the next time something came out, I didn't really realize there was a 1 in between all the zeros. And I didn't really realize that the Real Property Assessment Office had evaporated and eliminated my home equity, my home owner exemption. I really didn't actually know about that fact. And it only was brought to my attention by my CPA earlier this year, which then I immediately filed my homeowner exemption. But I mean, I really thought from 2006 it just carried through. I didn't really have any notice. I didn't have any recourse. And so it's grossly unfair to me and others similarly situated to my situation where, these are exact reasons why I believe Budget Fiscal Services should actually use their discretion to make exceptions when cases like mine come forward. But since that doesn't seem to be really what's happening in our current moment, it seems like this discussion is part of something much larger. And I'm willing to be part of the solution. I always have been in my community, and I'm more than willing to work with the City Council on trying to address how do we at least slow down the pricing out of paradise like Tongi talked about. It happens every day. These kinds of situations. I took out a home equity line of credit to pay because my taxes skyrocketed, both without a home owner exemption, and then they also put me in the residential A category, which of course for me, I don't know what that means. And I didn't know anything of what it meant until I got the bill in July of this year. So you can imagine my assessment was lowered, right? Because I sold a house. And so I had no idea that my bill would be increased by like thousands and thousands of dollars. I really opened my bill and I cried. I cried in July of this year because I knew what it meant for me. It meant that I had to go and get a loan to pay my real property tax. And I also knew what it meant for the rest of the people that I was a public defender for years. I did Waialua, Wahioa, Kaneohe Court. I also did court in Lahaina and Molokai and Lanai. And I represented people in our communities, And a shout out to Lahaina. And I've been for the little person in life. I've always stood up for the people that are voiceless and don't feel like they have any power or say. And now I find myself falling through the cracks and getting no relief from the appeal or asking for anything, just the idea of tough. And I don't really think that's fair. That's not the pursuit of justice, and it's not compassionate, certainly not merciful. And with me, at least I could get a loan, which I'm still paying off, but what about fixed income and the kupuna? I mean, this just leads to the larger discussion of really the market metrics that BFS is using, because it's not fair to a lot of our communities, because if somebody in your neighborhood sells for, $2.5 million and you have a home that you might have had from $250,000, our people are struggling, because next thing you know, they get this assessment. And by the way, I've gone through the appeal and the assessment also a few years ago because I disagreed with it. And I was just told at the appeal, you're going to either lose or take the 10% offer. That's not fair. It's not just. It's not compassionate and doesn't really reflect the needs of our local community. It reflects a market analysis. And a market analysis is crushing our local people. And so I come before you both because I have standing, because I'm personally going through this, because I'm paying off a loan to pay my real property tax, And I'm not sure where else to get relief. I don't have any other relief but to reach out to my council member who was kind enough to put this out to you folks to say, there's others. We're falling through the crack, and pretty soon there'll be more and more. And unless we address, I understand this is part of the budget. I understand that, but there has to be a better way. The first time I'm alerted is July of this year that my real property tax skyrocketed. Like, that's not fair. I don't even get an estimated tax, which would have allowed me to say, oh, wait, excuse me, I have a problem. But deadlines passed. So it seems kind of rigged to the local homeowner. Like, we don't even know, right? And I have listened to some of the testimony from Mr. Kawano, you know, and I heard his argument a lot about when does it end? And I suppose my response would be, when does it begin? You know, when do we have a responsibility to civic education or financial literacy for people that are not even me, for people I represent who struggle with these pieces of paper and what they mean and deadlines? And if the answer is always no, tough, harsh reality, then they're going to leave. And we're going to be left with people who can afford here, and they don't care that it's a no because they can pay it and they're not taking out a home equity line of credit like I did. So I urge a robust and enriching discussion with this city council, and I believe this is just part of the larger problem issue that I'm more than willing to be part of the solution, working with you. So thank you for your time. I'm grateful.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so you didn't realize that you were placed into the residential A category, or you didn't realize what that meant until you got your bill, which was $12,000 more than what you had paid the year before?
I didn't know that the residential to a residential A, I had no idea. There was no color coding on it or a big asterisk or anything. I would have had to honestly look at the other one back and forth and say, oh, this one has an A to it. And really, I didn't even know what A meant until July of this year when I opened it up and I just cried. And then I went back to my CPA and she said, oh, I think over $1 million, then you really taxed. And I'm like, but I didn't move. I didn't do anything wrong, you know?
So members, you may recall I did introduce various forms of relief. One, giving the director discretion, you know, that failed. But I was only left with this avenue relating to compromises. That actually empowers the city council to compromise if you feel it's appropriate. But what I'm hoping also, because I receive these every year, if you folks receive these every year as well, if this goes to the budget committee, add them on as well, if they're meritorious. Anyway, do you have any questions for Ms. Nunakawa or Budget Finance Director? Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Sure, just some comments. First of all, nice to see you. Again, I haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah. I think many of us are completely empathetic, and we have listened to the previous dialogue that's been triggered by Chair Waters' other measures. And I am looking forward to a robust discussion because I understand that this measure just got introduced recently in the Budget Committee where we could have more of a give and take. This is the end of a full day of council hearings, and so I guess my concern is that if we start engaging in this dialogue right now, including with the budget director, we're going to be here, we could be here for another hour. And so I guess my concern is with regard to where we would have this dialogue, because I don't think anyone disagrees with you, because I have a lot of widowers who are unaware of the circumstance with their spouses passing, who are in the same boat. And I do believe that we need to figure out how to perhaps direct the type of exemptions or discretion that the BFS director has to be able to ameliorate circumstances like yours. So I don't know of anybody else who is who's not empathetic with your circumstances.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, I'll just note that I'm in agreement with Vice Chair and fully support both this and a continued conversation to move, some type of legislation, and look forward to the conversation and budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? We have testimony. Sorry, we have to allow public testimony. Please proceed, Mr. Clerk.
This is Natalie Wassa. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody introduce myself, but anyway, Natalie Wassa for the record. I just want to make 3 points. First of all, I did submit testimony, and the person who just testified said she submitted testimony, and I don't see it anywhere online. It's not attached to the agenda. It's not attached to the resolution page itself. So I'm not sure what happened there, but this is something that when people take the time to testify, they should have their testimony posted. Two things with respect to this compromise and the underlying problem, the residential A. That really is the problem, that classification. And, you've heard me say over and over again, $1 million is just too low, and that's why so many people get caught in this situation. So I ask you to take a look at that, either increase the threshold or get rid of the classification. And number 2 is lack of education. The city does an extremely poor job of educating the taxpayers. No wonder this poor woman didn't know what it was, because they don't say anything on there about your assessed value. When you go over $1 million, it means you're going to be in residential A and you're going to be in a different tax bracket. So I ask you to consider those things when you go into Budget Committee to talk about this, and hopefully it will be with a PIG or with a special committee. Thank you very much.
Good points. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify, Mr. Clerk?
No, we have no other testifiers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Director Kawano, for staying here the entire time. But perhaps I think we all are tired. You want to hear from Mr. Kawano? Anybody? No. This will go to budget, and we'll have another opportunity to testify. Thank you. There being no items for the committee on the whole, and there are no, any announcements, council members? Seeing none, Vice Chair Kia Aina for the motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Any objections? Noting no objections, the council stands adjourned until Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 10 a.m. Thank you, members. Thank you, staff.
Did we have it as a...
Thank you, our film crew.